My 3 wives are beautiful vampires. Chapter 1 Prologue. I opened my eyes, seeing a familiar ceiling, and turned my face to look at my computer that was on my personal desk. When did I get home? Rising from my bed, I start to think. My memories were scrambled and I couldn't remember anything. Victor. Suddenly I hear a woman's voice. It was an angelic voice. A wonderfully beautiful voice. And she sounded very worried. Who? I put a hand to my head when I feel it start hurting badly. I lean on the bed and try to get up. But all of a sudden I feel my hand sinking into the material of the bed. I hear the noise of wood breaking and look in the direction of my hand. I see that my hand has gone through the mattress and broke the wood that supports my bed. I quickly pulled my hand away and I looked, confused, at my mattress that had a hole in it. What's wrong with me? I asked aloud, stunned. I don't remember being so strong. Did something happen to me? I start to question myself. And I try to search my memory. But, even though I try to search my memory, I can't find it. It's like something is blocking my memories. I try to form a coherent train of thought as if I'm putting together a puzzle. Let's start at the beginning. I went to the grocery store to buy the food my mom ordered. But, I try to continue to form a timeline with my memories. But I don't have time for that when I feel unbearable thirst in my throat. It was like I ran a marathon and needed a drink of water. My throat was parched. I quickly get up, ignoring the sounds of wood creaking from the floor, and grab my bathroom door handle, attempting to open the door. But something amazing happens. The door is literally ripped off the wall. I was shocked at this show of force, but I don't have time to admire it, or even question how I was able to do it. I quickly walk into the bathroom and try to turn on the water tap. As before, the tap broke when I tried to open it and the water started to spew out. I ignored it and put my mouth into the water, trying to drink as much as possible. I looked like a man who was lost in the desert and found an oasis for the first time in days. I feel the cold water from the tap entering my mouth and seeping down my throat. But the water doesn't seem to satisfy me. I needed more. I needed something to satisfy my thirst. The water didn't seem to be working. Calm down. I hear a woman's voice. It was the same voice that called my name when I woke up. Suddenly, as if it were a misleading lie, the thirst I had been feeling earlier disappeared. I fall to the ground and start to inhale and breathe heavily. Who's there? I asked out loud. But I didn't hear an answer. I take a deep breath and sigh. Just what in the name of God is happening? I look at the overflowing water and realize I couldn't leave it like this. I carefully turned off another valve that was located near the floor, and soon the water stopped pouring. I sigh in relief and get up off the floor. I turn to look at myself in the mirror. And what I see surprises me. Is that me? I look a little taller. I have a well-defined body with muscles in the right places. Six-pack abs and muscular arms. What stood out the most in my appearance is the incredibly pale skin. It's like I'm missing most of the blood in my body. I used to look like a dead creature from a disease that gave me anemia. An extremely inconvenient disease and in some cases deadly. But this is another level. I look like I don't have any blood in my body. I also noticed that my face is more defined. And my blue eyes and black hair have gained more shine. Did the former 21-year-old who was skinny and looked like a teenager grow up to be an athletic-looking man in just one night? What happened? Was I kidnapped by the government and drafted into the super soldier program? Victor. What's going on? Why all the noise? I look towards where I hear another voice and I start to breathe heavily. My throat starts to get thirsty again. I look through the wall and see the image of a human. And I can see her heart beating in a very attractive rhythm. I could see the person's entire body with a red vision. It was like the world around me had changed. And I could see the heart that was glowing a more vibrant red. It was like it was inviting me to rip it out and drink it. Victor. What's happening? What was that noise? Hearing my mother's voice, I woke up from my inebriated state. Mother. I responded in the most normal voice I could muster. But it was obvious that I failed. Victor. Open the door. What's going on? I look at my reflection in the mirror and notice that my eyes have changed to blood red. Oh, shit. Realizing what happened to me changed me in many different ways. I started to think rationally. I try with all my strength to resist the temptation to leave the room and rip my mother's heart out. First, I must calm my mother down and get her out of here. Mom, I'm busy right now. Realizing I was speaking normally again. She visibly calms. At least that's what my new red vision implies. I can't see her expression, but I can see her heart beating at a slower pace. Can you open the door? I can't, I'm not wearing clothes right now, I said in an uncomfortable voice. Oh. She suddenly turns and starts heading towards the stairs. I was confused for a moment. Why did she give up so easily? Make sure you take out your trash. I don't want to clean your fluids. That's your girlfriend's job. If you have one, of course. Oof. I feel an arrow in my chest for some reason, but strangely, it helped me calm down. I grow a little smile. My mother has no mercy and speaks her mind. She's very honest. That's the quality I like most about her. Though, I won't deny that I am often irritated with her honesty. But living 21 years of my life under her roof, you get used to it. Anyway, I look at the clock and see that it's morning. I need to go to college. But I don't think I'm able to go out on the street right now. And I look at my room and see the mess I made. The floor was broken. The door was ripped out. The bathroom was flooded. I need to organize this mess. 2 hours later, when tidying my room, I found out several things about my new self. I had more strength. Much more strength than I had previously. Because of this change, I'm having trouble controlling myself. Before I used X-force and I could open my bedroom door without breaking anything. But if I use the same force now, the bedroom door will literally be ripped off the wall. My senses like hearing, smelling, sight, etc. They're much more sensitive. My hearing isn't on the level of the comic book scout friend who wears blue and red and has the S symbol on his chest. That guy could hear the entire planet. As far as I've tested, I can hear everything that's going on in my house and in the surrounding neighborhood. It's annoying. I hear multiple voices at the same time and I can't discern who's who. Because of that, I tried something. I focused all my attention on a porn video that I opened on my computer called, "The Hardest Game in the World." Do I look stupid? Yes. But it worked. Men are easy creatures to grab attention from. My sense of smell has also improved. But the only thing I can smell from several kilometers away is blood. I can't differentiate the scents either. Another thing I learned is that I have another kind of vision. When I switch to this vision, the world turns red and I can see everything around as if there were no walls. And, in this world, I can see human silhouettes. When I focus on these beings, I can see their hearts glowing bright red. I just tested this for a few seconds. I don't want to risk getting thirsty again. And yes, I know shit happened to me. I became a vampire. Or something like a vampire. The features are very obvious. Pale skin, red eyes, better physical conditioning, and an insatiable thirst. Knowing this, I have a starting line in my reasoning. First, let's see what weaknesses I have. The most obvious weaknesses from vampire books are garlic, the cross of Jesus, or something related to God, sunlight, and I can't enter someone's house uninvited. Also, running water. Some weaknesses may seem stupid, but I need to test them all. First, the cross of Jesus. I look at a necklace that is hanging on my computer screen. On that necklace there is a cross. I slowly touch the necklace and I feel nothing. Next. Running water. Well, I drank tap water. I guess that counts as a no. I don't know. I need to go to a pool or river that has running water and test. Let's leave this weakness for another time. Next on the list is garlic. I remember I bought garlic pizza 2 days ago. I walk towards the small fridge in my room and pick up the garlic pizza I had bought. Smelling the pizza with my nose, I feel like throwing up. But I also don't feel anything else. Like a sudden weakness or something. I think the urge to vomit was because my appetite changed. I try to put the pizza in my mouth and as expected, my body instantly rejects the food. I ran towards the bathroom and spit the pizza into the toilet. How disgusting, I said with a nauseous face. Why do I feel like I've eaten an out-of-date fish? My stomach churns. And I feel like throwing up. I quickly started to inhale and take deep breaths. A few minutes later, repeating this process, the urge to vomit passed. In the future, I must test whether whole garlic has any effect on me. Thinking about it now, that was stupid. What kind of vampire would have weakness to garlic pizza? Anyway, the next weakness is the sun. I walk towards my bedroom window, which is located on the wall where my bed is positioned. I climb onto my bed and open a small gap in the curtain for the sunlight to enter. I swallow my saliva. I am a little scared of disappearing. After all, the biggest weakness of vampires is sunlight. But I need to know. And I think just putting my finger in the sun shouldn't cause any problems. Right. Slowly, I bring my finger closer to the sunlight. When there was only 1 cm left until sunlight touched my finger, I stopped. No. I need to know. Don't be a chicken, Victor. I put my finger in the sunlight and nothing happens. I don't feel my finger disappear. And I don't feel that intense pain that I expected. I sigh in relief. I look at my window curtain and open it. As soon as the sunlight enters my room, I feel the sun bathing me in warmth and touching my entire body. Yet, I feel nothing. For some reason, I felt like I should praise the sun right now. But I'm not going to do that. What if someone saw me? I lie down on the bed and look up at the ceiling. With no other obvious vampire weaknesses, I don't want to try to decapitate myself or rip my heart out. I'm not crazy enough for that. What am I? I say to myself out loud. This morning was weird. For some reason, I don't remember what happened yesterday and I woke up with the characteristics of a vampire. But I also didn't have the obvious weaknesses of a vampire. Am I reading too many books? But hey, at least I don't glow in the sunlight. I laugh at my own lame joke. I close my eyes. And slowly, I drift off to sleep. My 3 wives are beautiful vampires. Chapter 2 Awakening. Night. I open my eyes and get up from my bed. I hold my throat, feeling an unbearable thirst. This time I felt like I couldn't control myself. I feared for my family's life. That I would do something myself. An action I would regret forever. I open the window, position myself at the edge, and jump. I don't know how much force I put in, but I felt the window frame crack a little. And soon I was in heaven. At night, I felt stronger. My senses increased. Before, I could hear my whole neighborhood. But now I don't know what the limit is. I also had no control over my feelings. I actually tried to control myself. But the bloodlust was holding me back. It was like I tried to drive a car. But I was too drunk to achieve any control. I was freaking out from the smell of blood. I need blood. I need blood. Without me realizing it, sharp fangs started to grow in my mouth. I fell on top of a building. And felt the crash of concrete breaking. But I ignored it and ran towards the stronger smell of blood. I don't know how long it took. My consciousness was almost fading. But I did my best to keep my consciousness active. I refused to become an animal overpowered by thirst. Soon, I was in a dark alley. Slowly, my world starts to change to the color of blood. And soon I see 4 silhouettes. 3 men. And 1 woman. 2 men are holding the woman's arms. And another man is holding a knife to the woman's neck. I looked at the hearts of the 3 men as if watching prey. They looked just like my mother's. With the only difference being that the light of their hearts was weaker. Hey, who are you? Get out of here. They said something. But I didn't care. I looked at the woman. And realized she was weird. She didn't have a red light in her heart. Did she have a red light in her neck? For some reason, women attracted me more than men. One of the men walks towards me with a knife in his hand. He approaches me but stops walking when I look at him. Without my noticing, a predatory smile appeared on my face. And in that smile, they could see that my teeth looked sharper than a normal human. My teeth looked like a shark's. Teeth that could easily tear through flesh and bones. And that sight startled the 3 bandits. The bad guys' faces started to change. They looked like they saw their worst nightmare manifested in front of them. Monster, the thug who was holding the woman, spoke. He tried to run away. But he couldn't. He was paralyzed. My smile grows abnormally when I feel the fear of the bad guys. I walked calmly towards them. They couldn't get away. By the time they looked into my eyes, They were already trapped like pigs being brought to the slaughter. With a display of supernatural speed, I appear in front of the bad guy with the knife. With a speed that he can't react to, I pierced his chest with my hand and pulled out his heart. Holding the man's heart in my hand, I felt the heart beating in an attractive rhythm. But for some reason, the man's blood didn't interest me. I opened my hands and the man's heart dropped to the ground. Huh. The movement I made was so fast that the bandit's own body didn't have time to react to what happened. All the bandit saw at the end of his life was the predatory smile and red eyes of the freak that attacked him. The thug who was holding the woman screamed like a scared little girl and tried to get away. But like his friend, he couldn't run. This time, I disappear in front of the thug and appear behind him, and soon his vision starts to spin. It was as if he had lost his balance. But before the thread of life faded from his eyes, he realized that his head had separated from his body. I grab his head and use my tongue to lick the blood off his face. After all, I was curious about the taste, though I didn't feel like drinking his blood. But soon my expression distorted in disgust. Disgusting. I spit on the floor in disgust. It feels like I've eaten a bad hamburger. Now, I understood why I wasn't interested in these men's blood. I look at the last bandit left. Using my arm like a sword, I cut the bandit in half. The bandit looks down and sees his body falling towards the ground. In the end, he can't even say anything. I was intoxicated by the pleasure of killing and the smell of blood in the air. My consciousness was in a state in between wakefulness and sleep. From my perspective, it felt like I was dreaming. Ha 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 ha. I hear a woman's voice laughing. I look at her. My vision slowly returns to normal. And I see a beautiful pale woman with long white hair that is tied in a ponytail that reaches the floor. She has vibrant violet eyes, a nice figure, modest breasts, and an ass big enough that it can't be hidden by the black dress she's wearing. Was she wearing a dress with a tie? Her outfit looked like goth cosplay. She's also tall. Just a little under my height. I don't know how tall I am now. But before my transformation I was 175 cm. I look around 180 cm now. As predicted. You exceeded my expectations, Victor. Hearing her voice again, I suddenly remembered the voice from when I woke up this morning. When I was going to question her about the doubts I had. She put her finger to my lips. Shish. You must quench your thirst first. My blood will tell you everything you need to know. Darling. Suddenly, she reached for the buttons of the dress she was wearing and started to undress. Slowly she showed some of her neck. Seeing that pale skin and smelling her a lot stronger than before, I swallow hard. My senses were going crazy. All I wanted was to sink my fangs into her neck. While keeping the flirtatious smile on her face, she said, "Come." I hug her with all my strength and bite her neck. "Ah. You are being very violent." I ignored what she said and started drinking her blood. It was the most delicious thing I've ever tasted in this life. I felt like I was eating a 5-star dish made by the most renowned chef in the world. But it wasn't just that. I felt a connection forming. I felt her whole existence. It was a euphoric feeling. It was like a drug you couldn't stop taking. Her blood tasted so good. "Looks like you like my blood." "That's good." She spoke with a flirtatious smile. I suddenly felt a bite on my neck. Everything I was feeling from drinking her blood suddenly intensified. The blood tasted 100x better. Our connection increased and we became one. It was weird. But it wasn't bad. Actually, it was really good. Suddenly a set of memories started to enter my mind. I was in a place that I know well. This was the market I always go to when my mom needs to buy supplies. Apparently, I was seeing this woman's point of view. "Are you sure?" a woman's voice asked. She sounded quite unsure. "Yes. I will make him my darling." The white-haired woman spoke with a loving smile. Suddenly the vision changed and I was in an abandoned building. Looks like the woman took me to some abandoned place. She bites her finger with her fang. And soon the blood starts to drip. When the blood falls to the ground, something like a magic circle forms. When she looks at the ground, I see my old body lying there. And did I look hurt? My arm had a big cut like a wild animal had clawed me. I could tell that I would have died from blood loss at any moment. When the circle formed on the ground, She bit her wrist. As soon as red blood started coming out of her arm, she brought her arm closer to my body and let her blood fall into my mouth. She sits on my body, lifts me off the ground, hugs me. Then she says, "Victor, you're going to be reborn. I'm sorry about this." Suddenly, she breaks my neck. It stays connected to my body. And soon something happens. My body starts to regenerate at an unbelievable speed and the magic circle starts to spin on the ground. When my body stops regenerating, the magic circle suddenly disappears. The woman displays a satisfied smile. Success. Suddenly, I open my eyes. And I realize that they are blood red. I get up quickly and hug the woman. Then I bite the white-haired woman's neck. Ah. I finish biting the white-haired woman and the memories of the other person disappear. Or she just stops sharing. Before I can figure out what happened next, the world around me starts to crumble and I wake up in the dark alley I was in earlier. What happened after I disappeared? Victor. Do you want to kill me? You are already satisfied, right? She spoke with a playful smile. I stop biting the white-haired woman and look at her. I have a lot of questions on my mind now. But first, what's your name? The woman displays the most beautiful smile I have ever seen. Violet. Violet Snow. The violet ice flower. Fancy name. Huh. I commented with a small forced smile. My family is quite peculiar. She laughed. I bet it is, I commented with the same smile. So I give my name too. Victor. Victor Walker. The Walking Victor. That is very simple. She commented with a small laugh. Well, my family are simple people, I commented with a shrug. Now that I've calmed down, I look at the corpses and feel my stomach churn at the sight. I feel like throwing up. But at the same time my body refuses to let anything out. After all, I was just nauseous. It was like I had taken a long 24-hour car ride. And I needed some air. I had mixed feelings about the situation. Internally, I didn't care about the death of strangers. Even though those deaths were caused by myself. But my rational mind knew that was wrong. But, honestly, I was just confused by everything that was going on. And I didn't care about those dead men. Violet, seeing my confused face, proposes, "Let's change locations." I nod in agreement. She approaches me and says, "Try to follow me. I'll slow down." Violet suddenly, with a small impulse, jumps towards the building's roof. I try to do the same. But the ground around me ends up breaking. Looking at this, I realize how I have no control of my strength. Leaving it aside for now, I start following Violet. I know she was the woman who made me what I am now. I should be suspicious of her. But for some reason, I can't do it. It's just a feeling. But I feel like I've met this woman once in the past. I just don't remember when. Well, baby steps. One baby step at a time. I know absolutely nothing right now to make a decision. For now, let's follow this beautiful vampire. Info. The sociopath is a term used to describe someone who has an antisocial personality disorder. People with this disorder, also called sociopathy, lack empathy. They cannot understand the feelings of others. The functional sociopath designates a person who, despite suffering from sociopathy, has this situation under control. I.e., the effects of sociopathy do not greatly affect their interaction with other people. My 3 wives are beautiful vampires. Chapter 3 Violet Snow. I accompanied Violet to a mansion similar to those you would only see in movies. The place was absurdly huge. How many rooms does this place have? Just from the size of the garden and the statue of a woman in the middle of the garden, I realized this place must have cost a lot of money. The moment I tried to enter Violet's house, I was prevented from entering. Soon I remember the weakness of vampires who can't enter other people's houses without being invited. It seems I have that weakness too. Violet looks at me for a moment just as a woman who was dressed as a French maid appears. The moment the woman enters my vision, I realize she's not a vampire. She has blonde hair tied back in a ponytail, blue eyes and a modest body. She looked to be between 21 and 30 years old. Her height was a little short. I think she was 170 cm. "Miss Violet, I see you have brought a guest." The maid spoke in a neutral tone that held no feeling. "Natalia, Can you invite him in? Violet spoke in a friendly tone. Yes, Miss Violet, she said while looking at Violet. You can enter. When the maid spoke these words, I felt as if a force that was preventing me from entering had disappeared. Come on, Victor. You must have a lot of questions. Right. Violet spoke with a gentle little smile. I nod in agreement. I walk towards Violet and start to follow her. While I was walking towards Violet, I felt the maid look at me like she was sizing me up or something. Passing the maid, Violet and I walk towards a living room. She points to a plush-looking sofa and asks me to sit down. I nod my head in agreement. As I take a seat on the couch, I see Violet walking up beside me and sitting down next to me. Her scent. Her scent is very alluring. I shake my head several times in an attempt to control my impulses. Hey. You are controlling yourself very well despite being a newborn. She commented with a small surprised smile. I was thinking you would jump on me and ravage me on this couch for all the servants in this mansion to see. Too bad. This woman. I feel my eyes twitch a little when I hear what she says. Although I find that offer attractive, I'm not an exhibitionist. And I want answers. You're honest. Huh. She blinked a few times as she responded with a pretty smile. Try to live with a woman who only speaks her mind for 21 years of your life. You will inevitably pick up on some of her traits. I spoke with a shrug. For some reason I felt the temperature around Violet start to warm up. Hey. I wonder who this woman is, she spoke as her eyes were hidden by her hair. She is my mother. Of course. Suddenly the temperature around her started to return to normal. And Violet looked up smiling. Oh. She's your mother. Of course. She's your mother. I forgot you had a mother. She nodded her head several times as if she understood something very important. And you're also a virgin, so. Of course. You don't have a girlfriend. How do you know I looked at her in disbelief. How does she know I didn't have girlfriends? Oh. Only humans who are virgins can be turned into vampires. That's why I know you're a virgin. That's not what I wanted to know. But whatever. This is new to me. I thought vampires could turn any human into a vampire. But there is this restriction. Realizing I was silent thinking about something, Violet starts talking. Before I start explaining, you know what we are. Right. I honestly answer, a vampire. Or something like a vampire. Oh. Why do you think that? I organize my thoughts and respond. First of all, I don't have the weaknesses of movie vampires like, for example, garlic, sunlight, running water, the cross of Jesus, etc. For some reason, Violet opens her eyes wide when she hears what I said. And I've never seen a vampire with the ability to see the red world. Of course I was talking about the movies I've watched. But Violet seems to ignore that. Red world? Violet asked. I elaborate. For some reason, when I'm excited by the smell of blood, the way I see the world changes and turns red. In this world, the walls seem to cease to exist. And I just see a plane with various silhouettes of the humans. And when I look at the hearts of humans, I can see their red hearts beating like they are inviting me to drink that person's blood. For lack of better names, I call that world the red world. I guess I should call it vampire vision in the future. But that's not right. After all, it seems to be my power alone. I'll think about that later. I look at Violet. Precisely speaking, I look at Violet's neck. But you're the only one who is different. When I look at you with that vision, I can only see your neck glowing red. Violet looks at me like she's looking at a rare animal. As I thought, it seems like it was the right decision to turn you into a vampire. You are more special than I thought. And you also inherited my characteristics, she said, excitedly, as she hugged me. Woman, explain to me what's going on, I said as I pulled her face away from my neck. This woman is thirsty for blood. Cough. Viole pretended to cough and leaned away from me. She assumed a noble woman's posture and started talking. This posture would be more convincing if she wasn't in my lap. But I'm not complaining. Let's start at the beginning. There are two kinds of vampires in this world. The noble vampires I'm a part of. And the plebeian vampires that you'll one day meet. The two species are the same. But at the same time different. For example, noble vampires can have children and Without exception. The noble vampire's child will have the same characteristics as his noble father or mother. With the only difference being that the characteristics of the child will be much stronger. The Snow family has the fire trait. We can control fire and we have full immunity to the sun. Normally this trait wouldn't be passed on to other vampires my family has raised. But you seem to be different. She said in a happy tone. I opened my eyes a little. That means I inherited. Yes. You inherited my trait. All vampires without exception have a weakness to the sun. Only a few families have a certain resistance to sunlight. But only my family has full immunity to sunlight. I swallow hard for a moment when I think of the bullshit I've done, just out of curiosity what happens when a normal vampire is bathed in sunlight. Violet smiled gently. They turned to ashes. Jesus Christ. That was close. Really. I almost turned to volcanic ash. But, Snow. Huh. The characteristic of her family is the opposite of the meaning of her name. Just like I said before. My family's characteristic is to control fire. She raises her hand and a fireball appears in her hand. My family is very feared in the vampire world. After all, with a small ball of fire, we can burn a vampire to ash. She spoke with a predatory smile full of shark-like teeth. What's the difference with plebeian vampires? I asked. They can't have children. And they get characteristics according to their personality. The plebeian vampires are usually the vampires that the noble vampires have created. So, I'm a plebeian vampire? I asked. Confused. After all, I wasn't born a vampire. Yes. And no. Violet spoke. You were born a plebeian vampire. But since you inherited my trait, that makes you a noble vampire. Remember that red world you talked about? She spoke in a sensual tone as she breathed close to my ear. Yes. I reply in a flat voice trying to ignore her teasing. That's your plebeian vampire trait. You gained that trait when I turned you into a vampire. Do you remember your immunity to sunlight? She asked as she licked my ear. When Violet licked my ear, it felt like a surge of electricity went through my entire body. Feeling Violet's panties rubbing against my little brother, I can't help but get excited. Yes, I replied a little breathlessly. I didn't even realize I had held my breath. You inherited this trait from me. Normally that's not possible. But you're special. Your blood is special. She licked my neck. Just because you have full immunity to sunlight. That makes you a noble vampire of House Snow. Am I special? Is my blood special? What the hell is this woman talking about? Despite being aroused and my urges freaking out telling me to bite Violet, I could still think somewhat clearly. Let's save the boring explanation for later. Violet pulls away from me. I look at her face and see that it was a little red and she was breathing heavily. She was clearly turned on and felt bloodlust. She put her hand on my shirt and rips. She opens her mouth and I can see her teeth transforming. They got sharper. Just like mine. Her teeth seemed capable of tearing flesh easily. She bites me with those teeth that look like those of a shark. I only feel the pain for a moment. But soon a wave of pleasure spreads through my body and I grab Violet's ass. I get up from the couch holding us and throw her back onto the couch. While doing all these moves, she hasn't stopped sucking my blood. I rip off her goth dress and soon an elegant black bra appears. I open my mouth and I feel my teeth change and my vision shift to blood red. As I look around the mansion with my eyes, I see all the people hiding behind the mansion wall. It made me lose the urge to bite Violet. And a wave of annoyance began to spread through my body. Doing the math, I see 4 female silhouettes and 2 male silhouettes. Only one silhouette had their heart glowing red. I assume this is the maid I saw when I entered the mansion. The rest must be vampires. For some inexplicable reason, I was annoyed. I was extremely annoyed. I know I'm not an exhibitionist. But these emotions don't make sense to me. It's like a little problem is going up 500x because of my emotions. I look at a silhouette that has a red glowing mark on its neck. I see that person's silhouette shiver for a moment. A bloody atmosphere began to leave my body. And I spoke with an irritated growl. Leave. I've seen the silhouette shake several times. But the male silhouette clenches his fists tightly and remains in place. Is it that annoying because he didn't leave? Annoying. Irritating. noticing the irregularity in my emotions. Violet stops biting me and looks up to where I was looking with glowing red eyes. Leave. As soon as she orders. The people behind the walls disappear. Ignore them. They're just protecting me. My family is overprotective. You know. She giggled a little with her lips full of blood. She pushed me down on the couch again. And showed her neck. Eat. The feeling of annoyance begins to subside. And soon my impulses start to trigger again. And soon I bite Violet's neck. My 3 wives are beautiful vampires. Chapter 4 An incredibly beautiful woman. I don't understand. I said out loud with my head in Violet's lap. After our blood-sucking session. I lay in Violet's lap while she stroked my hair. What do you not understand? She spoke in a maternal tone. My emotions, I said. Then continued. I've always been a calm, rational person. My mom always taught me to use my head in any kind of situation. But I don't understand why I'm losing control of my emotions. It's a very strange feeling. Violet, who was still wearing a black bra, looks at me and flashes a small maternal smile. You're doing better than most newborns. Don't worry. This is normal. This is normal. I questioned confusedly. In the vampire movies I watched with my dad, vampires always seem to be in control of their actions. I guess I shouldn't take knowledge of movies to reality. Huh. Well, I can't help but list them considering I watched a lot of movies with my dad. He was a hardcore movie fan. Yes. Vampires feel things more intensely than a normal human. It's because of this problem that we live in isolation with other vampires. Just imagine. You're walking down the street calmly. And you accidentally bump into a vampire. If that vampire is a newborn, he will be extremely upset and will want to kill you. That is ridiculous, I can't help but comment. Indeed. But it's not just that. Love, hate, fun, etc. All of our emotions are amplified. There are a lot of vampires who are crazy because of that. Vampires seem to be a problematic race. Come to think of it, I accepted this situation too easily. Huh. Well. It's no use crying over spilled milk. At least now. I won't suffer from constant anemia because of my blood type. Suddenly, I hear footsteps approaching. I look in the direction of the steps and see the blonde maid again. Miss Violet. The blonde maid looks at me and Violet for a few seconds. She looks at Violet again. Miss Violet, please dress appropriately. We have a visitor. Violet looks at the maid with an annoyed look. I realize she wasn't upset with the maid. She was upset with the guest. I get up from Violet's lap and my eyes turn red. As I look toward the mansion's entrance, I see the silhouettes of a man and a woman. And both their necks are glowing red. Vampires. Huh. I commented in a neutral tone. Violet looks at me with her eyes shining. That skill of yours is quite useful. How far can you see? She looked like a child who found something very interesting. Her eyes sparkled with curiosity. I don't know. I've never tested the limits of my abilities yet, I spoke honestly. Violet nods. A little disappointed. And gets up from the couch. The maid approaches a wall and gently pushes a part of it. Soon a wardrobe of black clothes appears. But, for some reason, there are men's clothes too. And the men's clothes are also black. Choose any outfit and get dressed. Victor. I had prepared the clothes for you beforehand. Ah. I've wanted to say those words for a long time. She speaks with an excited smile. Choose any outfit. But it's all the same. I look at Violet with a neutral face. When she gets close to the wardrobe, I can't help but think. A long time. Huh. Just how long have you been watching me? Violet. Suddenly a woman who is wearing a modern maid's outfit appears at my side. Lord Victor. Please dress appropriately for the visitors. They may be lesser beings. Or maybe insects. They may even be pigs who came here to be downcast. But you, as a noble vampire, must always dress appropriately. The maid spoke in a neutral tone that held no emotions. But I could feel her contempt for her guest. I look at the maid. She has short black hair, black eyes, and her expression is always set with a poker face. Looking at the maid's features, she looks oriental and she's very short. She must be around 160 cm. What's your name? And Lord Victor, why are you calling me that? I asked confused. This maid's name is Kagaya. And you are Lady Violet's husband, so. Of course. We, as servants, should call you with respect. She spoke as if it were obvious. Hearing what the maid said, I opened my eyes wide and quickly turned to Violet, who is being dressed by the blonde maid. Seeing my questioning eyes, Violet displays the most beautiful loving smile I have ever seen, and says, unlike the movies you've watched in the past, vampires have several restrictions on turning other beings into vampires. The first restriction you already know. The human must be a virgin. The second restriction was created by our ancestors. When creating a new vampire, a ritual must be done. When the ritual takes place, a magic circle appears on the ground. At this moment, the vampire responsible for the ritual must choose whether the human they will transform will become the husband or slave of this vampire. She pauses. Slowly her eyes begin to change to blood red. Then continues. When I turned you into a vampire, I chose you to be my husband. So it was that magic circle I saw in the memories. Unconsciously. My eyes start to change to red as I look at Violet, and I can feel something I can't explain. It is like I'm being filled with another life. It's a really weird feeling. But it's really good. It's the same feeling I get when I feed on Violet's blood. But at the same time different. I can also feel emotions that aren't mine. I feel happiness, love, and obsession coming from Violet. These emotions are so intense that I feel overwhelmed for a moment. Can you feel it? She spoke in a loving voice as she touched the area where her heart was. She was breathing erratically, and I could see that the air around her was starting to heat up. Yes, I said honestly. I try to focus on that feeling, and I can feel Violet. I can feel all the emotions she is transmitting to me. But, unconsciously, I turn my head and look in a different direction than Violet, and I can feel something incredibly faint. It was like I felt a connection somewhere else. An extremely weak connection. But I couldn't pinpoint the location of this connection I was feeling. This is proof of our connection, from the moment I turned you into a vampire. You became my husband for all eternity. You became my darling. I turned to look at Violet. When she spoke those words, she had a crazy smile on her face. It was a dangerous smile. But, at the same time, I thought that smile was beautiful. A very beautiful smile indeed. She definitely had a head problem. And I think that just for the simple fact that I'm taking this very easily. I must have a head problem too. But honestly, I do not mind. I display a small happy smile. It looks like I'll see you for years to come. So I hope you take care of me, honey. The last word almost didn't come out of my mouth. After all, I didn't know if it was right. I didn't know what it was to have a girlfriend. Much less did I know what it was to have a wife. But I felt it was appropriate to call her that way. Suddenly Violet's smile grows erratically. She suddenly appears in front of me and hugs me tightly. Yes. I will take care of you. My darling. It seems I triggered some kind of button in this woman's body. She started hugging me and sniffing me while saying, darling. She dragged her hand all over my body like she was trying to possess me or something. She looked incredibly adorable. Unconsciously I started stroking her white hair. Feeling my hand in her hair. She suddenly froze and stopped moving. She turned her face towards me. As we were almost the same height, I could see her face very close to mine. As I caressed her, I asked, what happened? Why did you stop? Aren't you annoyed? Or irritated by my attitude? She asked in an untrusting voice. Why would I be? I think you are incredibly adorable, I replied honestly. She put her hand to her chest. It was like she had been hit by something in her heart. Yes, indeed. Lady Violet is definitely at a point of no return. Kagaya spoke as the blonde-haired maid approached Natalia. Shish. Natalia made a silent gesture to Kagaya. Kagaya just nods. I look at myself and realize I was wearing a black suit. I looked shocked at my appearance and at Kagaya's hands holding my old clothes. Wait. That's my underwear. How could I not feel her undressing me? Kagaya made some hand gestures. I am a professional employee of Clan Snow. I would be surprised if Lord Victor could feel me undressing him. These hands have been trained to undress any man or woman no matter what gender. I must comply with my duty properly. As a professional maid, I take my duty very seriously. She spoke in a flat, unemotional tone. But I could feel an unshakable confidence in that maid's tone. Okay. I didn't know what to say. Actually. What am I supposed to say? I just thought that and turned to Violet, who was still in a state like she was dreaming. She was giggling in low tones as she spoke quickly. She seemed to be delirious. She's definitely in a state of no return. I think I should notify Lady Violet's parents, Natalia said as she walked towards the door. Well, isn't that interesting? A very dedicated maid. A blonde maid who doesn't seem to care about her master. And a quirky master. I think vampires are weird beings. Huh. Although the blonde maid is not a vampire. It took a while for Violet to wake up from her state of illusion, or I don't think she's fully awake yet. We were in a different room. I was sitting on the couch and Violet was sitting next to me as she hugged my arms with a little smile on her face. She looked like a very respected noblewoman. It seems like her attitude I saw a few minutes ago was all an illusion. I look around and can't help but wonder how many rooms does this mansion have. This room looks incredibly similar to the one I was in. But I feel this room is different. For some reason I feel uneasy in this place. It's like I'm being watched. I use my vision that changes my world to blood red. And I could see why I felt that way. This room was surrounded by vampires. I did a brief count and there were 20 vampires. And they were all over the mansion. It looks like this place is bigger than I thought. I look down and see some red silhouettes in the basement too. I also see that the only human in this mansion is Natalia. And she was actually in the basement sitting with 2 more vampires. And she seems to be eating something. Lady Violet. I didn't know you were. Dating. The vampire who was sitting across from me started to speak. But he was interrupted by Violet. He is my husband, she spoke in a neutral tone that carried a lot of happiness. I didn't know you were married, the man spoke. I look at the man who is accompanied by a woman. He is a tall man of 190 cm. With short black hair slicked back. He was wearing a white suit. And glasses. Overall he looked like a successful lawyer. The woman, who was looking at me like she was looking at prey, has short black hair. Her haircut looks like a Karen's and she was wearing a normal work suit. She's shorter than the man and must be around 170 centimeters tall. Coincidentally, her name was also Karen. Violet displays a small smile and speaks while her eyes are closed. Lucy. I don't think you should know something about my life. Why don't you go back to your mommy who gave you that feminine name? She spoke in disdain. Damn. Woman. That was wild. Is it okay to talk like that to a guest? Not that I care. Lucy gently adjusts his glasses as his hands shake a little. Cough. He pretended to cough and looked at Violet. Lady Violet. You're right. He leans back on the couch and says. I came here for one reason only. I want permission to bring a lot of vampires to this town. Oh. I start watching the man. Violet opened her eyes and they were glowing red. Lucy. This is my territory. And I don't accept other vampires in my territory that aren't connected to my family. You know that. And yet you come to ask me about it. Are you looking for war? I wouldn't dare. I intend to live for a few thousand years yet. I don't intend to offend Clan Snow for something small like this. He spoke with a small smile. Violet remains silent and waits for Lucy to continue his words. You know, Lady Violet. I'm a very scared man. I'm very scared of dying and because of that, I need to defend myself. I don't want to die from a bullet in my head. He spoke while making exaggerated gestures. Violet opens her eyes a little. She seems to understand what he was trying to convey. Then she continued in a bored tone, The Inquisition. My 3 wives are beautiful vampires. Chapter 5 The Inquisition. The Inquisition. I speak to myself out loud. Oh. Lucy claps his hands in a startled gesture. Lord husband doesn't know what that is. How long have you been a vampire? Don't tell me you're a newborn. He spoke in a neutral tone. But it was pretty clear he was trying to tease me. I didn't expect the princess of Clan Snow to have a plebeian husband. I think hell must be frozen by now. The woman next to Lucy said. They're really trying to piss me off. But unexpectedly. I don't feel a thing about them. The feelings I have are something like this. Do you care what a bug thinks of you? I don't care. And I think that's why I don't feel anything. Is this your attempt to provoke me? Childish. I speak honestly. Huh. Lucy exclaimed. A little surprised. I realized the woman was surprised too. But I ignored her. I think they thought I would be angry since, according to Violet, newborns are very likely to lose control of their emotions. I would understand if you were a newborn who was talking to me. But you're an older vampire. Right. Why are you being so aggressive? Are you menstruating? Or do you have a dick in your ass all the time? Is this woman not satisfying you? I think I should call little Timmy for you. Timmy? Lucy asked, confused. Oh. You don't know the legendary Timmy? I spoke with an unbelieving expression. It was like I was looking at two rare animals. I guess that living for so long does not mean that you are a man knowledgeable in modern affairs. I spoke in disdain. Let me enlighten you. My little lamb. Timmy is a church boy. He's 2 meters tall. Muscular. And he loves to purge vampires with his holy wand. I think he would love to bond with you. I said with a small smile. PFFT, Violet inadvertently let out a small laugh for a few seconds. But soon she returned to her noble expression as she kept a small smile on her face. Lucy's smile slowly began to break. Slowly. And as if it were a lie. Lucy's mask began to fall apart. Do you want to die? Boy. He spoke with an angry and aggressive tone. In front of me is just an older vampire who is sadistic and likes to kill. Oh. As expected from an older vampire. You're definitely getting senile. I sneered as I ignored Lucy. Lucy. Where do you think you are right now? Violet spoke with a small smile on her face that showed all her sharp teeth. The air was suddenly heavy. Lucy could feel killing intent all over the mansion and small beads of sweat began to appear on his face. Realizing the stupid thing he did, Lucy's expression does a 360-degree turn. And soon he starts to smile, gently. Cough. He pretended to cough. And spoke in an apologetic tone. I'm sorry about that slip. Lady Violet. The killing intent disappears as if it never existed. But the atmosphere of surveillance still lingers in the air. Something tells me that if Lucy tries to do something, he won't stay alive for long. Well, I must surely praise how quick he is at controlling his emotions. As expected of an older vampire, I guess. Violet. What is the Inquisition? I ignored Lucy. And spoke directly to Violet. The Inquisition is an organization made by the Vatican Church. They train humans to hunt down the vampires that are causing trouble in the human world. They use blessed holy water weapons. And chant Bible verses to cause permanent damage to vampire mind. Oh. So they are vampire hunters, I said carefree. Why was I calm? Well, it's simple. There's no point thinking about a problem that hasn't happened yet. You'll just get stressed out trying to control the things you don't have control over. And, at the end of the day, you become a paranoid and stressed person. The only thing I have to do right now is to learn more about this world and about the changes in myself. After all, I'm still a newborn. A little fish that has just been born in a new lake. Yes. Violet agreed. I reach up to Violet's ear and say. I tested in my room that the cross of Jesus doesn't affect me. So am I immune. You are not immune to church attacks. What you have in your room is just a normal item. The items used by the church are blessed by the Pope himself. The closest figure to God we have in this world. So does God exist? I asked curiously. I don't know. But I think so. After all, those weapons affect us. Violet replies. A little confused. Church. Huh. I can't help but think out of curiosity. The church has been active for millennia. So this organization that works for the church must have a lot of influence in the world. Lady Violet. Will you accept my request? Lucy asked. Violet looks at Lucy and replies. No. This is my territory and I don't accept other vampires. Even if the Inquisition is here. I and my family can handle it. I think this decision is wrong. I don't have much knowledge of the overall situation, but one thing I can say is, I shouldn't trust Lucy. I get a tingling feeling every time I look at him. Oh. I already know. Honey. Why don't you give our friend permission? Darling. Violet looks at me with questioning eyes. I just smile at her. She looks at me confused. But she nods. Like she's telling me to do whatever I want. Isn't she cute? Lucy. How many vampires do you intend to bring into my wife's territory? I look at Lucy. He evaluates me for a few seconds and responds, 50 vampires. Oh, that's too much. Are they all your offspring? Yes. They are my slaves. I see. You want to protect yourself from the Inquisition. Right. We accept your request. You can bring the vampires. But, I look at Kagaya, who was behind the sofa, and say a few words, then Kagaya nods and disappears. A few seconds later Kagaya comes back with the city map in hand. I place the map on the table in front of me. And with the pencil Kagaya also brought, I make a big circle on the map. Keep your minions out of this circle, I said while showing a circle on the region map. This circle surrounds Violet's mansion and my house, which for some reason was quite close to this mansion. Lucy looks at the circle on the map and nods his head. He looks at Violet for a few seconds as if asking permission. Violet nods her head in agreement. Soon. He got up from the couch and extended his hand. Thank you very much. Lord Victor. I am indebted to your generosity. I flash a smile and get up from the couch. Don't worry. Friends were meant to be helped. Right. I look at his hand and shake it in a friendly gesture. I suddenly feel like he put more strength in his handshake. It feels like he's trying to break my hand. But he doesn't have enough strength. Isn't he an older vampire? He must be strong. Right. Well. He asked for it. My smile grows unevenly. My sharp teeth start to show. And soon I just put a little more strength in my grip. Crack. His hand is shattered. But everyone ignores it except Violet, who was looking at Lucy as if she were looking at a dead man walking. Lucy looks at his hand for a moment. Then he looks at Violet. Until another day. Lady Violet. Violet didn't say anything. She just nodded her head softly. Soon Kagaya escorts the two guests out of the mansion. I sit down on the couch again. And Violet climbs into my lap. What are you planning? She asked as she wrapped her arms around my neck. Bait. Lucy is my worm that will attract the big fish. Violet opens her eyes a little and then she flashes a smile. Aren't you getting used to this vampire thing a little too quickly? Meh. Vampires are no different from humans. After all, they were once human. I reply. Then I continue. When I went to my mother's work in the past, I learned a few things from the politicians my mother defended in court. Lies and truth are a fine line. Politicians have to live telling lies to get the jobs they have today. Lucy. He's a lot like these politicians. He's a scared fox. He wants to take advantage of every situation. You should know him better than me. Violet nods. Lucy is a vampire who specializes in bringing food to noble vampires. He has good ties to noble families. By food, you mean humans. Violet spoke mercilessly. So that's why the Inquisition is here. They are after Lucy. It seems that using Lucy as bait was a good idea. I need to know the capabilities of this human organization, and though I can ask Violet to tell me, that would be useless. There is a big difference between seeing one person's capabilities in person and someone else telling you about it. I just nodded my head in agreement with Violet's words. But I felt a weird incongruity in my chest. Common sense is that I should care about this. After all, they're human beings, right? But why don't I feel anything? It's the same feeling as when I see a newspaper or television. You know people are hurting but you don't care. I think seeing and experiencing tragedy is very different from just knowing it through someone else's mouth. Normally. Noble vampires don't need human blood. I don't understand now. Isn't that against everything being a vampire is? Violet looks at me. You can suck blood from humans if you want. But that won't quench your thirst. The noble species are a very strong type of vampire, and because of that, we need more blood than normal vampires. To avoid of us having to cause a mass genocide. We ask the witches to do a ritual where when we get married, so we will quench our thirst with our partner. Oh. That's why when I went crazy, I'd rather drink Violet's blood than those men. But there are vampires who get bored drinking their wife's blood all the time. Because of that, vampires like Lucy exist. They kidnap humans and take them to the noble vampires who want to taste new flavors. Got it. Vampires are treating humans like cattle. Huh. Witches. For some reason, I smell trouble a mile away when it comes to witches. Witches? I question Violet. I really know next to nothing about this world. Huh. Although some things are similar to movies. Witches are human women who, for some reason, acquire an energy called magic. They use that magic to alter some things related to nature. Do you remember the magic circle you saw in my memories? I nod in agreement. They were also created by the witches at the request of the ancient vampires. They'll do anything for money. They're mercenaries. If you pay the right price, they'll do anything for you. Hey. Mercenary witches. Interesting. I flashed a small smile as I started to stroke Violet's hair. I feel Violet squirm in my arms. But I keep stroking her hair. Violet's hair is my favorite type of hair for women. Long hair so I can stroke it as many times as I want. I feel like I will never get bored doing this. Soon. Kagaya returns accompanied by Natalia, the blonde-haired maid. I also see that the vampires that were hiding in the fake walls were all in the basement now. Lord Victor. I think that is enough. If you continue, I think Lady Violet will die. Kagaya spoke in a neutral, emotionless tone. But for some reason, I could feel she was joking. I look at Violet and see that she was a flushed mess. Her breathing was ragged and she was looking at me with obsessive eyes. But I did not do anything. I just caressed her. Looking out the window, I saw it was dawn. I have to go to college. Looks like I have to go back. I said out loud. Hearing my voice, Violet quickly wakes up from her drunken state and looks at me. You want to go back? But what's the point of studying now? You're my husband. And everything mine is yours. You just have to live here with me. I look at Violet. Calm down. I don't want to be a parasite that depends on my wife. I mean, it would be nice to let you be my sugar mama. But I'm a vampire. Not a degenerate. Why are you going back to college then? Violet asked a little calmer. Honestly, I was studying economics in order to get a degree and somehow help my family. After all, my family situation is not the same as when I was 15. I answer honestly. Then I continue. I even got a job at McDonald's that pays me $15 an hour. I used that money to pay for my college. But I look at my hand. I focus my feelings on my pale hand. Now that's not necessary. There are several ways to make money with my current condition. And I'm not willing to abandon my family. If I'm not close to my mom, she'll get bored. After all, with her personality she wouldn't make many friends. I laughed a little when I thought of my mom. Though I became a vampire, I don't intend to abandon my family and friends. I'm not going to act like an emo and say that I'm going to put my family in danger. And because of that, I need to abandon them. I may have changed my race, but I'm me. I make my own decisions. And since I know there's a way I can't go crazy from bloodlust, the worry of hurting my family is practically non-existent. So you go to college just because you want to? Violet asked me confused. Yes. I'm going to quit my job and go to college to enjoy school life a little. Because of my illness. I've always lived in fear of trying too hard. Because of my illness, I couldn't enjoy much of my life. But that's not an obstacle anymore. I said honestly. I always wanted to play sports. I always wanted to swim. To play basketball. But because of my illness I couldn't do that kind of activity. I look at Violet. Don't you want to come with me? Huh. Well, I want to introduce you to my family. You are my wife. Right. You have to meet my family and friends. I plan to invite her to live with me since if Violet comes to live with me, there will be few things that threaten my family's life. After all, these vampires seem to obey Violet's every word. If she is living with me, that will ensure that my family is protected. Violet displays a happy smile and starts hugging me again. I laugh and start stroking her head. She looks so happy. Yes. I'll go with you. In fact, I'm going to live with you. Let's go. She spoke happily as she got up and pulled me somewhere. Well, it looks like I don't need to ask her to move in with me. She did it herself. I thought as I smiled satisfied. Wait. I spoke in a neutral tone. Violet looked at me. If you want to live with me, You have to promise to protect my family. Oh, is that it? That is something easy to do. Few people would dare to mess with my family. She said, smiling. Then she continued. My family is your family too. Right. We are married. Of course. I would protect your family. She spoke with a proud smile. I can't help stroking this woman's head. Isn't she very beautiful? Lady Violet was manipulated. Right. Kagaya whispered in a not so low voice. Yes. And probably. She doesn't even care about it. Natalia replied. Sigh. We're lost. What if Lord Victor decides to get his hands on us? Kagaya spoke in a neutral tone with exaggerated gestures. I doubt that would happen. He seems to have no interest in us. And Violet would probably kill us if that happened, Natalia replied again in a flat tone. True. A stalker's love is something difficult to understand. Kagaya said. Shish. Don't say that. What if someone hears you? Natalia spoke in a louder voice. Are these women right in the head? My 3 wives are beautiful vampires. Chapter 6 The most normal parents in the world. February 2nd. The day after Victor discovered the changes in his body. I was walking towards my house with Violet clinging to my arm with a really big smile on her face. Currently, only one thing concerns me. How the hell am I going to explain the changes in my body to my mom? I look into the mirrored window of a building next to me. I was 175 cm before I became a vampire. I was a very thin young man who looked very anemic. But when I became a vampire I grew 5 cm in height. I'm 180 centimeters tall now with more defined muscles that stand out a little in the outfit I'm wearing. My pale skin has turned a paler shade than it was before. While my black hair and blue eyes have taken on a brighter shade. Overall, I look the same as before. With the only differences being that my body grew and my skin turned paler. By the way, I was wearing casual clothes. A loose black shirt and black pants along with white sneakers from a famous brand. Violet was wearing a black dress. It was a closed-neck sleeveless dress made of leather. The dress was a little short, reaching up to her beautiful thighs almost showing the flesh of her ass. For a moment I think I actually drooled. It was very sexy. Especially glued to her body with her perfect curves. When she saw my gaze she displayed a seductive smile as if everything went according to plan. According to my wife Violet, the vampire transformation forces the body to its peak state and, as I am a newborn, these changes will only stop happening when my body is fully developed. She said that usually, it takes a week for the body to stop constantly evolving. I look at the clock on my phone and it's currently 7 in the morning. Normally this wasn't the time for vampires to be awake. But Violet and I were special so we just looked like a tourist couple from the North Pole or from some other area of the coldest parts of the planet. Although I don't know if civilization exists at the North Pole. Why do Violet and I look like tourists? Well, our pale skin color draws a lot of attention and, to my limited knowledge, humans who live in snowy areas of the planet tend to have paler skin color, I think. I'm not sure. I wasn't the brightest student in geography at school. Anyway, we look like 2 tourists who have come from a very cold place. After all, no one would believe that 2 vampires are walking around in broad daylight. When Violet and I stopped at a location that she was interested in, the salesperson asked if I was a tourist. And I said yes. I also said that we lived in a really icy area. Surprisingly, he agreed with my words easily. Well, I live in the United States of America, so I guess tourists around here are normal. And Violet, I look at my wife. She seems to be having fun. She seems to consider walking back to my house as some sort of date or something. Apparently, she hasn't left the house for a few years. She told me this by accident, and, because of that, she's curious about everything. She looks like a curious kitten. If anything catches her attention, she stops walking and moves toward it. Then, if she finds something interesting, she buys it and asks Kagaya, who is accompanying us, to take it. She was like a princess who went to the mall and bought everything she saw and liked. Rich people are different. It wasn't until Kagaya came out into the sun that I found out she was from the same family as Violet. Apparently, she's from a family dedicated to serving Violet's family. She didn't explain much to me about it. An interesting thing about Kagaya is that she is a vampire who only inherited immunity to the sun. She doesn't have control of Violet's fire element. She seems to have an ability called shadows. Basically, she becomes one with a shadow and can walk in the shadows. This is a very broken skill. She can pretty much kill anyone at night. Lady Violet. You are buying too many things. The thin arms of this helpless young woman can't take it. I wonder if there is any man who can help me. Kagaya spoke in a neutral tone as she looked at me with bright eyes. Who do you think you are kidding? Woman. You. Helpless. Is this some kind of joke? I just turn my face away and ignore Kagaya. Tisk. Did I hear a tisk just now? Shouldn't this woman be calm and cool or something? Is her mask falling off? Ha ha ha. I'm glad you're getting along with Kagaya. But Violet looks at Kagaya. Don't get too close. Okay. She spoke with an emotionless face. I could see it was just a simple warning. But that it contained many meanings I didn't understand. Yes. Don't worry, Lady Violet. I take my job very seriously. Kagaya spoke in a neutral tone that carried unshakable confidence. Kagaya looked a little nervous. I stroked Violet's hair. Let's keep walking. Help me think of a way to fool my mom. Suddenly, Violet becomes more docile. And says, yes. I look at Kagaya with a smug face. Kagaya just turns away and ignores me. Seriously. Where is Violet's family finding these interesting people? It's been a while since I've had fun like this. I thought with a smile on my face. Darling. Why don't you charm your mother? Violet spoke suddenly. Oh. Are you talking about that skill from the movies? Do I look at someone and tell them to do whatever I want? Yes. Violet nods her head as she continues walking with me. You don't need to do a very difficult one, just something like ignore the changes in my appearance. To be honest, I was inclined to do that. But I feel it would give me a bad taste in my mouth to charm my family. I look to the side and see police cars speeding past. Vroom. Vroom. The police were chasing a truck and just for a few moments, I sensed a familiar smell. I decided this was a good opportunity to test my new senses. I take the cheap black glasses I bought and put them on my face. The glasses only cost $5. They were very big and unfashionable glasses, and the lenses appeared to be very dark too. I bought these glasses for one reason only. When I use my red vision, my eyes change to blood red. To avoid drawing attention, I bought some big black glasses. After all, even though I'm wearing glasses, I can still see with this special vision. I switch to my red vision. And soon my world turns red. I focus my vision on the truck and realize there are 20 vampires inside the vehicle. 20 vampires. Huh. I spoke in a low voice. Can you see that far? Violet asked. A little shocked. She could do the same. She could look at things far away like she was looking very close. But my vision was more stable. And it wasn't affected by visible obstacles like buildings, houses, metal walls, etc. This was a good skill for reconnaissance. Yes. I think those are Lucis subordinates. I spoke in a disinterested tone. I said it because I smelled the old vampire stench from those vampires that were in the truck. I only smelled it for a few seconds. But it was enough to recognize them. He's getting a lot of attention. If he's not killed by the Inquisition, he'll die by the claws of noble vampires. Violet spoke in a non-caring tone. She probably has some of her people looking into this matter. Suddenly Violet stops walking and looks at a big bear that was being sold in a children's store. Just out of curiosity, I looked at the price of the bear. And it cost $25,000. What the fuck? Isn't that just a bear? How is it so expensive? Violet suddenly starts running at the speed of a normal human girl. And enters the store. Seeing Violet buying the bear and hugging it, I can't help but say, she's adorable. Damn. Kagaya. Why are the nobles going to kill Lucy? Kagaya, who was carrying Violet's bags, spoke in the same neutral tone. It's because he broke the rules. Kagaya looks at me and says, rule number 4 of being a vampire. Never reveal that you are a vampire to humans. Matters involving the vampire world should not be mixed with human affairs. This rule can be ignored if the vampire is contacting a human with the intention of turning the same human into a vampire. If he breaks this rule, he'll be hunted by the nobles and killed. After all, we don't like to draw too much attention, said the woman who was dressed as a maid while carrying several purchases. If that's not attracting attention, what is? But I understood what she was saying. This rule was basically a warning to younger vampires. Don't make too much of a fuss about vampires, or we'll go after you. They were basically saying that. Soon Violet comes back carrying a big bear and with a happy face. I can't help but pat her head when I see her like this. Feeling my caresses, she shows a happy smile. Then I say, come on. We're almost there. The two women nod in agreement. Arriving at my house, I open the door. Mom, I'm home. I spoke out loud. Victor. Son. Why didn't you answer the phone? I was getting. She trails off as she looks at me standing in the doorway along with two women. Victor. She approaches me suspiciously. I look at my mom. She's going to be 40 this year. She has a little belly fat but overall, her appearance is well preserved. Long black hair. Blue eyes and a curvy body. She keeps saying that lawyers who look good have a better chance of getting rich clients. My mother's clients in the past were politicians with questionable resumes. They called these politicians fat lambs, and she defended these politicians in exchange for large amounts of money. She not only defended politicians, she defended normal people and even companies that had suffered because of fraud, etc. She's a good lawyer. Even if she defended corrupt politicians, in the end, it doesn't matter. After all, work is work. Does she defend corrupt politicians? Yes. But the money is good. And she's not doing anything illegal. Even though she stopped doing it a long time ago, it was getting dangerous to work in that world. Because of that decision she made in the past, she doesn't win as much money as she had before. Strange, she spoke with a confused face. Then she continued. I feel that you are my son. But at the same time, I feel that you have changed too much to be my son. She is still honest as always. She was standing in front of me looking at me with a face that said, you can't fool me. Sigh. When I was 13, you and I went out to a restaurant. We met your ex-friend. That woman you called. Thought. I started to speak. What is her name? She asked. Aphrodite. I know her name is Renata. But my mom dubbed her Aphrodite. That is still not enough. She spoke as if she hadn't lost a battle or something like that. On my 21st birthday, you took me outside a brothel and said you'd dump me in that place if I didn't find a girlfriend. Violet suddenly looked at my mom for a moment. She seemed undecided about what to do. Her eyes were glowing dangerously. But soon the light seemed to fade. It looked like she was going through an internal conflict. Cough. My mother pretended to cough. Yes. You are definitely my son. By the way, you shouldn't say that out loud. What will people think of me if they find out I almost gave away my son's cherry just because I wanted my son to have a girlfriend? She spoke with a snort. My eyes start to twitch when I hear what my mom says. But I can't help but smile in happiness. My mom is weird, but she's a good mom. She's not normal, like all moms of the world. But she is my mother and I love her very much as a son. She approaches me and says, you're paler than usual. Do you need food? And it looks like you've grown too. She puts her hand on her head and starts trying to measure my height by comparing her height with mine. My mother's height is around 170 cm. She is a little shorter than my old height before being turned into a vampire, which was 175 cm. It's puberty. Mom, I said the excuse every man ever has told his mother at least once in his life. Puberty. She repeated what I said with distrust. She looks at Violet and Kagaya. Seeing how beautiful both women were, my mother started to enter her own world again. Holy shit. You popped your cherry and because of it you grew. Kya. Wait a moment. I'll call your father. Suddenly she starts running towards the stairs. She puts both hands close to her mouth like she has to call someone. Leon. Get down here immediately. I mean it. Get your lazy fat belly down here now. She screamed. Because of my new senses. I heard this scream louder than it should have been. And from Kagaya and Violet's stunned expressions I can tell they had the same reaction as me. What is it? Woman. I am watching a movie. I still have to work later. I want to finish this movie before I go to work. Our son lost his cherry and brought two beautiful girls home. What? Wait a moment. I am on my way. Violet and Kagaya look at me. I try to keep my poker face as much as possible to hide my embarrassment. Yes. Let's think about dolphins. Dolphins are beautiful beings. And they have the intelligence of a human. Yumu. As expected. Dolphins should be the rulers of humanity. As I hypnotized myself. My dad started down the stairs. When he appears in front of me. He looks at Kagaya and Violet. Then he nods at me satisfied. As expected of my son. The Mason genes are running through your veins. You've got two beautiful girls. One oriental and one with a noble appearance. I was worried that you would be a virgin forever. He totally ignored my appearance. Didn't he? For some reason I have a headache. Although I shouldn't have a headache. Since I'm a vampire and vampires have regenerative bullshit or something. I look at my dad. He's turning 50 this year. He has brown hair and black eyes. He is 183 cm tall with a beer belly and muscular arms. He was wearing shorts and a white t-shirt. He's a bricklayer. He works in construction. Nowadays he's retired but he still goes to where he works to give advice or something. I don't really know for sure. I just know he's retired. But for some reason he says he's going to work. I guess old habits don't change. Cough. I give a fake cough and go. Violet. This is my dad Leon Walker. And this is my mom Anna Walker, I say as I introduce my parents. Nice to meet you. Violet says while performing in her noblewoman's mask. Mom and Dad. This beautiful white-haired woman is Violet. She is my wife. And this black-haired woman is her personal maid. My three wives are beautiful vampires. Chapter 7 Daughter-in-law. At this point, I was in my house sitting on a relatively large and cheap couch. Not that I care about anything like that. And Violet was sitting next to me while Kagaya was behind me holding the bear Violet had bought while she put away everything else that was Violet's behind the couch. Right now I was thinking about the decisions I made about my family and seeing the result. I think I made the right decision. My family is strange. But I love my parents very much and, if possible, I don't want to hide anything from them. I know the vampire world isn't something ordinary humans can handle and because of that, I made a deal with Violet to just keep the vampire world a secret. But that's only temporary. After all, I know this kind of secret will bite my ass in the future. I learned a lot from reading hero comics. They always had this bullshit attitude of hiding things and, in the end, someone important to the hero died. But I need to learn more about the world of vampires. When I'm ready, I will talk to my parents about this world then. After all, I want to give them this gift, too. Immortality. It's something everyone wants. And my parents are no exception. I guess. And I don't want to be alone forever. I know I would have my wife. But I can't imagine living without my bundle of joy that I call mom. I would miss my father too. And his company when I watch movies. Well, no use thinking about it now. This is something for the future. So, you're saying you've been in contact with Violet for several years and just recently, you guys met and started dating? My mother, Anna, asked in disbelief. Wrong. We became husband and wife. Violet spoke with a noble smile. You skipped the boyfriend stage and went straight to the wedding. Are you sure about that, son? My dad asked. And I knew what he was thinking when he asked that question. He was probably thinking something like, "You're so young. You've got a lot of fish in your net to catch. Are you sure you want to commit now? Marriage is not a good thing. You know." I'm pretty sure he was thinking about it since we've had this kind of conversation in the past. Although I'm absolutely sure he said it just for the sake of it. After all, his happy smile has never left his face. Yes. We have been dating online for about 3 years now and when we first met, it was like love at first sight. I'm sure I want to be with her forever. I say with a small smile as I confirm the story Violet and I created. Violet's noble mask starts to break into pieces and she starts to smile happily. As soon as she hugs me tighter, my mother looks at Violet and shakes her head several times as if she has understood something. I've taught you many times not to be a simp. And you've been chasing this cute girl for 3 years. My son. If you liked her, you should talk on the first day. You shouldn't wait for 3 years. My smile starts to crack and my eyes start to twitch. Woman. I said forget about those topics. Simp. You are being infected over the internet. Forget that word for the love of all gods. I practically yelled. My mom is always up to date with useless stuff. Seriously. Should I cancel this house's internet? It's better that I not. If I do that, maybe my mother will die. My mom just looks at me and sticks out her tongue. She looks like a kid. It's because of that jovial attitude that she doesn't have older friends. Wait. I think Travis's mom is her friend. Travis is my childhood friend who lives 2 houses away from where I live. My dad was dead serious. He looked like a politician who was about to make an important decision. Of course. That politician's important decision was probably about stealing income from a children's school. Or stealing from another politician. So. Did you or didn't you? Father. Did you or didn't you? You know what I'm talking about. Penetration of the sacred cave. Drowning the goose. Letting the dragon drink the divine nectar. Double cultivation. Etc. There are several names. No need to be ashamed. At the end of the day, this is a normal act. No matter what society says. The act of drowning the goose is not a sin. He looked like a wise man right now. Looks like he's reached nirvana or something. My mom suddenly gets up and hits him on the head. Stop embarrassing our son. What if he loses his wife over this? Do you know how difficult it will be for him to get another woman? Do not screw it up. Mother. You don't have any confidence in me. Huh. My dad makes an apologetic face. My mom looks at me. And. Did you or didn't you? Woman. Did you forget what you said a few seconds ago? That thing about not embarrassing me. Can we just forget about it at once? Don't you have any other questions to ask? I spoke with a desperate face. The two look at each other and shrug. We don't. Huh. Now I'm confused. Victor. You're 21 years old. You're an adult and your mom and I have confidence in you. We always think you've got your head in the right place. You were never like other teenagers and you never gave us any problems. So we trust your decision. Father. Mom. I didn't know they thought of me that way. For some reason. This trust made me happier. And. Did you do it? The two asked at the same time. My smile threatened to break now. Yes. We did. Violet replied with an amused smile. Violet. Looking at her embarrassed face. I understood that she was confusing the act of sucking blood with sex. They both look at me in disbelief. Then they flash the biggest smile I've ever seen in my life. Did you hear that, honey? They did it. We have to buy fireworks. Let's go out now. My mom suddenly ran upstairs. Hey. Wait for me. I have to buy the biggest fireworks I can. Let's celebrate. This is a happy occasion. Damn. I wish it was Saturday. I could have a barbecue. My dad got up and ran after my mom. Soon the two come down with clothes and with the car keys in hand. We'll be back soon. Take care. And don't do anything your dad and I wouldn't. My mom said and winked at me. It was pretty obvious that she was hinting at me to do something. I just looked at it all in disbelief. When my mom and my dad left in the car, I looked at the door for a few seconds and started laughing. I really love my family. Lord Victor's family is. Kagaya spoke. Weird. I would say amusing. But the gentleman is the one who said that. Kagaya replied. This made. Somehow. It makes me a little jealous. My mom and dad would never talk to each other like that. Violet spoke with a sad little smile. They've spent so much time together they can't stand to see each other's faces. I touch Violet's head and start stroking her head. We won't be like that. Right. She spoke looking at me. She touched my other hand. And I could feel she was shaking a little. I don't know. I answered honestly while stroking Violet's hair. Then I continued. I may not be very experienced. But I can say something. Relationships are a two-way street. If we strive to make it right, I believe that it will work. I don't think I'll ever regret turning you into a vampire. Victor. But there's one thing I'll always regret. What is it? I asked, curious. She squeezes my other hand tighter. I should have stopped those two bitches from being close to the ritual. She spoke in a poisonous tone that carried a lot of hate. Two bitches? Is she talking about those voices? Why didn't she want them both close to the ritual? I look at Kagaya. And she shakes her head in a gesture that says she won't say anything. I look at Violet and see her with a murderous expression. I don't know what's going on. But one thing I'm sure of. If a woman is insecure, you must show confidence that everything will be fine. Advice from my mother. Don't worry, Violet. She looks at me confused. I move closer to her face. And then I kiss her. She is surprised for a moment. But soon she kisses me back. But since we're both inexperienced, our teeth bump into each other. We both stopped kissing and looked at each other. And soon started to laugh a little. Don't worry about things you can't control. It will cause you stress. I recommend you enter the school of Stoicism. It will help you a lot. Stoicism. What is it? Violet asked. It's a philosophical doctrine that emerged in Greece in the 4th century. Some of its teachings are quite useful. I said, a little joking and a little serious. Violet looks at Kagaya. Kagaya nods and then she disappears. For a moment I saw her running towards the door. She probably went to buy a book or something. I'm slowly getting used to Kagaya's speed. But I still can't follow her with my eyes. But two bitches. Huh. As I expected. More things happened after I bit Violet. I can think of two things that happened. I bit the other two female voices like I did with Violet, which I think is very unlikely. After all, Violet said the ritual can only be done by one person. Or those two voices did something to me. I'm inclined to believe this one since Violet is quite protective of me. And I don't remember what happened in the ritual either. Well, it's no use thinking about it too much now. I'll just keep this in mind until I find out more. I have to sort out more important things now. Currently, I am at the university. Before going to the university, I passed my job and resigned from McDonald's. I plan to earn money in a more practical way. I will rob thieves. Think about it. If you have the power of a superhuman, what will you work for? Be a good law-abiding citizen. PFF. The politicians themselves are the ones who steal the most. And they are the people who run this town. They just don't get caught. Because they know how to hide their tracks. So if I steal from a thief who stole from someone else, am I not a good person? Of course the money would be mine. And I wouldn't pay that money back or anything like that. But before that, I need 3 things. First, I need a fake SSN, a fake ID, and a fake bank account. As I don't know about this, I will ask Violet or Kagaya. They must know something. Second, I need a black mask. Third, I need a black uniform as cringe as possible. Those clothes that could only exist in anime like Tokyo Vampire or something like that. I need to make a persona. A thief who steals from other thieves. Fourth, this is optional, I need some music. Imagine from John Lennonbo. Why do I need this song? No reason. And the sound of the piano soothes me too. I plan to listen to it while I'm at college. First, I will rob thieves and make easy money. Then I will put this money in a bank in a tax haven. By doing this several times, I can solve my money problems. I could make it easier. I could just charm all the corrupt politicians and thieves, etc. But I will avoid doing that for now. After all, I believe the Inquisition has something that can track vampires. That's not too hard to deduce assuming they hunt vampires. Honestly, this organization would be flawed from the start if they had no means of tracking down vampires. For now, I just need money. When I get money, I will think about what to do next. I'm at college alone. Violet is at my house. She said something about renovation or something. Before she left, I had to, unfortunately. I almost cry blood when I think about it again. Cough. Unfortunately, I had to delete my hardest game ever folder. More than 2 terabytes of videos were deleted. I cried blood when I hit the delete key on my computer. But it's all for the greater good. Yes, it's all for the greater good. I keep repeating that sentence in my head like it's a mantra. I can't have Violet finding out about that folder. Goodbye bachelor life. Goodbye my porn. As I walked around the university, I noticed that people were looking at me differently. Before, they just looked at me and ignored me. But now, they're looking at me with a shocked face. And sometimes they let out a sigh of disbelief. Hey, do you know him? A woman spoke in a low voice to her friend. He looks familiar. But at the same time he doesn't look familiar. The friend replied. He looks hot, I heard it from somewhere. I still think the captain of the basketball team is better. A woman says. Well, I've changed a lot. Anyway. I walk towards my classroom but suddenly stop when I hear the sound of a basketball. Is our team playing today? I was curious. I am thinking about what to do now but, as I had decided that I just wanted to have fun at college, I decided to go to the basketball court. I was always interested in playing basketball. Before I couldn't because of my disease. But now, I clench my fist and the sound of bursting air is heard all around. What is that? Several people started to question. Did it look like something broke? A man said. Let's check the lab. Another man spoke. While ignoring the little chaos I caused, I wore a predatory smile. Now I can play basketball. I walked to the basketball court and, upon arriving at the basketball court, I see the university team playing a friendly match with the reserve players from the same university. They must be training. I pull my black sunglasses out of my pocket and put them on my face and, as soon as I activate my vision, my world turns red. I don't know why I do it. But it's kind of become a habit when I smell some weird smell. And when I walked into this court I could smell something. I don't know why my sense of smell is more developed than normal vampires. But Violet just said I was special. Specifically speaking, my blood was special. The RH null blood. Who would have thought that the blood that gave me so much trouble would benefit me in the future? Life is ironic for sure. Suddenly my vision focused on a silhouette that had a red glowing mark on its neck. Yes. It looks like there's a vampire inside. I undo my red eyesight and take off my glasses and it turns out that the person who is the vampire is the captain of the basketball team. Good. Just the person I hate the most. My 3 wives are beautiful vampires. Chapter 8 Grudges from the Past. Luann Davis. The captain of my high school basketball team. If you asked me which person I hate the most, I would name this man. Because of my illness, I was always in an anemic state. But that doesn't mean I couldn't do physical activities. In the past, when I was 20 years old, I was supervised by a physical educator who was my friend and, with his help, I could do light exercise. I've always had a craving since I was a teenager. I wanted to play sports. Do you know what it feels like to want to swim, play basketball, run, exercise, and not be able to? Because of my illness, I couldn't exert myself too much because if I tried too hard, I would pass out. In some of the worst cases, if I tried too hard, I would spend a week in bed at the hospital. But, despite that, my doctor said I could do light exercise. And for me, that was enough. I just wanted to get a basketball and play a little. Even if I was alone. But this man, Luann Davis, he wouldn't leave me alone. Every time I trained, every time I tried hard at something, he would come towards me and say, "This is pathetic. Why is a loser like you striving for something useless? You should just stay in a hospital bed." And, right after that, he hit me and threw me to the ground while saying that I shouldn't have been born. That I was just a burden to my mother. The classic bullying that you can see in any American movie. He didn't hurt me too much. He just pushed me and told me I was useless while also saying that my mother shouldn't have given birth to me. But, I still wouldn't give up. I wasn't doing it for him. I was doing it for me. However, with time, I started to hate him. I accepted him talking about myself. It doesn't affect me so much. But my mother. That is unforgivable. I knew that what I was doing was useless and that my condition didn't allow me to exercise. But he was the person who kept reminding me of how useless I was. If there's one good thing about this situation, it's that I never cried or showed any weakness. I can be physically weak. But I refused to cry in front of anyone. I refused to show weakness. There's a glaring difference between being bullied and accepting bullying. I never accepted what happened to me. But unfortunately, I couldn't do anything. One day I tried to report this to the director. But the director just ignored it. So I did what any sane person would do. I gave up practicing and waited for an opportunity to get revenge. Unfortunately, that opportunity never came. Someone was supporting Luann Davis and I didn't know who it was. I didn't want to tell my parents either. After all, that was my problem. It was about my pride. I had to solve it myself. Looking at Luann, I can see the vampire mark with my vision that I call vampiric vision. When I saw that brand, I understood everything. He had support. Precisely speaking, the support was from the master of this man. A noble vampire. Why did I deduct this? Luann was just a boy who suffered from a disease that made his muscles weak. But, for some reason, everyone forgot about it. And he got better all of a sudden. I had forgotten about it too. Wrong. It would be wiser to say that Luann's support was none other than a vampire. And I, as an ordinary human, couldn't do anything against that force. But now things were different. I see the basketball bouncing and stopping in front of me. Hey, you. Throw the ball over here. Someone yelled at me. I look at the ball and a smile appears on my face. I catch the ball in my hand and I start to bounce the ball on the ground as I walk slowly towards the court. When I get close to the court, I position myself for a toss and I throw the ball like an experienced basketball player. The ball travels across the court and lands directly in the basket. Everyone who saw this display of precision looked at me with disbelieving looks. What I did was impossible for the average human. But it's not totally impossible. NBA players can do it with a lot of practice. But I just used my vision combined with my vampire senses, and for me, that was pretty easy. To be honest, I didn't need to position myself to throw the basketball. But if I didn't, it would be pretty weird. Right, Victor? I heard a voice in disbelief. I look at the man. He is 190 centimeters tall with light brown hair and brown eyes. He had a delinquent rebel look, boasting a muscular body and a sharp look. Hey, Luann. Did you miss me? Is that Victor? The skinny one? What happened to him? A player standing next to Luann asked out loud. I flashed a smile that for a moment showed my sharp fangs. Those with low senses couldn't see it, but Luann. I'm sure he did. I walk calmly towards Luann. 379 days, I spoke with an irritated growl. It's been 379 days since the moment you decided I was a good punching bag. As I walked towards Luann, the players on the court started to get out of my way. They felt an invisible pressure forcing them to move. It was like if they didn't get out of the way, something really bad would happen to them. I'm a very mean person. You know, I can't let grudges be washed away by the river of time. As my father always said, an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth, punch for punch, and now it would be something like blood for blood. I stopped in front of Luann and looked up slightly. He was a little taller than me. And, as always, he had that cocky look on his face like he was superior to everyone. I don't like that. Hey, what do you intend to do? You're just a humble. Luann tried to say something. I gently place a hand on Luann's shoulder. And with a forceful gesture, I bring him to his knees. Crack. The ground around him broke like a spider's web. Ah, yes. That's the vision I wanted. That look of disbelief. That look of someone who thought he was on top only to be taken off his imaginary throne. But that's not enough. My smile starts to grow. I lower my head and approach Luann. Slowly. My smile starts to grow erratically. Slowly. My teeth, like shark fangs, start to show. And, slowly, with a ragged smile that almost borders on insanity, I say, you had fun, right? Treating me like crap. Hitting me. Saying I was useless. Badmouthing my mom. It was fun, right? I bet it was. After all, you always had a smile while doing it. Right? It was like you were playing with an insect that could break at any moment. Right? I put some strength in my hand and I felt his shoulder break. But I ask you, now what? I must give Luann credit. He didn't show any expression when he felt his shoulder being broken. looking at my fangs and my bloodshot eyes. He understood that I was just like him, and soon an angry growl came out of him. "You're just a newborn." He tried to get up, but he just stayed where he was. He didn't expect me to have that much strength. "Who gave you permission to get up?" He looked at me with a shocked face that made my smile grow wider and wider. "Luann. Is everything okay there?" someone asked. "Why, yes. We're just talking." Hearing the students' murmurs, I click my tongue, annoyed, and release Luann. My expression is back to normal. My teeth back to normal. And my eyes back to their bright blue. Now that I am calmer. I thought, this place has a lot of people. I walk over to the basketball and pick it up. Let's settle this the old-fashioned way. After all, we're not barbarians, right? I commented with a small smile. I notice his shoulder has already healed. As expected from vampire regeneration. I threw the ball to Luann. When Luann caught it, the force of the ball made him slide away from where he was. It just demonstrated once again how much stronger I was. Even for a vampire who has been transformed for more than 1 year like Luann. I think my blood has given me some unexpected benefits. Huh. 1-on-1. I said while holding up my finger. Whoever scores 7 points wins. Each ball in the basket is worth 1 point. In case of a tie, we continue to play until a player has 2 points more than the opponent. Simple, right? I spoke with a small innocent smile. Huh. Why are you coming in here and treating it like the court is yours? A player spoke. I just looked at the player with a disinterested look. He was 160 cm and looked like a very active teenager. The player started to boil with anger when he saw my gaze. When he was going to start screaming again, Luann said, "Okay, let's play." Luann gets up and that arrogance that I had eliminated in the previous conflict comes back stronger. Hey, yes. That's how it's supposed to be. He has to act. It can't break that easily. I won't be satisfied otherwise. It was decided that the judge would be a player who was too small to play on the basketball team. The two opponents used the entire court. On one side was Victor, a former aspiring basketball player. And on the other side was Luann, the captain of the basketball team. "What is happening?" asked a red-haired woman. Hearing the woman's question, a man quickly turned around and replied, "Apparently, the captain of the basketball team is going 1-on-1 with an aspiring basketball player. They seem to have a history together," said another woman who was nearby. "What do you mean? What happened?" asked the red-headed woman. When that man arrived, the woman pointed at Victor. He immediately got into conflict with the captain of the basketball team. It looks like the captain of the basketball team was bullying. Or something. That man with the blue eyes. Oh. The red-haired woman looks at the captain of the basketball team with a dangerous look. Isn't he that idiot's servant? The red-haired woman thought. But what are you doing here? Ruby. Shouldn't you be in med school on the other side of the building? Answers the woman while looking at Ruby. Ruby is a red-headed woman. She has long red hair that reaches her waist. Green eyes. And pale skin like she's running out of blood. She's wearing a red sweatshirt with black jeans and athletic sneakers. She is a little shorter than the girl who was talking to her. Around 175 cm tall. Ruby has a curvy body that can't be hidden by the baggy clothes she was wearing. And what's most impressive about Ruby's appearance is her breasts, which appear to be too big. This is also one of the reasons why she wears baggy clothes. She doesn't like people looking at her breasts. Oh. I heard a commotion and I came here to see what was going on. Ruby said as she went up the bleachers. She looked at Victor for a long time until she unconsciously grabbed her neck. Who do you think will win? The woman next to Ruby asked. Ruby lets go of her neck and sits down calmly. I don't know. She spoke honestly. They won't use their powers here. Right. Ruby suddenly looks at a spot and sees that spot is broken into a cobweb shape. She felt her eyes twitch when she saw that little wreckage, which was obviously done by the two newborns on the basketball court. Miss Ruby. It's a surprise to see you here. Suddenly a blonde man with green eyes appeared. Coincidence? Of course. It wasn't a coincidence. She thought disdainfully. But nothing showed on her expressionless face. Ruby looked at the blonde man. He looked like a typical middle-aged nobleman. Tall. With blonde hair and green eyes. Ruby points to the place that was destroyed. The man follows Ruby's finger and watches it for a moment. "I'll take care of it," he said in an annoyed tone. "Who was the fool who caused this? Tisk. It was probably my idiot of a dog," the blonde-haired man thought with annoyance. The man looks at Victor and Luann, who have started to approach each other from the court. The man sits down next to Ruby. "Whose newborn is this?" he spoke while looking at Victor with a haughty look. But he had a feeling he'd already seen Victor somewhere. Ruby snorts in disdain when she sees the man's gaze. But she doesn't let it show on her face. She just responds in a neutral tone. "He is the husband of the princess of the Snow Clan." Crack. Ruby looked at the spot and saw that the man had broken the bleachers a bit. She just looked at the man with a, "Are you serious?" look. She had just suggested not to attract attention and he did. "I guess the apple doesn't fall far from the rotten tree." Huh. Ruby thought as she associated the destruction on the court with the blonde man's subordinate. Ha 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 ha. You have got to be kidding. Right. A plebeian with the princess of Clan Snow. Has hell frozen over and I didn't know about it? Ha 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 ha. Ruby was tempted to further tease this man by saying that the Snow Clan princess wasn't the only one. But she was silent. "Corneliu. I hope you punish your subordinate after this event. You know we don't like attention." "Yes. Of course. He will definitely be punished." The now known man Corneliu spoke up. Ruby looked at Corneliu and saw that the expression was distorted with hatred. Hey. Did just learning that Violet has a husband cause him to go crazy like that? Men and their inflated egos. Ridiculous. Ruby thought in disdain. As soon as the whistle blows, Ruby loses interest in Corneliu and looks at the court with neutral eyes. My 3 wives are beautiful vampires. Chapter 9. The only one who forgives is God. I don't. The match was about to start. On one side was a pale man with bright blue eyes and dark black hair. He was wearing a red and white uniform with the number 69. It was a standard basketball player's uniform. While this man warmed up, women couldn't help but stare at the defined muscles of that man with a little lust in their eyes. Catching the girl's eyes, Victor looked around and thought, when did this become a show? Well, let's have fun. Victor displayed a toothy grin, but unlike before, those teeth weren't changing into shark-like teeth. It was just a normal smile that showed all of his white teeth. Suddenly Victor looks towards the bleachers. He could feel something in the bleachers calling to him. But he couldn't identify what it was. What are you doing, Lady Ruby? Corneliu asked Ruby, confused when he saw her suddenly duck. I am just picking up something that fell. Ruby replied neutrally. As she wondered, why did I hide? Why did I hide? You fool. Losing interest, Victor focused on his opponent. A tall man with brown hair and brown eyes. He looked like a delinquent. He was the man who made Victor's life hell for a year. The two men had unresolved issues and Victor wasn't planning on leaving the waters of times to wash away his grudge. He's not such a saint that he could forgive this man easily. He's a vindictive man. As the saying goes, an eye for an eye. A tooth for a tooth. Blood for blood. Luann just looked at Victor with a cocky smile. But he couldn't help but think about the things he did to Victor. Seeing how it came back to bite his ass in the future. He was wondering if the attitude he had in the past was right. I think I should have killed him when I had the chance. After all, at the time his blood smelled really good. He thought contemptuously. But despite thinking about it, he knew he couldn't kill someone. He wasn't prepared to take this step forward. For Luann, his master's blood is enough. When the judge throws the ball up, Luann, who was close to Victor, whispered in a low voice, don't use your gifts. Victor snorted disdainfully and said in a low voice, tell that to yourself. The two jumped at the same time, then hit the ball simultaneously. An intense exchange took place for a few seconds in the air. But soon the winner was decided. Victor throws the ball to the ground and it bounces in his favor. When he fell to the ground, the noise was very loud. It was like a very heavy man fell on the court. But strangely, the ground did not break. The moment Victor falls to the ground, He runs at human speed towards the basketball. And as he catches the basketball in his hands, he turns and sees that Luan is already beside him. Victor smiles and starts dribbling the ball. He makes some gestures with his hands to try to trick the opponent. But Luan is an experienced captain. He wouldn't fall into the trap. And Victor knew that. Suddenly Victor brings the ball to Luan's face and drops the ball to the ground. In making this sudden action, Luan's attention was completely focused on the ball slowly falling to the ground, but before the ball could land on the ground, a pale hand suddenly appeared and caught the ball. My God. Did he fake out the team captain? Wow. I can't believe he fell for such a simple trick. Someone from the stands spoke up. When Luan hears this, he grits his teeth in frustration and turns to chase after Victor. Victor runs while dribbling the ball to the middle of the court, and when he entered the circle of the court, he suddenly jumped. Everyone just stared in shock as they watched a human jump from the middle of the court and slowly reach the basketball hoop and bury the ball. Oh. The crowd roared excitedly. That was a slam dunk. I can't believe I'm seeing a 21-year-old boy dunking. Damn. That was amazing. How is that possible? Is this humanly possible? Hey. What's his name? Victor. Who was hanging from the rim of the basketball hoop, slowly broke free and fell to the ground. When he fell to the ground and turned around, he looked at Luan and saw that the man's expression was distorted with hate. It was too ugly to look at. But that expression filled Victor with satisfaction. Slowly a predatory smile began to form on his face. Humph. This newborn thinks highly of himself. Any vampire can do what he did. Ruby just looked at the blonde man like she was watching a rare creature. He totally forgot he was in a crowd of people. Huh. Ruby looks at the girl who was next to her and, for a moment, her eyes turn blood red. Ignore everything that man says. Okay. The woman replied in a robotic tone. Ruby nods contentedly. Her eyes soon turn green, then she looks at Corneliu and says, he's not using his gifts. Huh. Corneliu looks at Ruby. If he was using his gifts, the basketball court, the basketball hoop, and everything else would be destroyed. He's just using the ability of a trained human. It's quite impressive that he can control his strength so well. And I think he doesn't even realize what he's doing. Ruby compliments him. But Corneliu just snorted in disdain. All newborn vampires can do that. He's no big deal. He spoke in a normal voice. Oh. Can you tell me which newborn vampires can do this? I'm curious. Ruby's green eyes sparkled a little in curiosity. Corneliu was silent and ignored Ruby. Idiot. That's why female vampires hate you. Your ego is the size of the world, but it's also very fragile. You look like a child. Ruby thought with disdain. What about the agreement not to use your gifts? Luan asked in a hateful voice. I'm not using my gifts. I don't need to do something like that to defeat you. Victor spoke in disdain while maintaining an arrogant smile. Luan's face twists into hate. We'll see if you don't need to use your powers, he said in a hateful tone. He seems to have totally forgotten what he said a few seconds ago. Again. Both opponents were in the middle of the court. The referee throws the ball up and blows the whistle. The two opponents jump towards the ball. And again they fight in midair for a few seconds. But this time Victor loses. Luan falls to the ground and catches the ball. He turns around and is about to run towards Victor's basket, but is stopped by Victor standing in front of him. Luan starts dribbling the ball, and Victor tries to steal it. But Luan defends. It looks like the team captain has the advantage now. Of course. He wouldn't lose to a beginner. One of the captain's most fanatical fans spoke. Luan and Victor start running on the court. One was trying to make a basket and the other was trying to steal the ball. Getting irritated by the impasse, Luan tries to push Victor using his vampire strength. But Victor doesn't move. Crack. Oh. What was that loud noise? Are they okay? I think I heard a bone breaking. Someone near the court yelled. You're right. I heard a cracking sound like something had broken. A man standing next to him spoke. The audience was right. A bone broke. And it wasn't Victor's. Hey. Why are you wearing that pained expression? Will you cry? Just what are you made of? Luan asked in shock as he felt his ribs healing. He tried to take down Victor. But it felt like he was trying to bring down a mountain. Victor patted his chest and said, "I'm just built different." Luan huffed. He suddenly pulled away from Victor. Is he trying to do a long shot? Is he crazy? He's not even in the middle of the court yet. Even if he's the captain. That is impossible for him to do. Right. He's crazy. He really threw the ball. Fool. Luan said. Victor looked at the ball in the air and started running towards the basket he was protecting. Arriving at the basket, he just waits patiently for the ball to come down. If the ball enters the basket, bad luck for him. But if Luan misses, he is prepared for a counterattack. The entire crowd just watches anxiously as they wait for the ball to drop. Yes. The ball hit the hoop. He missed. Someone from the crowd shouted, "Hey. Looks like the goddess of luck is not favoring you today." Victor takes the ball and looks at Luan, who was running towards him. As he looked at Luan, he thinks, the goddess of luck is a bitch. One time she pays attention to you, but eventually, she loses interest and looks at someone else. So I don't need her. Victor positions himself to throw the ball. Don't tell me. Will he try to throw the ball from the end of the court? He's crazy. That's impossible. He's definitely not going to make that. Realizing what Victor is going to do, Luan increases his running speed. With only seconds left before he gets in front of Victor. Too slow, Victor said. Suddenly, Victor changes position and holds the ball with one hand, then he throws the ball. As soon as he threw the ball, Victor started running at high speed. Huh. What is he planning? Bomb. A thunderous noise was heard on the court. Everyone looked stunned and saw that the ball hit the panel above the basketball hoop and bounced. Do not tell me. Was that his plan? Ha 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 ha. Victor chuckled with a manic smile on his face that showed all of his teeth. Suddenly, Victor jumps up, then catches the ball in the air and buries it in the basket. Oh. This man is insane. Is he really human? How did he run from the end of a court and still manage to catch the ball in midair? Fool. He planned it. And you didn't see he ran before he threw the ball. If we calculate right, this feat is possible to do. It's just extremely difficult. A man with black glasses spoke as he lifted his glasses. For some reason, the people standing nearby could see the man's glasses glowing. Victor lets go of the basket's hoop and falls to the ground. Then he looks at Luan with the same smile that shows all of his teeth. Is this all you can do? He teased him again. Luan's expression starts to distort again. His expression was something to behold. He was extremely angry. Who does this newborn think he is? He comes to my territory and challenges me. Who does he think he is? He's just trash. I do not accept this. Seeing Luan's expression constantly changing, Victor just smiled, then smiled even more. He looked like a child who found a fun toy to break. Oh. Right. Luan spoke in a smug tone as if he realized something. I think I shouldn't hold back anymore. Victor stops smiling and looks at Luan. Noticing that his atmosphere has changed, he says in disdain, "Hey. And what happened to the agreement not to use powers? You've been using your powers from the start. Don't expect me to follow that rule." Tisk. Tisk. It looks like your brain is smaller than a dog. Actually, saying you have a dog's brain is very offensive for the dog itself. After all, at least dogs are loyal, Victor said while pointing to a local. Luan followed Victor's finger. And the moment Luan saw a man with blonde hair and green eyes standing in the stands, he froze. Corneliu made a gesture with his mouth. And Luan seemed to understand what Corneliu had said. Looks like the dog found its owner. Victor flashed a sneer. And what will you do? Victor asked as he smiled again. Are you going to obey your owner or are you going to continue? Decide. How good a dog are you? Make up your own mind. Choose. His smile grew with every word he spoke. He wanted Luan to continue. He wanted Luan to show that he wasn't a dog and challenge him. Seeing the gestures his master was making, Luan bites his lip and says, I give up. He spoke out loud. His voice seemed to be heard across the court. And everyone was looking at the basketball team captain in shock. Suddenly Victor's smile died. And he lost interest. Is that it? In the end, you're just a dog. Referee. You heard him. Right. The captain dropped out. The show is over. Victor said as he took off his shirt and threw it somewhere. Victor didn't wait for the referee to say something. He had lost interest. And he also fulfilled two of his goals. He humiliated Luann in front of the whole school he fought so hard to be accepted in and found out who was behind him. For now. That's enough. When the women saw Victor's body, they started talking to each other. My God. Look at his body. He is so hot. Does he have a girlfriend? Actually. Who is he? A woman asked confused. Victor flashed a sneer. He looked at the women in the stands and thought. I'm married. Witches. He didn't even set eyes on these women. Ruby. Who hid again when she noticed that Victor turned to the bleachers. Got up and looked at Victor who was leaving. Why do I keep hiding? Not even she knew why she was acting like this. She was just too embarrassed. Ruby then looks at Corneliu. And sees the kind of face he was making. Yes. He will definitely attack Victor. I have to tell Violet. Actually. I think I should just tell him myself. But. I'm embarrassed. I can't go out there and say. Hey. Victor. I'm your wife. Good morning. Just thinking about it makes me feel ashamed. Yes. I will definitely contact Violet. Maybe I will contact him myself. Ah. My head. Even though Ruby was going through a mental breakdown. Her face didn't change. She still had an expressionless face as she watched Victor walk off the court. My three wives are beautiful vampires. Chapter 10. A frog in a well. After the conflict I had with Luann, I lost interest in continuing college that day. I wasn't satisfied with just doing that to Luann. This 1-year grudge can't be washed away with just that. But I knew I would have my chance soon. And I could deduce it from the hateful face that noble vampire was making. He wasn't even trying to hide his hatred for me. And honestly, I didn't understand why he hated me so much. After all, I only hit his dog. Right. Noble vampires seem to be beings with egos the size of the world. I doubt he would be enraged by just that. Right. Before returning home I purposely waited for the noble vampire in an open dark place. I know vampires can't walk in sunlight, but if he was in college at that time then he must have ways to walk while the sun is shining in the sky. Right. He might have some car that doesn't let sunlight in. Or he might wear those clothes that cover his entire body. I waited for a few minutes. But when I realized he wasn't going to come, I lost interest. Before leaving the place where I was standing, I used my vampire vision to look around. And I didn't see any vampire souls. I only saw humans for several km. Realizing that everything was fine, I returned home. You fool. What were you thinking showing off in the middle of the entire university? Corneliu Funar yelled angrily as he hit the desk in the office he was at. Because of his supernatural strength, the desk he hit had his handprint carved into the wood. A few seconds before hitting the table, he managed to regain enough control to not destroy his table again. Corneliu was acting as a coach at this college. Despite being a coach, he didn't teach the students anything. He was only in charge of managing the basketball team. But that was just on paper. The reality was he wasn't doing anything. He was abusing his vampiric charm to stay in this school in an attempt to win the heart of Ruby, one of the 4 flowers of the vampire world. Luann at this point was very scared. He might act like a king in college, but he knows that in front of the vampire who gave him his gifts, he was nothing more than a slave. Luann knows that noble vampires are arrogant beings. They think the world revolves around them and they have a planet-sized egos. But that ego is as fragile as glass. At least, that's what Luann thinks of noble vampires. After all, he's only been in contact with a single noble vampire since he became a newborn. Luann looks at his master, Corneliu Funar, Heir House Funar, a spoiled vampire who thinks he's the center of the world. Luann still remembers the day he was in a hospital bed and a young man who looked like a fairy tale prince showed up to help him. He felt he was chosen to be that prince's knight. But the reality was much more difficult than he imagined. This prince was nothing more than a spoiled vampire. But as he helped him out of that deplorable condition, he still feels gratitude to his master. You have nothing to say? Corneliu yelled angrily. Luann remained silent. He knows that no matter what he says, he will suffer the punishment anyway. After suffering from it for a year, he's already used to it. Torture is something very light when you get used to it. As long as my master is not touching my family. For me, a little torture is nothing. Tisk. Corneliu ignores Luan and starts biting his fingers as he starts to think. This was a habit he had had since he was a child. A few minutes later, Corneliu thought of something. He looked at Luan. I'll save your punishment for later. But first, we must kill that newborn. Corneliu changed his aim. He thought that if he killed Victor he would be free to court Violet. Now that he knew Violet was in this town, he thought of it as an opportunity. Luan opens his eyes wide. Why? Why should we kill him? He stuttered. Despite being a vampire for over a year, Luan still hadn't killed a soul. He always drank his master's blood after all. Are you questioning me? If I say do something, you do it. Don't forget your position here. Corneliu spoke with a distorted face. Why yes, master, Luan stammered. Corneliu nodded in satisfaction. He sits down in the chair and starts to get annoyed when he thinks a newborn has stolen one of the flowers of the vampire world. Violet had always been an object of desire for all young noble vampires. A beautiful vampire with one of the rarest bloodlines in the vampire world. He couldn't accept that a humble newborn had decided to steal his most prized possession. Just wait. You little slave. I'm going to make you dog food. Corneliu spoke in a vicious tone. February 3rd. I'll be honest. I didn't expect Violet to make a huge basement in my house. I mean, I live in a normal American house. And I also have a small basement. But what I'm seeing right now is just bullshit. My old normal basement that you can see in many American houses now looks like a cave that has lots of tunnels and rooms. What did she transform this basement into? This looks like an underground base that came out of some movie. Don't tell me she installed an artificial intelligence named Blue Queen too. A better question. How did she do it so fast? Is it okay to make a basement this size here at home? Yes. Why not? Violet asked me. Curious. She was wearing casual clothes this time. A simple white sweatshirt and black denim shorts. She was also wearing purple sports shoes with the symbol of a famous sports brand. I was a little surprised by the outfits she picked out. I thought she only had black colored outfits or something. Or cosplay-like outfits. Well, she looks beautiful in those clothes. And I'm not complaining. Seeing me watching her, she displays a small satisfied smile. I mean, isn't my house going to fall down or something with a hole this size? I'm not very knowledgeable in physics. But I think if I create a hole this big under the house, won't the house fall down? I think that is how it works. Oh. Don't worry about it. Violet claps her hands lightly. And soon I feel someone approaching. I use my vampire vision and see that person as a human. The characteristics of a vampire are very easy to identify. But I always use my vampiric vision to make sure. After all, some humans look like vampires when they are afflicted by some kind of illness. Like the one I had. This woman was human. But she looked a little different from the normal humans I've seen. I could see her heart glowing as if inviting me to feed on her. But the blue aura that surrounded the woman and the heart that she seemed to glow brighter than an ordinary human I saw told me she wasn't a normal human. A woman with Western features appeared. She had short black hair and golden eyes. She was wearing a casual outfit consisting of a white shirt with a beach photo stamped on her chest, simple denim shorts, and a basic pair of sandals. She looked a little short. I think it was 155 cm. Or 160 cm. She looked a little shorter than Kagaya. Darling. Meet June. And June meet my husband. Victor. Violet said as she hugged my arms possessively. Yo. She said while making a V gesture with her fingers. Then she said. Can you stop looking at me with those red eyes? I'm feeling a little threatened. She spoke with a happy smile on her face. By her excited tone of voice and expression that looked like she was having fun, I honestly didn't believe she felt threatened at all. I close my eyes for a moment. And soon my vision returns to normal. I look at her with my sapphire blue eyes. And say, Sorry about that. It's a bad habit of mine, I said. Don't worry. Don't worry, she said while smiling. Lady Violet. I did my job and I want my payment. You can deposit it in my account with the same amount as always. I know. $1 million. Right. Violet spoke casually. I almost choked when I heard the amount of money. Just how much money does my wife have to go throwing around $1 million like it's a dollar bill? Yes. Yes. Indeed. June spoke while shaking her head. She makes a few gestures with her hands. And soon the basement began to change. White ceramics began to grow on the floor. And several wooden coffins began to be created in the bedrooms. The walls began to turn a whiter color and I could see that bricks began to be created. And like a magic trick, the basement that once looked like a cave now looks like the interior of a mansion that has been painted in a black and white theme. With my current knowledge, only one group of beings could do what this woman did, witches. June displays a small satisfied smile. But soon that smile changes to a happy, joyful smile. Indeed. June is a witch I hired when I arrived in the US. As you can see, she has more useful and unique skills. Violet spoke with an elegant smile. If you have an order that cannot be legally placed, you can ask June. She will charge dearly, but since you are my husband, she will give a discount. Right. Violet spoke with an elegant smile as she looked at June, who had her smile twitching slightly. Of course. Lady Violet. June said. I looked at Violet. And I could deduce a little bit of what she was thinking. This princess was thinking how helpful it is to have a person who can literally create a structure with a hand gesture. I think she plans to keep June around. For a small moment, I almost felt sorry for June. But it was only for a moment. After all, I barely know June enough to feel any sympathy for her. And Violet seems to have a long history with this witch. Why did you create this basement? I was going to ask Violet why she created this underground basement. But when I remember all the servants she had, I fell silent. Never mind. Violet pouted. I think she wanted to explain to me in detail why she created this basement. I smile a little and start stroking her head. For a moment, I feel Violet's body tremble like she's been shocked by electricity or something. As I stroked Violet's head, I looked at the newly constructed basement. Of course, this is all very useful since, if Violet's underlings live here, they will be quite helpful in the future. But how the fuck am I going to explain this to my parents? I've decided I'll keep it hidden from them. They can be weird and ignore my physical change. They can be weird enough and accept Violet as my wife easily. But this is another level of bullshit I would have to invent to convince my parents. Suddenly remembering the plans I had to earn money while walking through college, I looked at June. Just call me June, she said smiling. I need a fake ID. A fake bank account. Preferably a tax haven bank account. I also need a fake SSN. Can you arrange that for me? June looked at me confused. But soon she responded with a professional smile. Oh. That's easy. June picks up a phone and punches in some numbers. Then she starts talking to someone. A few minutes later she looks at me. Which fake name do you want? Name James Bonkoff. James Smith. For a moment, I almost named a famous agent from the movies. I thought it would be cool. But when I started stealing in the future, it could get me into some issues. Copyrights. Believe me, copyright issues are very annoying. Stealing is much easier than solving copyright issues. She nodded. A few minutes passed again. And I could feel Violet's breathing start to get more erratic. She was looking at me with glowing red eyes. She looked like she was going to jump on me at any moment. For a moment, I looked at my hand. Do I have a god hand? Why is she reacting like this just by me stroking her head? As I looked at my hand as if it were Midas' right hand. June just spoke on the phone. And soon she summons 2 documents. The first document is a fake ID card that has my fake SSN on it. And the other is my bank account. I look at the bank account document and I see the document is from a bank account in a tax-free country. The wonders of a tax haven. You are very efficient. Are all witches like this? I asked, genuinely surprised. This information is going to cost a little more. Do you really want to know? June spoke as her golden eyes sparkled a little. If this were an anime, I'm sure her eyes would turn into the $sign by now. Forget what I said. I reply. Tisk. Too bad. She pouted. She's really greedy. Huh. Well. At least she's honest. Violet suddenly looks at June with her blood-red eyes. Leave, she spoke as the teeth began to change into sharp teeth that could tear flesh easily. June felt a shiver run down her spine as she looked into Violet's eyes. Cough. I remembered that I had to feed my cat in Hawaii. Take care. Lord husband. Soon I will be back to collect money for my services. See ya. June makes a few gestures with her hands. And suddenly a magic circle appears on the ground. And she disappears. When June leaves, I suddenly feel an explosion of bloodlust coming from Violet. I display a small smile and I also let my desire out. I wanted her. I wanted her blood. Let's have fun. Darling, Violet spoke with a huge smile that showed all of her teeth. My 3 wives are beautiful vampires. Chapter 11 Obsession. And the perfect maid. Violet suddenly jumps on top of me. I quickly caught her in my arms. She wraps her legs around my waist. And I hold her by her soft ass. I look up a little bit and stare into her blood-red eyes. Darling. 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 She looked like she was going crazy. She had a huge smile on her face. The skin on her cheeks was a little red and she was breathing erratically as she hugged me. Feeling the bloodlust that is emanating from Violet's body, I too start to loosen the shackles that keep me under control. My teeth start to shift and a predatory smile appears on my face. Seeing my smile and realizing that I was accepting her advances, Violet's smile grows erratically. Slowly her teeth start to change into sharp fangs. But she doesn't attack me right away. She starts sniffing me. And breathing erratically as if out of breath. She brings her face close to my neck. Starts licking my neck with her tongue and, when my neck is wet enough, she opens her mouth and then bites me. I feel my blood being drained. I also feel an unnatural surge of pleasure enter my body. This feeling was very addictive. I push Violet into the wall. I hear the sound of the wall cracking. But I don't care. I also open my mouth. And soon I bite her neck too. She stops sucking my blood and moans sensually as remnants of my blood that she sucked and didn't have time to swallow start to fall from her sharp fangs. I feel my shirt being smeared with the blood but I don't care. I feel something wake up, and it was like a vampire who can't see the sunlight opening the lid of his coffin. It also feels like he was rubbing on Violet's coffin, wanting to wake her up from her sleep for them to have fun tonight. Wonderful. Violet starts licking my neck again as her coffin starts to shake as the vampire wakes up. Unfortunately, I couldn't directly feel the real deal. But that's a problem that can be solved easily. When I was going to rip my clothes off with my right arm, I sensed a horrible stench coming from an area near my house. It was like someone opening the sewer in my street. Violet seems to smell it too. And I see all the bloodlust in her excitement has faded and been replaced by annoyance. I get annoyed too. That would be an understatement to say how upset I was. My feeling now was like I was about to eat a delicious meal with my wife. But suddenly the sewer in the street broke. And the place we were eating stank with a terrible odor. I stop sucking her blood and look up using my vampire vision. I see 2 silhouettes at a considerable distance from my house. I see 2 men together. They were both human. But just like June, they had an aura covering them as if it was protecting them. But, unlike June whose aura was blue, these individuals' auras were golden. And I was smelling a horrible stench coming from them. Hearing someone's teeth grind, I look over at Violet and see that she has a rather startling expression on her face. Her face was distorted in anger. She was completely pissed off. Those fuckers. They just had to come and interrupt my moment with my husband. Those motherfuckers. They just can't sit in their church and be quiet while they play with the kids they love so much. Those mangy dogs. Pieces of shit. I just opened my eyes in surprise as I saw Violet's face distort into various expressions of disgust and anger as she spoke words that would make the most experienced sailors proud. I bring my face closer to Violet's neck and start licking the blood off her neck. Upon feeling me lick her neck, She stops insulting the people I assume are from the Inquisition and moans a little. Ah. I feel her gaze on my neck and she soon starts licking me too. As I licked her I said, "Calm down. And think clearly. I sincerely doubt these agents are here looking for us." Ah. She moans again, this time a little louder. And while breathing a little harder. She says, "The agents of the Inquisition." Ah. She bites her lip a little and wraps her legs tighter around my waist. I start to lightly pat her ass while licking her neck and blowing a little in her ears. Wait. Ah. I can't form a coherent train of thought while I feel like liquids have started to leak from her sacred coffin. And wet the shorts she was wearing. Darling. Ah. Wait. She spoke the last word in a strong tone. I stop my caresses and look at her face, which was a flushed mess. Her breathing was erratic. And she was looking at me with desire burning in her eyes. "Are you calmer?" I spoke while trying to ignore my impulses. "Yes," she replied as she tried to catch her breath. She pushes me away from her and claps her hands in a "let me down" gesture. I nod my head and let go. Then I too step away from her and look at the visitors. Cough. Cough. She coughed a few times. And soon she had a noble look again. That look would be more convincing if her shorts weren't wet and her face wasn't a flushed mess. What was I really talking about? She asked out loud with a confused face. I can't help but laugh a little when I see the face she was making. "What?" she said, looking at me while pouting. I was thinking how adorable my wife is. Hearing what I said, I could see her pale skin starting to turn a healthy red. She made a humph sound and turned her face away while she had a happy smile. She is so adorable, my God. How can such a lovely creature exist? Before my wife and I fell into our pink world again. I said, "The Inquisition?" She looks at me confused. "The Inquisition? What about them?" I just look at her with an expressionless face. Don't tell me she already forgot. I look up and see they're walking like they're looking for something. One of them is also holding something in his hands that I don't know what it is. At least they've stopped stinking a little bit. "Oh. Those bastards. Huh." She spoke when she sniffed the air and smelled the stench. Her face grimaced with disgust. And then she continued. "The Inquisition agents are probably patrolling. They have a device capable of tracking vampires. This device is useless when they are hunting noble vampires. But for hunting common vampires without support, this device is very useful." "Why is this device useless for the nobles?" I asked. Curious. "Noble vampires are the only vampires who can pay witches to do countermeasures for this type of technology," she spoke. And then she continued. "Of course there are exceptions. There are ordinary vampires who have been transformed and have a lot of accumulated wealth. After all, this is the United States, the country of capitalism. There are several plebeian vampires with a lot of money here. These agents who are patrolling must be recruits, since an experienced agent has his own means of investigating the presence of a vampire in the region." Just out of curiosity, how much does this countermeasure cost? I asked. Curious. Depending on the witch you contact, the value could reach $5 billion. I opened my eyes in shock. Isn't this too inflated? That's what happens when a product is monopolized. Witches are the only ones who have this technology. They can put whatever price they want on it. That's why noble vampires always invest in maintaining friendly relations with witches. Violet said as she walked to one of the bedrooms. "I'm going to change clothes." She straightens her hair that was messed up. And then she started to take off the sweatshirt she was wearing and was just in a black bra. After that she started to take off the jean shorts she was wearing and was left with only black panties. I decided to follow her towards the bedroom, of course. When I go towards the room, Kagaya appears from my shadow and holds my shoulders with her hand. "What are you doing, Kagaya?" I couldn't help but ask in a neutral tone. "Lord Victor, please don't be a degenerate now. You have all eternity to feast on each other's lusts. You have all the time in the world to practice the act of reproduction. You might even decide to make 11 babies in the future to compete in the World Cup. But now is not the time for that." I feel my eyes twitch a little when I hear Kagaya's words. Can't this woman speak in a better way? And why the hell does she think I would make 11 babies just to play in the World Cup? Shouldn't vampires be hard to get pregnant or something? Please join me, Lord Victor. Kagaya said as she pointed to the room beside Violet. I think for a few seconds about my decision. I know that Kagaya won't stop me again from entering Violet's room. I also know if I enter Violet's room now, and I see my wife as she came into the world, I'm going to get excited again. And start teasing my wife. On the one hand, I want to go into my wife's room right now. But this horrible stench that seems like the stench of a sewer lowers my spirits. Tisk. First let's solve this little problem. I can't be horny now. I decide to follow Kagaya's suggestion and walk towards the room next to Violet. I enter the room and see that there is a change of new clothes on the bed. Lord Victor. Do you want help changing? Kagaya asked while gesturing with her hand. She was looking at me with an expressionless face. But I could see her eyes shining. I swear I saw her doing an expression of, please accept. I'm a trustworthy maid. I'll be honest. I was a little curious how she was going to change my clothes so. Like a good adventurer. I said. Of course. Help me change my clothes. When I spoke those words, Kagaya's eyes changed to blood red. And I could see her eyes light up as if she was excited, then she displayed a small satisfied smile. As expected from Lord Victor. Lady Violet has chosen a good husband. Before I can understand anything, she disappeared into shadows and passed through my body. I noticed that the clothes that were on the bed disappeared and, without me understanding anything that happened, Kagaya was standing in front of me again holding the clothes I was wearing. The clothes I was wearing were even folded. It all happened so fast I could barely understand what happened. I looked down at my chest and realized I was already dressed. This is impressive, I comment surprised. I was talking about her speed. And how she changed my clothes without me feeling her touch on my body. She holds her hand to her chest as a gesture of respect and speaks with an expressionless face. But I can tell she was proud. I am the strongest and most perfect maid. Of course. This would be a natural result. Hey. I display a small smile. Somehow I find her adorable. I approach her and start stroking her head. She lifts her expressionless face a little and looks at me. I could see her eyes light up a little. She looked excited. Lord Victor. Please keep your hands off the maids. Within just one day. Are you already cheating on your wife? My smile threatens to break when I hear what Kagaya says. Is it not the maid's duty to serve her master? I spoke with a small smile. So. You are abusing your authority. She spoke with the same expressionless face. I understand. As it's the master's order. I can't do anything. After all. The master's orders are absolute in. As I am a perfect maid and the eldest of my sisters. I must be the one to sacrifice myself so that you don't lay your hands on the younger maids. She spoke as if she were making a great sacrifice. This maid. She's read a lot of erotic books. I stop stroking her head and tug at both her plump cheeks. Lord Victor. I'm not a masochist. I don't like pain. Please stop. Stop your delusions. Maid. I let go of her cheek. When she lowered her head and touched her cheeks, which I pulled, I stroked her head lightly and said, Good job, Kagaya. I said gratefully. I really like this maid's personality. I feel Kagaya tremble a little when I said those words. I think she didn't like what I said. I looked down. But I just see Kagaya's black hair. I stopped petting Kagaya and left the room. As I walked towards the stairs that lead to my house, I decided to wait for Violet upstairs. After all, I just heard my parents' voices. I think they came home. When Victor left the room, Violet, who was wearing a different outfit, appeared in the room Victor was in and looked at Kagaya, who had a shocked expression. Kagaya. Violet speaks. Kagaya awakens from stupor and assumes a blank expression. Yes. Lady Violet. Violet's eyes changed to blood red and she spoke in an emotionless tone. He's mine. He's only mine. She spoke in an obsessive tone. I know. Lady Violet. I was just surprised. It won't happen again. Good. Violet's eyes return to their normal color and she smiles contentedly. Violet turns and starts walking towards the stairs. Lady Violet. Kagaya calls out. Violet stops walking. What do you intend to do about Lady Sasha and Lady Ruby? Violet heard Kagaya say. Violet's body starts to shake. She clenches her fists tightly and the air around Violet starts to heat up. If a normal human saw Violet's face at this point, they would just run away in fear. Her face was distorted in anger. Her eyes were glowing with a dangerous glint. And all her sharp teeth were showing. She didn't look like a noblewoman. She looked like a monster that was hateful enough to burn the world. Realizing that Violet was losing control again, Kagaya takes a small green ball from her pocket and breaks it. Then she spoke in a neutral tone. June. I know. June, who was wearing a green bikini, appears in a magic circle and, with a snap of her fingers, she insulated the entire basement she created with a sound isolation barrier. She made sure that any sound could not be heard outside the door or on the surface. She also reinforces the walls with her magic power. No longer able to take the feeling she was holding, Violet punches the wall. Those bitches. Boom. The wall breaks in the shape of a spider's web. She has an absurd strength as always. And it looks like she's stronger. June spoke in a calm tone as if this happened often. But she was a little surprised that Violet was getting stronger. He is just mine. Just mine. I will not allow any woman near him. I will kill those whores. A bloody pressure began to spread throughout the basement. Realizing that Violet was raging uncontrollably and not returning to normal, Kagaya says, Lady Violet. The two women are your childhood friends. Hearing Kagaya's words, the atmosphere around Violet weakened considerably. But the sense of danger was still present. Violet clenches her fists tightly and bites her lip in frustration. It's like she's having an internal battle. But soon her obsession with Victor seems to win. Violet spoke in a tone devoid of emotions. I know, that's why I don't want Victor to meet them. I don't want to have to kill my friends from childhood. Soon she began to control her powers and the atmosphere returned to normal as if nothing had happened. June makes a gesture with her hands and soon the barrier she put in place disappears, as always. The same amount of money in the same bank account. I'll charge a little more also for the teleportation tools. These things aren't cheap. And please don't call me suddenly. I was in Hawaii enjoying the beach. You know. Tisk. Tisk. See ya. She spoke as she threw 3 more green balls to Kagaya, who took them and put them in her pocket. From beginning to end, Kagaya just looked at June like she was looking at a piece of trash. But in the end, she nodded her head in agreement with June's requests. The witch's services were cheaper compared to other witches who she knew. So spending a little money to prevent Violet from screwing it up is a small price to pay in Kagaya's view. Natalia, the blonde maid, appears from a hidden door. She came here through the secret passages June made in the basement. She was just having tea in one of the hidden rooms in this basement. But she decided to come here when she saw the noise Violet was making. What do you intend to do? Natalia asked. Kagaya sighed and said, as the perfect maid, I cannot let Lady Violet make a mistake that she will regret in the future. After all, the maid must always want the best for her master. She spoke in a neutral tone. Then she continued. Lady Violet is not taking the whole situation calmly. Her obsession with Victor is clouding her judgment. The ritual is absolute. All 3 women must join Lord Victor. Because if they don't, Lord Victor may fall into a deep sleep. And the 2 women could also join him. If that happens, Lady Violet will go mad. Kagaya can't help but think inwardly. Sigh. This whole situation is complicated. Especially considering this has never happened before. Natalia spoke in a neutral tone with a small sigh. Kagaya nods. And soon she makes a decision. I'll get in touch with Lady Ruby and Lady Sasha. Natalia, the blonde maid who was wearing a French maid uniform, said. Be careful with the church dogs when you go out. Kagaya nods and disappears into the darkness. My 3 wives are beautiful vampires. Chapter 12. A hardworking maid. On the rooftop of a 20-story building was a maid with short black hair looking in the direction of a particular university. The university she was looking at was the same university Victor attended. Despite being several kilometers away, Kagaya could see the college as if it were very close. As she watched college, Kagaya began to think about what had happened in the past 2 days. Kagaya wouldn't lie to herself. She was a little surprised at Violet's new husband. At first, I thought he would run away when he saw my master's psychotic attitude. Kagaya commented to herself. After all, she knew Violet's personality well. Kagaya was a new vampire by vampire standards. She was only 210 years old. Since she became self-aware, she has always been trained to be the personal servant of the Snow clan leader or heir. Kagaya is part of Clan Blank, a subsidiary family of Clan Snow. The two families have a blood bond that cannot be broken because Clan Blank's ancestor was one of the main members of Clan Snow who fell in love with a Japanese noble vampire. That is a story that happened over 1,000 years in the past. It is because of this ancestor that Clan Blank has some Japanese characteristics. Kagaya herself is a perfect example. Kagaya did not inherit the Snow clan's flames, but she did inherit Snow clan's immunity to the sun. And because of that immunity, Kagaya had to serve Clan Snow. Normally, it shouldn't be like that. After all, Kagaya's ancestor was part of Clan Snow's main house. And he married a noble Japanese vampire who could control the shadows. But, because of the untimely death of Kagaya's ancestor's wife, the descendants of the noble vampire were left without political support and, because of that, they were demoted to a subsidiary family that exists only to serve the Snow clan. What about Kagaya's ancestor? He didn't care. The moment he found out his wife died, he disappeared and left his children in the care of Clan Snow. For Kagaya, this was really a tedious story. A story from a second-rate movie. Because of a vampire's decision, an entire bloodline was doomed to live eternally serving a clan. Nice job. Huh. Kagaya thought aloud with a small smile on her face. Kagaya had always wanted to be the perfect maid since she was a little girl. In a way, she was just doing it to be praised. It was like a child who was trying to get the attention of her parents. But her efforts were never recognized. When Victor said, "Good job," for a moment, she remembered her childhood. Just for a moment, she felt happy. But it's not all flowers. Reality soon hit her when Violet called out to her. Kagaya exhibited a small disdainful smile. Hey. I think, in the end, the stalker found a good man. Maybe I should work a little harder. Kagaya had a secret of her own. At first, she didn't like Violet. Wrong. She didn't like the Snow clan's heir. She didn't like to feel trapped by the duty that was placed on her from birth. She liked being a servant. But she didn't like to feel attached to someone. The perfect maid can freely choose the master she wants to serve. Unfortunately, I'm far from being the perfect maid. Kagaya spoke with a shrug as she made a bored gesture as if she had no choices. But soon she assumes her blank expression. But as Lady Violet's personal maid, I can't let her make a mistake she'll regret in the future. After all, I can't be a perfect maid. But at least I am a hardworking one. She chuckled a little to herself. And soon she jumped in the opposite direction to the university that Victor studied. You guys really went to buy. I thought you were kidding, I said, surprised and a little disbelieving what I was seeing in front of me. I was looking at my mom and dad who bought several boxes of fireworks. Why do you have that dead fish face? She asked me. And then she still doesn't give me time to answer anything. Oh. You always have that look on your face. I'm sorry. Anyway, we have to celebrate. You have no idea how much I wanted a daughter-in-law so I could cuddle and cuddle. My mother spoke with a smug face. Why are you treating my wife like she's your daughter? I can't help but comment internally. Suddenly my mother ran towards the kitchen and started looking for someone. She looked like a child who acquired a new friend and wanted to play. When she saw Violet, who was looking into the kitchen like she was looking at her archenemy, she ignored Violet's expression and hugged her. Violet makes a surprised expression. But soon she smiles softly and turned to look at my mom. Lady Anna. What are you doing? Wrong. 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 She spoke the same word over and over while shaking her head. You are my son's wife. So you must call me Mom. Violet looked shocked at my mother. Violet was a tall woman. She was 180 cm tall. compared to my mom who was 170 cm tall. So from my perspective, seeing my mom hugging Violet was a bit comical. She looked more like a younger sister to Violet than my mother. Mother. Violet spoke with a difficult expression. It was like a person who had never spoken those words before in her life. Yumu. Yumu. My mom breaks away from Violet and nods with a satisfied expression. That still wasn't enough, but I realize you're uncomfortable. So I won't force you into anything. It's not that. It's just. Violet was going to say something. But she was silent. It seems she must have some family issues. Shish. Don't worry. Everyone on this planet has secrets. Even my son and his wife. My mom spoke with a meaningful smile. Violet smiled a little with a grateful expression. But anyway. Why were you looking at the kitchen like it was your archenemy? My mom asked curiously and, as always, she was brutally honest. Violet's expression takes on several shades of red. She ducks her head in embarrassment and pouts. I was never good in the kitchen. And I wanted to make Victor something to eat. Mom and I looked at Violet in shock. Suddenly my mom starts hugging Violet tighter. Kya. You are so beautiful, my god. My son hit jackpot. Violet's face is completely red and she looks to me for help. But I just shrug like it has nothing to do with me. She suddenly takes on an expression of someone who has been left to survive alone in the wild. Sorry, my wife, but I want you to be my sacrifice to my mother. And, looking at the small smile on Violet's face, I can see that she's not disliking my mom's attitude. She's just a woman who isn't honest with her feelings, although she's surprisingly honest when it comes to me. I decided. My mom suddenly stops hugging Violet and yells. Then she continues. I'm going to teach you how to cook. When I heard my mom's words, I couldn't help but wonder about the doubt I had when I heard Violet was bad at cooking. Can vampires eat regular food? Really? Violet asked with bright eyes. Of course. Let's go. Suddenly my mother pulls Violet by the arm and leads her into the kitchen. Soon the two women start talking. You found a good wife. My dad said as he was leaning against the wall with his arms crossed. I look at him. And see him smiling at me with a satisfied face. I display a small smile. You're wrong. Dad. My dad looks at me confused. I didn't find her. She found me. I said. Women these days are more honest with their feelings. Huh. He spoke with a small smile. Then he crouches down and tries to pick up the boxes full of fireworks. Leave it to me, Dad. I said as I walked over and placed all the boxes piled on my shoulder. In total they bought 3 boxes the size of a normal microwave. My father, seeing me putting all the boxes on my shoulder, couldn't help but smile at me satisfied. Now you can work as a bricklayer. You used to be very weak. Oof. I felt like someone had stabbed my heart with a stake. I look at my dad and think, he's really going to ignore the changes in my body. Huh. Or maybe he doesn't care. Anyway, I appreciate that he's not asking anything. As I carried the boxes into the living room, I asked my father, by the way, what took you so long? After all, it's already turned into night. I seem to speak loud enough for my mom to hear because she stops talking to Violet and looks at me. We wanted to give you guys privacy. After all, you guys are supposed to be horny with each other. Right, Mother? I looked at her in shock. Woman, control your mouth. I know this is normal. You two are young, etc. My mom spoke in a bored tone like it was no big deal. Indeed. We enjoyed last night. Violet spoke with a smile on her face. She was saying that last night we sucked each other's blood, but that only increased the misunderstanding. My mom looks at Violet with shining eyes. Looks like I'm going to like you even more than I already do. I found a partner. Partner? Violet questions confused. Yes. Do you know how difficult it is to be the only honest person in this house? My son is an antisocial man that, if it weren't for my teachings, would have become a simp to some successful streamer. Woman. Why do you know these useless things? I thought as I placed the boxes in the room. Oh. Violet looks at me and I turn away, ignoring her. After all, there are some truths to my mom's words. I wouldn't become a simp because I didn't have money, and I wasn't foolish enough to believe that if I gave these streamers some money, I could get in their pants. Besides, I didn't even have time to think about it because I was worried about my health, and in the past, I looked like a thin undead. I doubt any woman would be interested in me. And my husband, well, he's my husband, she spoke in a flat tone. It was like she didn't have much to say about my father. Well, in general, my father is a good father. He never missed anything at home, and he was always there when we needed him. Hey, woman. Don't dirty my image in front of my daughter-in-law. My father yelled. My mom just sticks her tongue out to my dad. Suddenly I smell the sewer stink again. Those agents must have returned. Honestly, I didn't have a problem with these agents. They were just doing their job, but for some reason, they stank like a sewer, and that annoyed me. I'm just annoyed by the fact that I was having a good, normal conversation with my family, and suddenly someone seems to have opened the sewer in the middle of our house. It was just an irritating feeling. Honey, should we get your things? I spoke out loud when I noticed Violet was starting to show her gentle face. I didn't want her to show this face to my parents. Although I think it's adorable. I don't know if my parents would like it, and that was a gamble I didn't want to make, and I'm self-conscious enough to realize that her face is scary for normal people. Even though that expression is so adorable. Hearing my voice, Violet controls her expression and smiles gently. You're right, darling. My mom makes a sad expression. But we were having fun, she spoke while pouting. Don't worry, mother. She paused and spoke the last word with a hard face. She clearly wasn't used to saying that word. Soon that expression fades into a kind face. I live near here. And I just need to get some more clothes. I see. Well, take care and come back soon, she spoke with a gentle smile. I'll be right back, mother. Violet said. She looked like she could say the last word a little easier now. She walked towards the door. I'll be right back, Mr. Leon. Violet said in a polite tone. Just call me Leon. My dad said. Violet nods her head, smiling. I look at my dad and say, I'll be right back, Dad. My dad nodded and said, take care of yourself out there, son. I nod my head indicating that I understand, and then walk to the door. Violet holds my arm like a good wife, and we walk out of the house. When the door to the house closed, Victor and Violet suddenly disappeared. My 3 wives are beautiful vampires. Chapter 13, Ruby Scarlet. Ruby Scarlet's house. A beautiful woman with long red hair and a body that would be the envy of any model was sleeping soundly in a very ordinary-looking king-size bed. She was sleeping in a very comfortable position. It seemed that nothing in this world could interrupt her sleep. Lady Ruby. Suddenly a woman's voice can be heard in the bedroom. Ruby gave a sign of life but continued to sleep. After all, she was fully convinced that no one would dare interrupt her sleep, and she also knew that no one would dare attack her family, and because of that conviction, she could sleep as if she had no worries in the world. Lady Ruby. This time Ruby heard the woman's voice. But she was too lazy to get up. Though, for a moment, she thought this woman's voice was all too familiar. Well, she was too lazy to think. So she decided to continue to sleep. Kagaya. You're doing it wrong. Suddenly Ruby hears her personal maid's voice. Oh. How do you wake up your master? Luna. Kagaya asked in a neutral tone. Luna flashes a sadistic smile and approaches Ruby, then she says. Ruby. I ripped up your entire personal anime collection. Ruby suddenly opens her eyes and looks coldly at Luna. Her personal maid. You won't fool me again. Luna. Ruby said in a cold tone. Tisk. Looks like I have to find another way to provoke Lady Ruby. The maid spoke aloud with a pout. Kagaya just looks at Luna with emotionless eyes. Luna was wearing a maid's uniform similar to Kagaya's. She has shoulder-length white hair, pale skin like all vampires, and pink eyes. She was a Russian woman with a height of 180 cm. Kagaya looks at a specific part of Luna. Huge as always. She thought disdainfully. Luna's most outstanding feature was her huge breasts. Just like Ruby, who had the biggest breasts Kagaya has ever seen. Luna didn't seem to lose in this competition. Now that I've stopped to think about it. All the women of Lady Ruby's clan have huge breasts. Kagaya commented to herself. I wanted to sleep. Ruby complained. She sat up in bed. When Kagaya sees Ruby's breasts dangle in the red nightgown she was wearing, she can't help but think, maybe I should just let Lady Violet kill this woman. Ruby looks at the guest and says, "Oh, Kagaya. How long has it been since we have last seen each other?" She said with a gentle smile. Seeing Ruby's gentle smile, Kagaya stops thinking about random bullshit. She knows that of the three women who are childhood friends, Ruby is the kindest, calmest, and the smartest person she knows. She also has nothing against this woman. Boing. Boing. Yes. She has nothing against. Seeing Ruby's breasts bouncing as she stretches on the bed, Kagaya pulls back everything she thinks and decides it's a good idea to let this woman die. Kagaya. Ruby spoke as she stretched. Tisk. Kagaya didn't hide her annoyance. But soon her expression goes blank and she says, "I came here to talk about Lady Violet." Ruby opens her eyes. A little surprised. But doesn't react too much. She expected something like this to happen. "You came at a good time. I have something to tell you too." "Oh." Kagaya looks at Ruby with curious eyes. Soon Ruby starts explaining to Kagaya about the noble vampire Corneliu Funar. When Ruby finishes recounting the events that happened at the university to Kagaya, the black-haired maid only speaks in disdain. A young noble vampire who thinks he's the center of the world and has an ego more fragile than glass. What is new? Ruby nodded in agreement with Kagaya's words. But that's not the problem. What if Corneliu attacks him? Oh. Suddenly Luna, who was silent, started to smile. Lady Ruby won't call that man darling, like Lady Violet. Ruby turns to face Luna and says in a cold tone. Silence. Luna's body suddenly stops moving and she says, "Yes. Lady Ruby." She spoke in a neutral tone like a robot. She doesn't learn. Huh. Kagaya spoke in a bored tone. Since the moment she met Luna, this woman has always liked to tease Ruby. Ruby is a kind person and doesn't like to use master status to force Luna to do things. But Luna knows no limits. She likes to tease Ruby in any situation. That's inappropriate behavior for a servant. After all, the servant cannot tarnish her master's reputation. Yes. I don't like to do that. But she doesn't know how to control her mouth. Ruby sighed. Kagaya nods in agreement. But then she says. About Corneliu. Lady Ruby. No need to worry. Why don't I need to worry? Ruby asked confused. Because Lord Victor can handle it. Kagaya spoke in a neutral tone. But Ruby could see she was confident Victor could handle it. Huh. But he's a newborn. And a newborn can't fight a noble vampire who's been roaming the world for over 50 years. Even though Corneliu is weak by noble vampire standards, he's still a noble vampire. A newborn vampire can't handle him. Ruby explained her reasoning. Kagaya ignores Ruby's reasoning and asks, Lady Ruby, have you forgotten what we are? Ruby opens her eyes for a moment when she understands what Kagaya means. Kagaya flashes a cold smile. We are vampires. We are not like wolves that take care of each other. If Victor dies fighting Corneliu, that means he wasn't as special as Lady Violet always said. Indeed. Ruby said with a cold smile. But soon she continues with a gentle smile. But I don't intend to become a widow before meeting my husband. And as a perfect maid I can't let my master be sad. After all, a maid must always prioritize the best for her master. Kagaya commented with a small smile on her face. Looks like we've agreed on something. Ruby said with the same smile. Indeed. Kagaya agreed. But I didn't come here to talk about it. Kagaya suddenly changes the subject. I came here to say that Lady Violet's possessive attitude has been getting out of hand since the moment she met Victor, and she will probably try to kill you without worrying about the consequences. I know. Ruby commented with a sad smile. I've known her since she was little. I know how crazy she can be when someone takes something that belongs to her. And honestly, I guess Sasha and I shouldn't have been there when Victor was turned. After all, he was someone Violet had always been watching since she was a child. Ruby puts her hand on her neck and suddenly her eyes change to blood red. A bloody atmosphere started coming out of Ruby's body. And slowly. It felt like Ruby's room was getting colder. It was like the temperature suddenly dropped into the negatives. But I don't intend to give up either. What happened in the ritual can't be undone, and I can't go into hibernation because of a little mistake like that. I have a lot of things I want to do in the future yet, if Victor does become my darling. And when he becomes my darling, he'll have my full support for whatever he wants to do in the future. Ruby's smile grew unnaturally. And her sharp teeth started to show. She was no longer a kind woman. She seems to have changed to something much worse in just a few days. And Kagaya noticed this change. Outside, Kagaya had the same blank expression. But inside she couldn't help thinking, for God's sake. Another one. Does Lord Victor's blood have properties that turn female vampires into stalkers? I understand. I'm leaving, Kagaya said when she turned around. She had fulfilled her goal. Ruby, seeing that Kagaya was leaving, returned to her gentle appearance. Are you going to visit Sasha? She asked curiously. Yes, Kagaya said. Be careful with Sasha's new maid. She's special, Ruby warned her. What happened to the former maid? Kagaya asked as she turned and looked at Ruby, and seeing Ruby's sad look, she said, she died. Yes. She was murdered by the dogs of the church. Ruby spoke in an angry and at the same time sad tone. She knew Sasha's maid, Julia. She always talked a lot to Julia when she went to visit Sasha. I see. Kagaya spoke in a neutral tone. But Ruby could hear some sadness in her voice. Soon the shadows started to engulf Kagaya. And she disappeared. Seeing that Kagaya is gone, Ruby looks at Luna, then her eyes change to blood red for a moment. And soon Luna starts acting normally. Sorry about that again, Luna. It's okay. I know I go overboard sometimes. Luna commented with a small smile on her face. Sometimes. Ruby raised an eyebrow. Luna used her right to remain silent. Ruby sighs and looks at her watch. Seeing it was 8 o'clock in the morning. She thinks, it's still too early. My university starts in the afternoon and I'm too lazy to make arrangements to avoid sunlight when I go out. I think I'll just sleep again. Ruby lays on the bed and pulls her sheet to cover her body. The moment she lays down, she feels thirsty. When she feels this craving for blood that can't be satiated by ordinary blood, she can't help cursing Violet, that bitch. She's got her thirst quenched, but she doesn't think about the consequences. Does she want my darling to go into a coma? Ruby's eyes kept changing red and green. She was trying to resist the bloodlust. Lady Ruby. Luna spoke worriedly. It's okay, Luna. Soon this problem will cease to exist. Ruby spoke while still lying down. As soon as she covers the sheet up to her head, she closes her eyes. She was trying to sleep while ignoring her bloodlust, which seems to be increasing with each passing day. Luna looks at Ruby worriedly. She can't help but think inwardly, that's bad. If it goes on like this, Lady Ruby could lose control or go into a sleep state. I need to do something. Luna was thinking about what she could do to help Ruby. But she couldn't find any ideas in her head when, suddenly, she has a brilliant idea. I'm going to get in touch with Ruby's mom. 2 tall men were walking down the street as they were looking around. They were wearing 2 full black priest's robes. But unlike normal priest's clothes, these men's clothes were designed for combat and easy movement. Around these men's necks, a small white crucifix can be seen. The 2 men appeared to have Western features. One had dark black hair and brown eyes. The other had light brown hair and black eyes. While the black-haired man had a simple cut. The brown-haired man had a bowl-shaped haircut. Thomas. What are we doing? We've been down this street about 500 times. For the love of our Father. Let's get out of here. The brown-haired man spoke impatiently. Shut up, dickhead. I feel those evil creatures around here. I smell the stink. Thomas, the black-haired man, spoke with conviction. When the brown-haired man hears what Thomas said, he is furious. Don't call me dickhead. I have a name that God gave me. My name is. Yes. Whatever. Come on, dickhead. The equipment is feeling something over there. Thomas said as he pointed to a street. Hey. Do not ignore me. And we've been down this street before. Dickhead spoke. Strange. This is state-of-the-art equipment. Is it defective? Thomas spoke as he looked at the device in his hand. The device was shaped like a wooden crucifix. Dickhead approaches Thomas and looks at the equipment. He suddenly gets angrier. This is not state-of-the-art equipment. This equipment was used during the hunting of vampires in the 18th century. For the love of God. Where did you get this? Huh. I got it from the church warehouse. It said equipment for tracking vampires. Did you look at which version of the equipment? Thomas turns his face away. Yes. Veins start popping in Dickhead's head. You're an idiot. Are these the famous hunters from the Inquisition? Victor, who was watching these two hunters on top of a house, asked as he looked at Violet, who was standing next to him. Violet turns her face away. And replies. Yes. Are you sure? Victor looked at the two priests again and then looked at Violet, who was ignoring him. Yes. I guess. Violet replied uncertainly. Victor looked at the two priests again. And seeing them argue again. Are you absolutely sure they aren't two comedians dressed as priests? Violet looks at the priests again. Seeing how she had no way to explain the attitude of those priests. She uses her right to remain silent. But internally she was thinking. I evacuated the humans from the surrounding area thinking there might be conflict. But it looks like I've done a useless job. These two hunters are still inexperienced. Does it look like they're on their first mission? She thought. Victor looks at Violet for a moment and ignores her. Then he uses his vampire vision and looks at the priests. Seeing the golden energy covering those priests. And feeling a little stink of sewage emanating from them. He confirms for the 10th time they are vampire hunters. Sigh. Victor couldn't help but sigh. No need to be disappointed. Darling. There are experienced hunters. Maybe in the future. You'll find other hunters better. Violet starts talking quickly as if trying to cheer him up. Victor looks at Violet confused. I'm not disappointed by that. I'm just disappointed that these two agents messed up our moment along with this stink of sewage. I was hoping they would be more competent. He explained. Oh. On second thought. They messed up our moment together. Huh. Remembering that she was about to finally catch up with Victor and those two hampered him with their stink. The anger she'd previously felt returned explosively. Violet suddenly starts to emit a bloody pressure. Victor, seeing Violet's bloodthirsty expression, thought she was very beautiful. But he also thought, fuck. She's going to kill them. When Violet disappears, Victor also disappears. While watching her, he was thinking, I can't let her kill those agents. I need to know their goals in this town. My 3 wives are beautiful vampires. Chapter 14. Thomas and Jimmy. Thomas and his friend also sense Violet's killing intent. They stop arguing and assume a serious expression. Jimmy. Dickhead. Now known as Jimmy, said. You only call my name in this kind of situation. Asshole. Jimmy takes a Bible from the little bag he was carrying, then he opens it and puts his hand on the pages of the Bible. And begins to speak. Oh my Lord. Please forgive these corrupt souls. And bless your lost lambs in this battle to come. A golden light descends on Jimmy and Thomas. At that moment Thomas grabs the crucifix that was around his neck and yells out. I am the man chosen by God to be his messenger. Suddenly Thomas's crucifix changes its appearance and, slowly, a western sword forms in his hand. This sword had a normal appearance. But the blade was strange. The edge of the blade seemed to be covered by some kind of golden light. Violet appears beside Thomas and, just as she was about to kick him, she is stopped by a golden barrier. Violet pulls away and looks at her feet that were a little bruised. But soon are cured by the vampire's abnormal regeneration. Then she looks at Jimmy with a murderous glare. When Thomas sees Violet's red eyes and her pale complexion, he yells with a hateful smile. Vampire. We've actually found a vampire, and it's still morning. Jimmy opens his eyes wide as he realizes that only one coven of vampires could walk in the sun without worrying. Thomas. We must run quickly. We need to get away. Huh. Why? We have a vampire here. Let's kill her. Thomas yelled. Fool. Look at the situation calmly. She is a vampire, but she is walking around in broad daylight. Only one. Suddenly Violet appears at Jimmy's side again and attacks him. Intending to rip his head off. She's trying to eliminate me. Jimmy jumps back in an attempt to dodge. Then pulls holy water from his bag and throws it to the ground. He holds up certain pages of the Bible and shouts, "Michael, guardian prince and warrior, defend me and protect me with your sword. Don't let any harm come to me." Suddenly a golden sword falls from the sky and appears in front of Jimmy. The sword was giant and it seemed to be made of pure golden energy. Violet quickly backs away, jumping back when she realizes she couldn't kill Jimmy in time, since she doesn't want to take Jimmy's attack. "Oh, you're talented." She displayed a small predatory smile that showed off her sharp teeth. "I don't want compliments from a demon like you," Jimmy yelled. "How rude. Have you ever seen such a sexy, beautiful demon like her?" Victor suddenly appears on top of a fence while sitting down looking like a Japanese delinquent. Jimmy turns when he hears another voice. Then he looks at Victor and, seeing the predatory smile on Victor's face and his red eyes, Jimmy felt a shiver down his spine. Another vampire who can walk in the sunlight. They are from that clan of cursed nobles. We don't have a chance here. We need to retreat. Thomas, seeing that a new vampire appeared, and realizing that he was closer to him, exhibited a hateful smile. "God bless this little servant with a strong body immune to fatigue. In this way, his servants will fight countless battles." Thomas's body began to glow, and the golden light from the sword that was located on its blade began to glow brighter. "Thomas, don't do it. You fool. Damn it." Jimmy yelled angrily when he saw what Thomas was about to do. "They shouldn't be fighting this battle. We should have backed off and told the superiors that there are vampires from that cursed clan in this town." Thomas suddenly disappears into golden light. Victor looks to the side and sees that Thomas was approaching. Is he aiming for my head? From Victor's perspective, Thomas was still very slow. He also felt that the golden energy coming out of Thomas's sword was dangerous. "Ah, give me your head." Suddenly Thomas's speed increased explosively and he swung his sword towards Victor. Victor jumps up calmly and dodges Thomas's attack. But suddenly he feels like his face has been scratched. "Ugh, what is this pain? It is like I've been burned from the inside. It's like thousands of ants are biting my face at the same time." He touches his face and thinks, "I'm sure I dodged it. I'm not foolish enough to let that energy hit my body. But how did he hit me? Thomas, you fool. Control your energy correctly. You missed a chance." I know." Thomas spoke as he avoided hitting a wall in front of him. He managed to stop in time to avoid being smashed against the wall. He stopped in front of the wall and started breathing heavily. He had used all his energy in that attack. This was an attack that could cause permanent damage to an ordinary vampire. Oh. Can he control the energy any way he wants? This is interesting. It means that if he was an experienced hunter I would have lost my head. I understand. Victor thought with a neutral face. He was learning a lot from this situation. But he also felt strange. The longer this battle dragged on, he was getting calmer and calmer. He was feeling very strange. He thought the first time he fought while in control of his actions he would be more scared. But instead of scared, he is feeling very calm. He can't explain to himself why he is feeling that way. Suddenly a bloody pressure exploded around everyone. Victor, Thomas, and Jimmy look at Violet in shock and her expression was distorted into pure hatred. "You fuckers." Boom. A pillar of fire burst from Violet's body like a volcano that had erupted. She puts her hand to her face like she's possessed by something while mumbling loud enough for everyone to hear. "How dare you? How dare you? How dare you hurt my beloved darling? You motherfucking pigs. How could Violet allow this? Her beloved darling was hurt by mere pigs. They're just food for vampires. How dare they? That fire." Thomas spoke with an expression of fear. "I warned you. We should have backed off. We don't stand a chance against someone from that cursed clan. You never listened to me." Jimmy yelled as he kept his attention on Victor, who was wearing a gentle smile, and Violet, who had a hateful expression. Looking at the pillar of fire that Violet was producing, all that was on Jimmy's mind now is to run away. He was extremely terrified since he provoked a monster that he shouldn't provoke. Ha ha ha. Victor suddenly started to laugh lightly when he saw Violet's face. She was very adorable to him and, because of that, he was laughing with happiness. Jimmy and Thomas looked at Victor like they were looking at a madman. How can he laugh in this situation? Why are you laughing? Thomas yelled annoyed as he watched the cut on Victor's face abnormally heal. He was internally surprised by this. Our god's energy healed so easily. Is that the power of a noble vampire? Jimmy, when he heard what Thomas said, looked at Thomas with murderous eyes. He promised himself he would part with Thomas if he survives all this. That man is just too stupid. Why am I laughing? I really do not know. I just felt like laughing. So I laughed. Victor lied easily. He looks at Violet with a loving smile. Isn't she beautiful? Tell me. Have you ever seen a woman more beautiful than her? Victor asked while smiling. The hunter's brain stopped working for a few seconds. They looked at Violet, saw her hateful expression, and they couldn't help but think. Is that beautiful? Was this vampire's brain melted by the previous attack? Victor ignores the hunters and walks towards Violet then. When he gets close to Violet, he lightly touches her face. Strangely, the fire didn't burn him. He just felt comfortable as if it was natural for him. Violet slowly starts to ignore the hunters and looks at Victor with murderous eyes. Suddenly she feels something invading her mouth. Feeling something wet invading her mouth. And realizing what Victor was doing. Violet's hateful expression slowly began to melt and her cheeks slowly began to turn a shade redder. Tongues have started dancing in Violet's and Victor's mouths. But that doesn't last long. When Victor separates, a bridge of saliva forms. Then he flashes a gentle smile. Are you calmer? Why, yes. She spoke with red cheeks as she turned her face and smiled a little. Happily. Victor laughs and pats her head. He finds the raw change in Violet's personality adorable. One moment she's a vampire killer. And the other moment she acts like a teenager who's in love. And he loved the trait of Violet. Suddenly, Victor looks at the two agents who were slowly trying to get away. Seeing that Victor looked at them, the hunters couldn't help but speak in fear. Oh shit. Victor hears footsteps approaching and he decides to leave the scene. Although Violet has evacuated the surrounding area, the fire that Violet invoked drew a lot of attention. Honey. Get that boy with bull hair and I'll get Thomas. Do as I say. Okay. He spoke with a gentle smile. Why yes. Darling. She commented stuttering. While her expression was a little red with embarrassment. Victor uses his speed. And he disappears beside Violet then reappears beside Thomas. Thomas was going to say something. But Victor kicked him in the face and put him to sleep. He then picks Thomas up like a sack of potatoes and disappears. Violet appears alongside Jimmy but, unlike Thomas, Jimmy can't resist being taken away. God. Please protect this lamb that is being kidnapped to the devil's lair. In an abandoned building on the outskirts of where Violet and Victor's battle took place. I throw the hunter named Thomas to the ground. When he falls to the ground he suddenly wakes up while yelling. Ouch. Violet came right behind me and threw the hunter named Jimmy to the ground. Ouch. He started to massage his ass. I notice that Violet is staring at Thomas with a murderous look, so I move closer to her and start stroking her head. How are you feeling? Her expression softens and she bites her lip in frustration. I'm angry. I want to kill him. He hurt my darling. I nod my head several times as if I'm agreeing with what she said. But actually I was thinking it's a good thing she's letting off steam. After all, if you hold too many emotions bottled up in your body, you can go crazy. Venting is a good thing. Especially for vampires who feel emotions more strongly than humans. Did she get that way for just a little cut? I can't help but hug her in happiness. Violet made a weird sound as I hugged her and put her head on my chest. When she realized what I did, the rest of her turned bright red and it seems like smoke started to come out of her head. A phenomenon that happened due to her powers. I think. I realized she was breathing heavily. She was embarrassed but she seemed to like my scent. I like when you are mad for me. But you can't lose control like that. I drop her head from my chest and gently take her face in my hands, then I make her look at me. Thanks for being mad for me. But don't lose control of your emotions in battle. I spoke in a definite tone, not allowing refusal. I may not be battle savvy. But one thing I'm sure of. Losing control of emotions in a battle with hunters who were bred to exterminate vampires is foolish. IW will try not to lose control, she replied while breathing heavily. I could see her face was very red. I laughed a little. I'll also try not to lose control of my emotions. Wow. I sound like a hypocrite now. I tell her not to lose control of emotions, but I also don't know if I can control my emotions in the middle of battle. I say this for the simple reason that I don't know my current self. Sometimes my emotions seem out of control, like in the Luan incident, and sometimes my emotions are calm as a lake. This is just incomprehensible to me. Normally, I would be able to control my emotions. That was something I learned from my mother. But since I became a vampire, I don't recognize myself anymore. Easy things that I could do before, like controlling emotions, are no longer easy and became more difficult. This was a very strange situation for me. But I realized something. I'm only forced to demonstrate my true self when I have personal grudges with the enemy. Or when I think the opponent is strong enough to face me. I didn't know I was a battle maniac. Actually, what am I? Let's think about possible situations so I can form a coherent train of thought. The first situation, Luan. I had a grudge against him. And because of that, I felt great when I humiliated him. The second situation, the Inquisition. The moment I realized the hunters couldn't give me a challenge, I lost interest. And I calmed down. Hey, I'm changing. I'm changing too fast and I don't know what's going to happen when my evolution stops. What am I going to become? I can't help but display a predatory smile that shows off all my sharp teeth as I imagine what I'll become when I stop evolving. Seeing my smile, I can feel Violet shivering. And I can smell her scent that is leaking from her secret garden. She seemed to be excited. Cough. Can we leave? Hunter Jimmy asked in a shy tone. Violet stops looking at me and looks at Jimmy with an annoyed look. I lightly patted Violet's head and pulled away from her. Come to think of it now, these two men are no longer reeking like sewage. What's going on? Was it the effect of that device they were using? I smell the air a little bit and they don't stink at all, stopping to think about it now. During the previous fight I felt their stink getting stronger. I think it's the energy they use that makes them stink like sewage for me and Violet. I look at Jimmy and see that he has a red face. Embarrassed at Violet and eyes show of affection. I flash a small smile. Not yet. I say. Oh, I see. He spoke in a dismayed tone. I laughed lightly. Don't worry. As long as you say everything you know, you can get out of here alive. After all, your goal here isn't us. Right? Jimmy looks at me with an excited face. Yes. We came here to hunt a vampire named Lucy. He is wreaking havoc in the human world and some time ago he kidnapped several men and women. Jimmy. What are you doing? Thomas interrupts Jimmy. Something happens that surprises Violet and me. Jimmy turns and looks at Thomas with an annoyed look. Shut fuck up. You fucking muscle brain. Thomas didn't understand. My 3 wives are beautiful vampires. Chapter 15. Jimmy is a smart guy. Something happens that surprises Violet and me. Jimmy turns and looks at Thomas with an annoyed look. Shut fuck up. You fucking muscle brain. Thomas didn't understand why his friend reacted so strongly to his words. He was going to say something again. But he decided to keep quiet because he saw the look Jimmy was giving him. It was a look that said, shut up and let me figure this out. Well, this is interesting. Jimmy seems to be a smarter man than Thomas, who only acts out of emotion. I thought as I looked at the 2 hunters standing in front of me. Like I was saying, Jimmy looks at me and flashes a gentle smile. Then he continues with bright eyes. Sir Vampire. We're just here to hunt down the vampire named Lucy. I had already deduced that. Oh. Who is participating in this hunt? I asked curiously. Jimmy seemed to be very willing to cooperate. Me. This idiot here. And 3 more veteran hunters. A man named Carlos Reese. He's an American vampire hunter. And a woman named Mizuki. She doesn't have a last name that I know. She's a Japanese hunter. Jimmy spilled everything as if he were confessing his sins to a priest. When Mizuki's name was mentioned, I felt a slight tensing from Violet. So I looked at her. When she saw my look, she opened her mouth and began to speak. Mizuki is a veteran hunter. She is one of the new generals of the Inquisition. She spoke in a neutral tone. Then she continues. She can fight a vampire who is over 500 years old easily. The last report I heard about Mizuki was from Japan, where she had single-handedly eliminated 10 clans of noble vampires. Japan's noble vampires aren't as strong as those in the Romanian community. But even so, that's an impressive feat. How many generals are there? I asked, curious. I was surprised by the fact that it seems like humans have strong people on their side. 4. Each general is an exceptional force that can fight 1,000-plus-year-old vampires easily. They are the strongest humans alive. Violet seemed to praise them for a moment. Then she continued. I don't know how they do it. But it looks like the Inquisition is getting stronger as time goes on. Historically speaking, humans always adapt against the threats they faced. So it's no surprise they're getting stronger. But I'm pretty sure the methods they're using to get stronger aren't nice for the people involved. After all, humans can commit the greatest atrocities for the greater good. Jimmy suddenly began to speak out loud. It is clear. The generals are God's chosen warriors. They have eternal youth and many God-given abilities. Ah, Father bless this lost lamb. He spoke like a fanatic as he looked up at the roof of the abandoned building and clasped both hands together in a gesture of prayer. Chosen by God. I thought with a little skepticism. Does the God he talks about so much exist? Why didn't he eliminate vampires? After all, he was supposed to be a powerful being. Right. I think someone is using the name of God to bring people together to fight for their organization's goals. Well, this wouldn't be the first time in history that someone has used the name of God to do something like that. And the last hunter. What's his name? I asked Jimmy. Jimmy stopped praying and looked at me. It's not him. It's her. Then he continues. Her name is Maria. She is an American woman and also Carlos' partner. But she is missing. Maria, Carlos, and Mizuki. 3 strong hunters and 2 beginners. They are putting a lot of effort into hunting Lucy. As I believe that just Mizuki's presence alone would be enough to eliminate Lucy. He didn't look like a strong vampire. I start to reflect on the information I obtained and I can't help but think of something. The situation has changed. This is becoming a dangerous game. And interesting. I can't help but smile a little when I think about it. But then I put my hand to my face and think. When did I start having suicidal tendencies? And why am I having fun with this situation? I'm a newborn vampire. If I were to confront these hunters, I would just die like a pig being slaughtered. I need to control myself. I start thinking about what I should do next. Then I look at Violet, who's been staring at me for a long time, and she says, we can't let them go anymore. I nod in agreement with my wife's words. It looks like she had the same thought as me. Why? But we told you everything we know. Please do not kill me. Jimmy spoke in despair. I look at Jimmy and I can't help but think he's very cowardly and at the same time very smart. He prioritizes his life and doesn't mind selling out his allies to live on. He's the perfect example of a soldier that you wouldn't want around in your organization. By comparison, Thomas is a loyal man. And hot-headed. He is a perfect pawn. Just out of curiosity, did you choose Thomas as your partner? I asked with genuine curiosity as I pointed at Thomas. I didn't choose him. God chose us to be each other's companions. Jimmy said, annoyed. He seemed to have spent a lot of time with Thomas. Oh. Now. I get it. They brought the two together on purpose. They hoped that Thomas's loyal personality would pass on to Jimmy. After all, people are influenced by other people. It seems that God is a very cautious being. Well, I apologize, Jimmy. I can't let you go. After all, the situation has changed, but don't worry. We won't treat you badly, I said with an innocent smile. I appear next to Jimmy and try to test something I've wanted to for a long time. And now we have the perfect guinea pig here. Look into my eyes. My eyes turn blood red. You will do whatever I order. Okay. Soon I hear Violet. That isn't going to work. Darling. They have something that prevents them from being enchanted. Oh. I look at Violet. We've never found out what it is. But the Inquisition has ways that can prevent vampires from enchanting the members. She suddenly stops talking when she hears Jimmy say, "Yes, I will." Jimmy spoke with blood-red eyes. "Huh. Darling. What did you do?" Violet asked excitedly. I was about to answer Violet, but Thomas, who was just silently looking at us with hate, yelled, "I'm going to kill you. Bastard. What did you do to Jimmy?" He looked at me like I was his mortal enemy. This man has a very big hatred. Huh. Looks like something happened in the past. I can guess what happened just from the look of hatred he has for me. Looks like he's a victim of vampires. Oh my god. Please. As he was about to start speaking the incantation, I appeared in front of him and, grabbing him by the neck with my right hand, held him in the air. "Just shut up. And obey me for now. Okay." He looked into my red eyes. And soon his eyes turned red. "Yes." He spoke in a mechanical tone as if he had no life. I drop him gently to the ground. Looking at the two hunters, I display a small smile. I was still curious about some things. Especially about the spells they did in the last fight. I'll make them tell me everything I want to know. Let's get them to your mansion. I don't want potential enemies in my parents' house. I say. I was thinking the same thing. Darling. Sasha house. I heard what happens. Lady Sasha. Kagaya spoke in a neutral tone with a little sympathy as she looked at Sasha. She was currently in a luxury hotel room. Precisely speaking, she was on the 25th floor of a luxury hotel in a presidential suite. She was looking at a blonde woman with short hair and blue eyes that were constantly changing from red to blue. It was quite obvious to Kagaya that Sasha was bloodthirsty. Sasha has a voluptuous body. Big breasts. But not as big as Ruby's. And pale skin. But the feature that draws the most attention is her ass and her legs, which were very thick. If Ruby had the biggest breasts, Sasha had the biggest ass and leg Kagaya had ever seen. And, "Did you come here to give me your pity?" She spoke with cold, tired eyes. Kagaya shakes her head, and asks in a neutral tone, "What happened? This is not your problem." Sasha spoke coldly. "Wrong." Kagaya said coldly as her eyes changed to blood red. "I've known Julia longer than you. She was like a teacher to all the maids who served the houses of the 4 vampire earls. Just like she was a teacher to me. She was a mother to you. This is my problem too." Sasha opened her eyes a little. And spoke in a sad voice. "I understand. I'm sorry." Kagaya was silent for a moment. She wasn't very good at comforting a person. "What happened?" she asked again in a neutral tone. Sasha's eyes that had been alternating between sapphire blue and blood red suddenly turn red. And then she orders, "Maid." A blonde maid gently opens the door of the room she was in. Walks slowly towards Sasha's side. And stands beside Sasha waiting for any order from her master. From beginning to end, all her movements were very robotic. It was quite clear that Sasha was abusing her status as master. Kagaya looks to the side and sees the blonde woman with her hair tied in a low bun. She has blue eyes and a serious expression. Her outfit is a maid's uniform similar to the one Kagaya wears, and she wears long black gloves so as not to directly touch her master. Kagaya could also see with her vampire vision small threads surrounding the woman as if they were protecting her. When the maid appeared, Sasha began to speak. "After the ritual took place, I went home." She started to describe what happened. "My 3 wives are beautiful vampires." Chapter 16 Ambush. January 31st. The day the ritual that turned Victor into a vampire took place. Sasha's pav. "I do not believe this. I do not believe this. It's all Violet's fault. That stupid stalker," I said as I jumped from building to building and held my neck. My breathing was ragged and my mouth was oozing blood from that newly transformed human. Ah. This blood tastes so good. This blood makes those sack drinks that my family provides taste like nothing. The best blood I've ever tasted, and now it's mine. Is this just mine? I shake my head several times to get that thought out of my head, then stop on top of a building and look up at the cloudy sky. I sigh and say, I can't believe I'm married to a stranger. I mean, Victor is not a complete stranger. Violet has always talked about him to Ruby and me since when we were kids. We always had to listen to Violet talking about her, darling. Honestly. When I was a kid, I found this very irritating. But as time went on, I got used to Violet's craziness. I accepted the request to help with the ritual. But I never thought something like this would happen. I said as I crouched down and sat in the building. I mean, who would have thought this would happen? Shouldn't the ritual be individual? Why did this irregularity happen? Because of that now, I'm married. And I don't even know my husband personally. I practically yelled as I held my head in frustration. It's all Violet's fault. Oh. I'm getting annoyed again. Wait. Suddenly. I realize something important. If I don't take my husband's blood, I'll dry up, I'll turn into a dry mummy. And my body will go into hibernation, and that is still a positive result. In the worst case, I'll go crazy from bloodlust. Fuck. I yelled in frustration. How am I supposed to make this work? Hey, Victor. I am your wife. Give me your blood. I spoke like I was acting in a drama. But soon my face turned bright red. No. This is shameful. I never met him in person. I shake my head several times to get that thought out of my head. Anyway. I must go home. I get up and jump towards a mansion I bought. Arriving at the mansion, I open the door and the first thing I see made me freeze in disbelief. My maid Julia's headless body was sprawled on the couch. The room was messed up. It was like a fight had happened. And it wasn't just Julia's body that was scattered. No. Julia. I spoke in disbelief. I couldn't form coherent thoughts when I saw the body of the maid who practically raised me since I was little. I could see the bodies of all my servants. Vampires. And humans. A massacre took place here while I was gone. I didn't have time to be in mourning because I felt someone approaching at high speed. I covered my body with my lightning and dodged the attack. The attack passes by me and I can see the door to my mansion breaking into pieces. Oh. The ambush failed. That's too bad. I hear a man's voice. Looking at the man, I see he's a tall bald white man and he's wearing a priest's robes. But it looks like it's been adapted to look like a black suit. Church dogs. I growled in anger. But soon I swallow that anger and try to stay calm. Now is not the time to lose control. But I can't. I can't control my anger. Seeing the body of my headless mother. A burning fury I can't control escapes my body. You fuckers. Boom. Lightning started to cover my entire body. The man ignores me and pulls tight the black glove he was wearing in a gesture as if the glove was loose. He stands like a martial artist and says, "God bless this servant's fist so he can punish sinners." When the man said this, his fist began to glow with a faint golden glow. When I try to move using my legs, I feel my movements being restricted. Success. Good job, Carlos. Suddenly, a woman who was wearing a nun's dress appears. Same as the man. It looks like her uniform was tailored to look like a tight-fitting suit. I could see in her hands she held several strands spread all over the mansion. They suspend me in the air in a way that I look like I'm on a crucifix. Nice job, Maria. Carlos spoke in a neutral tone. Honestly, I don't want to deal with the heiress of Clan Fulgur. Those rays are quite incompatible with my fighting style. Indeed. You're lucky to have me as your partner. Or you could never capture her alive. Maria said. You are my lucky charm. Carlos praised her with visible feelings. They seemed to have something together. My anger reached the boiling point when these dogs treated me like I was easy prey to hunt. They invade my house. They kill the woman who was like a mother to me. They kill my servants and still despise me. Unforgivable. Church dogs. I screamed angrily. My teeth started to change and got sharper, then a bloody pressure started to leak out of my body. I'm going to kill them. Sigh. I knew it wouldn't be that easy. Carlos grumbled as if it were troublesome. Indeed. She wouldn't be the heiress of a Count clan if she was weak. Maria supports him. She gestures with her hands. And the wires that were holding me start to get tighter. But I also felt my skin burning. Ah. I cry out in pain. I look at the strands and realize they have a slight golden glow. Realizing I was at a disadvantage while fighting indoors with this woman, I made a decision. A decision that hurt my pride. I need to run away. I can't fight alone now. I needed to run away. I needed to run away. I know I needed to. But I look at Julia's headless body and seeing that the rage that was running rampant started to rise again. I was angry. I was angry. I want revenge. I focused my gaze on Maria. With the previous demonstration, it's pretty obvious that the bald guy has feelings for Maria. I flash a smile almost on the verge of insanity and decide to use a technique my real mother taught me. Covering my body with golden lightning, I start to force my body to go beyond the possible limits of a noble vampire. I feel the rays entering my body and affecting it with small jolts of electricity. This is a self-destructive technique that only can be used by me. This technique expands my speed above the limit of sound. I kick the air with my legs. And suddenly they both hear a sonic boom. Boom. I feel the woman's strands snapping. And releasing me. When I'm released, I use my speed and appear behind Maria. I was tempted to finish Carlos now. But when I saw his body being covered by dense golden energy as I ran, I changed my mind. And this decision to kill Carlos here wouldn't satisfy me. He needs to suffer. He needs to see his mate become something he hunts. I bite Maria on the neck. And when she realizes what's about to happen, she screams, "No." I hear Church Hound's desperate cry and it made me bite her neck even harder and make her scream even more. Maria. Carlos ran towards us. But the moment he wanted to act to help Maria, I disappeared. Cursed be the vampires. The Church Hound's scream was ironically like a devil's scream. And I don't know why. But I start to laugh out loud and with tears in my eyes. "Fuck you. Shitty dog," I yelled as I fled. A few km away from Sasha's mansion, Sasha throws Maria on the ground and tears off the crucifix that was around Maria's neck. Then she bites her finger and a drop of blood falls to the ground. When this drop falls to the ground, a magic circle is formed. I didn't prepare the proper materials for you to become my full-fledged servant. But who cares? With this you'll become what you hate the most. A vampire. And worse than a normal vampire. You'll become a defective vampire. She spoke with a smile that showed all of her sharp teeth as tiny tears fell from her face. The last vision before Maria fell into unconsciousness was the image of Sasha smiling at her with a crazy smile as tears fell from her face. Kagaya listened to the whole story from Sasha's mouth in silence. From beginning to end, Kagaya's expression didn't change. But Kagaya's indifferent atmosphere suddenly exploded with killing intent when she heard the state of Julius' body. Kagaya looked at Maria, the former vampire slayer who has now turned into what she swore to kill. Kagaya's expression remained indifferent. But her atmosphere said everything she needed to know. She's furious. Maria, Sasha's new maid, just looked at Kagaya with serious eyes. It was like she wasn't affected by Kagaya's pure intention to kill. But if we looked with sharper eyes, we would all be able to see small beads of sweat falling from Maria's face. Maria's instincts were screaming for her to do something. But unfortunately, the master's order was absolute. She couldn't do anything. Since the moment she became Sasha's servant, the noble vampire always had her on a tight leash. She always ordered her to stay close. A trap. The church dogs are more active than I thought. Something is going on behind the scenes. Kagaya spoke in a neutral tone as she looked at Sasha. Her killing intent suddenly disappeared. But Sasha could see by the look in Kagaya's eyes that her anger has not yet ceased. Yes. According to my maid, a man named Lucy stole something very valuable from the church. Unfortunately, I couldn't get information on what that something is. My maid didn't know anything. Sasha spoke neutrally while showing disdain for the word, my maid. Are you sure about that? Kagaya questioned her. Sasha decides to demonstrate with actions. She looks at Maria. Then Sasha's eyes start to sparkle. Tell me what you were planning to do with your lover. We were planning to get married and have kids next year. Maria spoke in a robotic tone as her eyes glowed red. Sasha's smile grew into a hateful smile when she heard these words. She seemed to be planning something and Kagaya noticed this smile. When you killed my former head maid, what did you feel? And what was your purpose in making that trap? Nothing. I feel nothing. After all, this is just a job. Carlos attacked the mansion head on and killed all the servants, while I ripped the vampire maid's head off and set a trap with my wires. Our goal was to capture the heiress of the Fulgur clan. Stop. I get your point. Kagaya spoke in a neutral tone. She understood why Sasha was demonstrating this to her. Sasha wanted to tell Kagaya with these actions that the new maid was in her control. Oh. But now it was getting to the good part. Sasha spoke like this was all a big joke. She obviously wasn't right in her head. Continue. Why did you want to capture me? Sasha ordered. The Inquisition received information that the leader of Clan Fulgur lost his position as a vampire count and became an ordinary noble vampire. The Inquisition decided it would be a good opportunity to further weaken this clan by capturing their heiress, who was located in the United States of America. Kagaya opened her eyes wide when she heard what Maria said. Seeing the shocked expression on her always stoic face, Sasha can't help commenting in a broken tone as her eyes constantly change from blood red to green. Yes. Funny. Right. My parents will lose the Earl title. My mother probably must have done the stupid things she always does. And in the end, I think she bet our title on some stupid game made by the nobles. And because of that, these idiots here thought it would be a good idea to capture me and use me as a bargaining chip so they can further diminish the strength of my clan. And you know what's funny? Sasha spoke. If these church dogs had been successful, my parents wouldn't care about my existence. They would say I was weak or something and that I should die. A very funny situation. Right. The only people who cared about me died because of those idiots who call me daughter. Sasha spoke dismissively. Lady Sasha. Kagaya didn't know what to say. I don't want your pity. Sasha was about to say something. But suddenly she realized that Kagaya was standing beside her while her body was hidden by the darkness. I'm sorry. Lady Sasha. Huh? Sasha just stared into Kagaya's glowing red eyes with a shocked expression. She never thought Kagaya would do that to her. Kagaya slits Sasha's neck, and blood sprays her face. Soon Sasha falls to the ground as if she were dead. Kagaya disappears again, and appears behind Maria. Then attacks the maid's ribs with shadowy daggers, after which she slashes Maria's neck. Maria's eyes suddenly lose the glow of life and she falls to the ground. Sigh. It's hard to be a perfect maid. Kagaya sighs as she wipes her face with a handkerchief she took from her pocket, and suddenly her shadows start to grow and slowly swallow Maria. Then Maria's body disappears into Kagaya's shadows. Kagaya turns her face away and looks at Sasha's body as several thoughts run through her head. My 3 wives are beautiful vampires. Chapter 17. She is your wife. Pav Kagaya. Sigh. It's hard to be a perfect maid. I can't let myself think about it again as I look over my shoulder and see an all-black bag made of a material that keeps sunlight out. Inside that bag was Lady Sasha. A friend from Lady Violet's childhood. I could put Lady Sasha in my shadow. But that would be pretty rude to her. After all, my shadow isn't a nice place. Sigh. I can't help but sigh again. A maid's duty is to always want the best for her master. This was a teaching that Julia always put in my head when I was younger. Julia was a role model for all maids. A maid considered to be perfect who trained all maids serving the households of noble vampires of count status. She was Sasha's personal maid. She was also the head maid of the Fulgur clan and, most importantly, she was also like a mother to Sasha herself. Losing a mother figure and finding out your family lost their count status in the nobility must have been quite a shock to Lady Sasha. I mumble under my breath with a little pity as I bounced from building to building. I was coming back to Lord Victor's house. Lady Sasha is not in a good mental condition. She is normally a noble woman, calm, and someone who follows the rules of the vampire world faithfully. But when she went through several losses in a short time, her mental state was affected and she was not thinking clearly. If I left Lady Sasha alone, she would make a rash decision that could cause her death. And if Lady Sasha died, Lord Victor would likely lose himself in bloodlust or fall into a deep sleep. After all, the ritual is something that cannot be broken. To prevent the worst fate from happening, the 3 women must stay together, because if they don't, they will suffer. Lord Victor needs his wives' blood and his wives need Lord Victor's blood. And since Lady Violet is Lord Victor's wife, I need to resolve this situation. Sigh. Should I really look for another job? Maybe I can go back to Japan and teach younger maids in the future. I spoke out loud. But I knew that was not what I wanted. I want to be a perfect maid. And a perfect maid is one who chooses her master. But it seems I was far from that goal. Maybe Lord Victor will praise me for doing a good job. I shake my head several times to get this thought out of my mind. Not noticing that my face is a little red. I keep jumping from building to building. Victor Pav. Violet and I returned with the 2 hunters to her mansion. After quizzing the hunters about their abilities and everything I could know about the techniques they use, I was satisfied when I finished my interrogation. I left the 2 hunters in the care of Violet and Violet's servants. I told her not to treat the 2 badly. After all, we could use them as a bargaining chip for veteran hunters. Although I doubt these veteran hunters will care about their recruits, they are still a good organization. Right. So they should keep up appearances, I think. Good and evil are subjective. If I do good for one person and at the same time I harm another person, even if I don't know I did it, for the person I harmed I will be considered evil. And for the person I helped, I'll be considered good. In the end, there is no good and bad. What exists are just choices and the consequences of your choices. As Newton said in the past, for every action you make, a reaction is created at the same time. That thought can be included in real life too, and not just in physics. Before leaving the mansion, I told Violet to bring more clothes than usual because I would use that excuse at home. After all, I know my mom. I'm sure she'll ask why Violet didn't come home. Violet agreed with me and said she would. Returning home, I meet my parents. Where's Violet? My mom asked me. She was watching a movie while my dad was washing the dishes. Apparently, they bought food. In our house there's no such nonsense about the man sitting on the couch and the woman washing dishes. We divide our tasks into weekdays. It seems like today is my father's day to wash the dishes. She's a little busy. She lives in a mansion, so she has a lot of clothes to bring. I spoke in a neutral tone. You really hit the jackpot. You got a rich, beautiful, and loving wife. I have nothing more to teach you. As a mother, I'm proud. As expected of me. My mother commented proudly of me as a small tear fell from her face. She looked like an ancient master who taught their disciple everything they learned and was proud of their disciple. Mother. I was speechless as I looked at my mother. I mean, if it were up to your father, you would work as a bricklayer and you would whistle to women passing by on the street. You would be a caveman. I don't want my son to be like that. She spoke with a serious face as if she were teaching me something important. Oof. I saw my dad react like a knife had gone into his chest. Woman. Why did you agree to date me back then if I was a caveman? My dad practically yelled as he stopped washing the dishes. My mom turns her face and looks at my dad. And responds with the same honesty she always has. Well, you were tall, muscular, and knew how to treat a woman well. And your dragon warrior was a great warrior too. Anna. Leon. The two looked like 2 teenagers in love. Okay, stop. I don't want to hear about that. I said while making a stop gesture. I was used to this casual exchange from my parents. But even though I am used to it, I don't want to see it. Suddenly, Kagaya walks through the door of the house and, when she closes the door, she calls my parents' attention. Mr. Leon. And Mistress Anna. I came back, sorry for the delay. Oh. Kagaya. Right. Where were you? I haven't seen you all morning. My mom asked. I was solving some problems that Lady Violet forgot to deal with. Kagaya spoke in a neutral tone. Oh. Good job. As expected of a professional maid. You guys are different. My mom praised her honestly. It seems that my mother's compliment seemed to work because Kagaya flashed a small satisfied smile and spoke in her usual neutral tone as she seemed to puff out her chest. This is easy for me. Yumu. Get in the house. Let's talk. My mom spoke with a big smile as she invited Kagaya to her side. Unfortunately, I can't do that right now. I'm working. Kagaya said as she grabs my arms. I'm a little surprised by Kagaya's attitude. Oh. My mother displays a meaningful smile. I look at her smile and immediately understand what she's thinking. Are you after another girl? What if Violet finds out about this? Be careful. I won't meddle in your personal life. But I don't want a child killed by their wife. How do I know she specifically said that? Well, in the past, she and I talked a lot about the future and She said those exact words. She said she wouldn't meddle in my personal life. After all, I would be an adult in the future. She just didn't. She wanted the tragedy she saw in an anime to be repeated with her womanizing son. I felt a lot of damage that day when she said the word, womanizing. At the time I couldn't even catch a fly, let alone catch a woman. Lord Victor, we have a problem. Kagaya spoke in a low voice as she looked at me with a serious expression. Seeing Kagaya's serious expression, I understand that something serious has happened and Kagaya needs me for something. After all, she's a serious maid, and she wouldn't make a joke about a problem. I nod my head indicating that I understand. And I tell my parents, I'll work something out with Kagaya. I'll be back soon. Take care. My mom spoke as she waved at me. But suddenly she makes an expression like she remembers something and she yells, Victor, you should go get Zach from the vet. He must be missing you. Oh. I had completely forgotten about my cat. I smack my hand over my head. Now that I've stopped to think about it, I've been missing stroking that fluffy fur. Deciding that I would pick up Zach from the vet later, I went out with Kagaya. When Victor left his house with Kagaya, they entered a secret passage that was close to a wall. And soon they slowly descended into the basement of the house. Do you think Victor is doing things with Kagaya? Leon asked curiously when he saw the house door close. I doubt it. I know my son. I raised him to be a loyal man. He won't run after another woman if he's married to a woman as beautiful as Violet. Something probably happened. Anna, Victor's mother, spoke with an unconcerned expression. I see. Leon said and then continued washing the dishes. Wait. They're married. Right. But why was there no wedding ceremony? He spoke as he washed the dishes. But when he realized what he was saying, he looked at Anna. Suddenly Anna looks like she's been struck by lightning. She freezes and looks at Leon with shining eyes. It was like she had something interesting to do. Leon, seeing this, just thought, oh shit, I'm sorry, son. I didn't know maid work included kidnapping beautiful women. Is that a new kind of fetish? I asked Kagaya, who ignored what I said while looking at the two blonde women who were sleeping in two separate beds. The first blonde woman was wearing a modern maid dress that looked like Kagaya's. And the other woman, she was beautiful. Unlike Violet, she had short blonde hair that reached her neck. Very pale skin, thick thighs, and big breasts. She was wearing a long-sleeved black silk shirt with a two-button collar that goes to the middle of the neck. Between her breasts there was a white square-shaped tile embroidered on the edges in gold. It looks very tight in, since it is silk. And you could completely see her round breasts and her very slim waist. What was even more surprising was the white sailor-like coat with a bow tie tied just above her breasts. Just leaving the white coat over her shoulder without actually wearing it. She wore a white skirt with two belts. One at the waist and one falling more diagonally on the right side. It was cut like those cheongsam dresses and showed off a sexy black garter belt that covered her long, perfect legs. I noticed she was also wearing white 2-inch high heels. But the heels were leaning against the side of the bed. This woman was very attractive. I feel my vision changing. And I look at her and feel the same thing as when I saw Violet for the first time. It was an inexplicable attraction. It was like I needed to suck her blood. I put a hand to my throat and walk away quickly. Looking at my reaction to seeing the blonde woman for a long time. Kagaya spoke in a neutral tone. You're reacting to her. Huh. Who is she? I asked as I held my heart. I thought I had quenched my bloodlust with Violet. But why was I reacting so strongly? Kagaya doesn't answer me. She looks at the woman who's been lying in bed for a long time and I see her hesitate as if she's making an important decision. In the end, she seems to make up her mind, then looks at me and speaks in a serious tone of voice. She's your wife. Huh. I look at Kagaya in shock with my mouth agape. My 3 wives are beautiful vampires. Chapter 18 Sasha Fulgur. She is your wife. Kagaya repeated what she said in the same tone of voice that I heard. I said in a surprised tone. I took a deep breath and asked in a neutral tone. What I meant was, what do you mean she's my wife? Well, she is your wife. She spoke with a confused face. Kagaya. I stared at her with a look telling her to explain what was going on. Kagaya sighed. Normally. As a servant of Lady Violet. I shouldn't be telling you this information. But, she bit her lip and it looked like she was having some difficulty speaking. I start to think of Kagaya's personality. She is a loyal maid who claims to want to be the perfect maid. A maid who does everything for her master's sake. Oh, I get it. She's thinking she's committing a betrayal by talking about something Violet probably forbade. I move closer to her as I try to ignore the temptation to bite the blonde woman's neck who was lying asleep on the bed. I swallowed hard and bit my lip a little. I patted Kagaya's head and said, "Don't worry. Just tell me what happened. If Violet says something, you have my support." When I started stroking Kagaya's head, I felt her body tremble a little. And then she shows a small smile on her face. She seems happy about something. Then she says, "I will trust Lord Victor." She spoke in a neutral tone while keeping the smile on her face. Realizing she was going to tell me what's going on, I stop stroking her head. I feel her shiver a little. And suddenly Kagaya's hand moves at inhuman speed and takes my hand and places it on her head again. She then lifted her face and looked into my red eyes with a blank look. Question marks started appearing around me. I didn't understand what was going on. But when I looked where she was holding my hand, I understood something. She wanted me to stroke her head. Soon. I start stroking her head again and she displays a satisfied smile. I can't help shaking my head to myself when I see this maid's attitude. She claims to be a perfect and serious maid. But she is surprisingly cute sometimes. Somehow. Seeing Kagaya's expression, I managed to calm down. My bloodlust was still screaming like crazy. But now it was on a more manageable scale. Explain what happened. I told Kagaya. Kagaya nods and says, "This woman's name is Sasha. Sasha Fulgur. Just like Lady Violet. She is your wife." Soon she starts telling me all the events that Sasha suffered. I listened to everything with a neutral expression as I stroked Kagaya's head. My emotions fluctuated sometimes. When I heard that Sasha was happy, I was happy. But when I heard that Sasha was almost captured by the hunters, I felt a wave of intense anger in my chest. These emotions were foreign to me. I wondered how I could feel such strong emotions from a woman I just met. But stopping to think, the same thing happened with Violet. I always felt very intense emotions when involving Violet. I look at the blonde maid with murderous intent. But soon I shake my head several times and start breathing heavily in an attempt to calm myself again. This wasn't my revenge. This was Sasha's revenge. Okay. Let's gather the important information. Sasha, who is Violet's childhood friend, was marked as my wife by the ritual that happened a few days ago. She came home and a trap set by the church hunters was waiting for her. On that day she lost Julia, a maid who was like a mother to Sasha. According to Kagaya, when she went to visit Sasha she realized she was suffering from bloodlust. And she was very weak from fighting the hunters. Realizing that Sasha might make rash decisions because of her desire for revenge, Kagaya kidnapped Sasha and brought her to me. I understand the general situation. I look at Kagaya. Who is my other wife? Kagaya bites her lip. But she soon sighs again and says, "Ruby. Ruby Scarlet. She's Lady Violet's other childhood friend. Ruby. Ruby. Isn't she the most popular student in med school? Let me remember. Red hair. Green eyes. And with an always listless expression on her face. She was called a genius because she always came first in everything she did. She was very popular with the college men. She was called the untouchable red flower. According to the rumors. In the past she was proposed to by several men but they were all turned down. And some more insistent men suddenly disappeared from the face of the earth. For some reason an irritating feeling grew in me when I realized that several men were after her. It was like an obsessive desire. Those fuckers. Lord Victor. Suddenly I hear Kagaya's voice. I wake up from my thoughts and look at Kagaya. Realizing that I was falling into the seas of emotions again, I smile a little and say, "Thank you, Kagaya." I stroke her head harder. I see she was breathing more erratically. And she had a small smile on her face. She wasn't breathing like Violet. It was something quieter. Nice job, Kagaya. I felt Kagaya's whole body tremble as I said those words. And soon she turns her face away and is looking at the wall as if she found something interesting. Kagaya deserved those words. If she hadn't acted then, Sasha probably would have done something dangerous to herself. What happened to me? Suddenly, I hear someone's voice waking up. I look straight ahead and see that Sasha has woken up. Sasha looks around and doesn't seem to recognize the place she woke up. Suddenly she starts talking in an irritated tone. That maid. She kidnapped me, she was going to continue to say something. But when she noticed my presence she stopped talking and focused all her attention on me. Sasha's sapphire blue eyes begin to change to blood red. She inhales a large amount of air and slowly begins to release the air that was in her lungs. When she let out the air she breathed in, I could see that the air was much hotter than usual. It even formed a small hot mist when it came out of her mouth. Her face started to turn red. And she started breathing erratically while keeping her red eyes fixed on me. I wasn't in any better shape. My body was hot. My throat was dry. My whole body screamed at me to stop holding back and attack that woman and feast on her blood. Lord Victor. You're hurting me. Kagaya spoke in a neutral voice. When Sasha and I heard Kagaya's voice, we both woke up from our stupor. I looked down and realized I was squeezing Kagaya too hard. I also noticed that Kagaya lied by saying she was hurt. I think she told me and Sasha that to wake up from our world. Sasha. Right. I said, stuttering a little. Why yes. I'm Sasha. She suddenly spoke out loud as she raised her hand like she was in elementary school and the teacher had asked her something. Realizing what she had just done she turns her face to the side and ignores me. I noticed that her whole face was glowing red and seeing that expression of hers, something seems to pierce my heart and I can't help commenting in an honest tone. Beautiful. I hear a poof sound. And I see little yellow lightning flashing from Sasha's head. And her face is redder than before. Stop. Don't look at me. She screamed when she spoke the last sentence. Lady Sasha. Please calm down. Kagaya said when she willingly walked away from me and approached Sasha. Kagaya. Why did you bring me here? I'm not prepared mentally, physically, or emotionally to talk to him right now. She practically screamed with a face red with embarrassment. Kagaya ignores what Sasha said, and says, Lady Sasha. You were planning some silly plan like using this maid as bait and trying to capture the man who attacked you. Right. Oh. That was also a possibility. Sasha opens her eyes wide. She looked at Kagaya with a face that said, how do you know that? Looks like Kagaya nailed her guess. Soon her face twists into hate. Yes. So is this what you brought me here for? To stop me from taking my revenge? She spoke in a cold tone. Wrong. I brought Lady Sasha here to strengthen herself. Kagaya spoke as she pointed her finger at me. Sasha puts on a confused face then she looks at me. I notice her face turning a little red but she seems to control her expression now. Lady Violet is getting stronger. Every time Lady Violet drinks Victor's blood, she is slowly getting stronger. She's probably stronger than Lady Sasha and Lady Ruby now. Kagaya spoke in a suggestive tone. Do you understand? Violet is a noble vampire at just 21 years old. Practically a newborn. And she's getting stronger. She continued to speak in the same suggestive tone. How is this possible? Vampires only get stronger the older they are. Or if they train their skills to the fullest. Just like Lady Scathach. Sasha spoke with a shocked face as she mentioned a woman I didn't know. Suddenly Kagaya's face changes to an expression of disdain. And she sighs. Sigh. Woman. Are you deaf? I'm saying Violet is getting stronger by drinking Victor's blood. Sasha and I looked at Kagaya in shock but then, as if it were all a lie, she came back with her stoic expression and spoke in a suggestive tone. Does Lady Sasha understand what to do? Sasha was so surprised by Kagaya's sudden change of expression that she didn't hear anything. Tisk. Tisk. Kagaya clicked her tongue in annoyance. Suddenly Kagaya's body turns to darkness and she disappears into the ground then appears beside Sasha. She grabs Sasha by the arms and throws her towards me. Instinctively, I opened my arms and Sasha fell into my arms. Kya. What are you doing? Sasha yelled as she glared at Kagaya. Kya. That was a cute scream. I can't help but comment as I hold Sasha's waist. She was my height. And she smelled really good. I can't help but smell her neck. Kagaya bows in a gesture of respect and says, "Enjoy some time with your husband, Lady Sasha." Soon. She turns and walks towards the bedroom exit. And when she leaves the bedroom, she closes the door. Huh. She looked at Kagaya with an incredulous face. But she didn't have time to do much when she suddenly felt me sniffing her neck and holding her waist. I couldn't help it. When she got close to me, I couldn't hold out longer. She turns quickly and looks at me, and when our red eyes meet, we couldn't control ourselves anymore. I see Sasha's teeth change and become sharper. She suddenly pushes me into the wall and tries to bite me. But I don't let her. I throw her to the ground and hold her arms while she wraps her legs around my waist and keeps staring at me with bloodlust. I let go of her arms and she wraps her arms around my neck. I put my face to her neck. And then I bite her. I also feel her bite my collarbone and start sucking my blood. Suddenly an explosion of emotions and feelings are directed at me, and just like Violet, her blood was delicious. If Violet's blood was like food made by the most renowned chef in the world, I think Sasha's blood tastes the most natural. It was like I was living on an island in the middle of nowhere. And the boss of that island was a beast that had the most delicious meat in the world. It was a wild taste. It was an addictive taste. As I drank Sasha's blood, I could feel a weakened bond in my body start to get stronger. I could now feel and understand Sasha's whole existence. Her feelings. Her thoughts. I could understand them just as I understood Violet. I understood what kind of woman Sasha is. Suddenly my world turns red. I realize it's the same as Violet. But unlike Violet, I could look around. This place looked like the supermarket I went to in the past when my mom asked me to buy food. "Are you sure?" Sasha asked as she looked at me, who was lying down. I had a huge wound on my arm, like I was being attacked by the claws of a wild animal. "Yes. I will make him my darling." Violet spoke with a loving smile. Sasha suddenly looks away and I follow her gaze. Soon I see Ruby. A woman with long red hair. A voluptuous body. And green eyes. What do you think about this? No matter what I think, Violet won't change her mind. We should support her. Besides, I already brought the materials for the ritual. Ruby spoke in a neutral tone as she pointed to a black bag that seemed to be full of various items. Sasha nods her head in agreement with Ruby's words, then she looks at me. And says with a bit of pity, "Well, you'd better live like a vampire than become a being who stinks of wet dog." Soon the vision changes and I'm in the same building that I was transformed in. Everything happens the same as what I saw in Violet's vision. But now I see what happened after I bit Violet. I looked at Ruby and disappeared. Ruby tried to react and defend herself, but it seems like I was faster. I appear in front of Ruby and pull her into a hug. Then I bite her neck. "Ah," Ruby moaned as she wrapped her arms around my neck. Then I see Ruby's gaze turn into a hot and dangerous look. She smiles with a smile full of sharp teeth and bites me. "No!" Violet yelled in a crazy voice. Violet suddenly looks at Sasha. Her eyes glowing red. "Run away from here now. Sasha. Run. Now." Violet uses her speed and approaches me. Appearing beside me, she tries to separate me from Ruby. But it seems I was stronger and she couldn't separate me from Ruby. Fuck. Sasha, who was looking at Ruby and me with shocked eyes, looks at Violet, who was trying to separate me from Ruby with a confused face. Huh. I could see she was genuinely confused. "Sasha. Run. Now." Violet ordered this time as the atmosphere around her grew heavier and more dangerous. Lightning started to appear around Sasha and she tried to run away. But suddenly, I disappear and appear behind Sasha. I grab her from behind and bite her neck. "Ah." Sasha moans while holding my head. Suddenly Sasha's eyes turn blood red. I stop biting Sasha and she turns to me with a distorted smile showing her sharp teeth. She licks my neck with a sensual gesture to clean the blood. And then bit me. I also bite her while hugging her tightly. "Bitches." Violet screamed in rage as the atmosphere around her started to heat up. She was very angry. Her face was distorted in rage. And she was biting her lip in frustration. With a gesture of her hand, Violet creates several fireballs around it. Die. Bitches. I stop biting Sasha. And look at Violet as I open my mouth to say something. I can't figure out what it is because the world around me has started to fall apart. My 3 wives are beautiful vampires. Chapter 19 Sasha Fulgur 2. I wake up from the memories Sasha's blood bestowed on me and stop drinking her blood. When I realize my bloodlust has weakened, I grab Sasha around the waist and lift her up. Since she was holding me with her legs, I could lift her easily. So I sat down on the floor and placed Sasha on my lap. I start stroking Sasha's golden hair, patiently waiting for her to be satisfied. She seemed to be quite weak. And one thing I noticed is that no matter how much Sasha sucks my blood, I don't run out of blood or get tired. I think this is because of the vampire regeneration. I noticed that when I started stroking Sasha's hair, she started sucking my blood more slowly. And she also adjusted her position to sit more comfortably. A few minutes pass and Sasha stops drinking my blood. She licks my neck a little to clean up the remaining blood. Leans back. Then looks at me while keeping her arms around my neck. Seeing that some blood was still on her mouth, I approach her face gently. Sasha closes her eyes and accepts my advances as I start to lick her mouth. And slowly, I kiss her. I feel her body tremble a little. But she accepts my kiss and opens her mouth. Soon our tongues dance in each other's mouths for a few seconds. And then I pull away from her. She lets out warm air from her mouth as she looks at me with her red eyes. Her breathing was erratic and she seemed to be out of breath as she looked at me. Seeing her blonde hair as I looked into her eyes, I couldn't help but think, she is so beautiful. Suddenly, I pull her head to my chest and start stroking her head. She seemed to hold back a moan of satisfaction. I couldn't help but laugh and let out a relieved breath. I needed to calm down. Do you know that we just met? Sasha shivered slightly when she heard my words and I noticed her cheeks starting to get a little red. She looked really pretty. I picked up her hair that fell in her face and put it behind her ear. I'm not usually like that. It's because of the ritual, yes. This is because of the ritual and because I was thirsty. She sat up and spoke to me with a serious face. Her expression would be convincing if her face weren't so red. I flashed a small smile and I pulled her head to my chest again. Then continued to pet her. A few minutes passed and we were just enjoying each other's presence. I didn't have to say anything. After all, just like me, she knew everything from my blood. Even though we just meet each other now, we seem to have known each other for a long time. Sigh. Sasha sighed a little. Then she pulled away from me and slowly straightened her position. Then she lay down with her head in my lap and looked up at me with her blood-red eyes. When I saw this scene, I had a sense of déjà vu. I remember doing the same thing with Violet. I thought. Although with Violet, I was lying on her lap. You know, vampires bond really fast, Sasha said. Oh. I got curious and soon I started stroking Sasha's hair again. In our society, when a female vampire takes an interest in a male vampire, the woman will chase the male trying to tie him up in marriage. It's the same with a male vampire who likes a female vampire, Sasha said. A stalker society? Huh. I couldn't help but think. Then she continues. The same thing happened to my mother. She was the heiress of the Fulgur family at the time. One fine day she saw my father, a blonde vampire with blue eyes, and she became obsessed with him. The next day she kidnapped him and married him. Sasha spoke with a neutral face as she closes her eyes and enjoys my caresses. My father's family had a much lower status than my mother. And vampires by nature are greedy. Because of that, my father didn't complain much when he was kidnapped. Jesus Christ. Wait. Isn't this situation somehow familiar? I couldn't help but think to myself. Fortunately, my father was a noble vampire who had a stamina trait far above normal, and when the two of them had a child, I was born. I got my mother's lightning bolt and my father's stamina. Because of that, I can use my skills easily. If I only had my mother's lightning ability every time I used that power, I would be extremely debilitated. After all, the technique of my clan that uses lightning requires the vampire to have a strong body. I didn't understand why she was telling me this, but I decided to listen in silence. She seemed to be venting her emotions. just because I was born with better lightning resistance. My mom and dad treated me like a fun object to quench their boredom. They did a lot of experiments for me to improve lightning control. Sasha spoke as if telling the story of someone else. She didn't seem to mind the story. But I could tell by her tone of voice that she's sad. I went through a lot of training. They put me in an electric chair and they tested my resistance to electricity. They threw me under the sea and asked me to use lightning skills to see if I would come out alive. They used the excuse of training to experiment on me to satiate their boredom. After all, I, as a noble vampire, have a much higher regeneration than normal. I went through a lot of training, and I almost died several times. She spoke the last phrase with a little pain. But I held on. I held on until these two lost interest in me. And they were bored again. Suddenly, a wave of emotions started to flood my heart. These emotions weren't mine. I bit my lip. And I tried not to demonstrate anything. And that was when I got my personal maid. She bit her lip and put her arm over her eyes and said in a shaky voice, "Julia." She was like a mother to me. Whenever I came home falling apart and almost dead, she would cure me and treat me like a real daughter. I saw drops of blood falling from Sasha's face. I feel these drops of blood falling on my thigh. But I didn't care. I bit my lip and tried to remain neutral. I was feeling my heart sink and I felt like crying. It was a strange feeling. I seemed to be feeling all her emotions. She taught me everything I know today. Etiquette, education, the rules of the noble world, arithmetic, geography, vampire history. She even played with me using games created by humans. I really enjoyed playing chess with her. She was a mother to me. A mother like my real mother never was. I miss her. I felt all the pain and sadness of Sasha when she spoke those words. Her body was visibly shaking and she looked very fragile. I miss her. I miss my mom. I miss playing with her. I miss talking to her. She bites her lip and can't speak anymore. I feel her body shaking. Now. She didn't look like a dangerous vampire. She just looked like a child who lost her mother. I bit my lip as hard as I could and I felt the blood pouring from my mouth. But I ignored it. I did my best to keep a neutral expression as I gently stroked Sasha's hair. "You can cry, Sasha," I said as gently as possible. I just wanted to lighten her burden a little. She turned her face to the left and hid her face in my lap as she started to cry silently. Not wanting her to hide what she's feeling, I lift her up and put her in my lap, then I hold her. I place her head on my chest and she hides her face as I feel the tears of blood wetting my shirt. I ignored it and was trying to do my best to control my emotions. I was mad at Sasha's parents for what they did to her. I was sad that Sasha had lost someone who was like a mother to her. I was disgusted by Sasha's parents for using their daughter as an object to quench their boredom. I was sorry for Sasha for having to deal with everything that happened to her. And I had immense respect for Julia and everything she did for Sasha. I had a lot of emotions running through my heart and I wasn't managing to deal with all of those emotions at the same time. For the first time, I understood the difficulty of controlling a vampire's amplified emotions. I could feel everything multiplied by 500x. And that wasn't an easy task. I bit my lip with my sharp teeth. I felt blood pouring from my mouth and the pain I was causing myself. But I didn't care. I hugged Sasha gently as I stroked her head. I didn't want to say anything like, "It's alright." I didn't want to be a hypocrite with her. And because of that, I just decided to act as a support for her, now. She just needs someone to vent her emotions. Kagaya appears at the door and, seeing me hugging Sasha, she was going to open her mouth. But I just said, "Leave." My voice came out more demonic than I intended. Kagaya's eyebrows quivered for a moment. But soon she nods her head and leaves the room. I probably don't have a good expression right now. Kagaya Pav. Some time passed. And I was going back to the room I left Lord Victor in with Lady Sasha. When I reached the front of the room, I opened the door. And just as my eyes meet Lord Victor's red eyes, I feel my whole body paralyze. Lord Victor's face was very cold and I felt my instincts screaming from danger. I also noticed that he was biting his mouth very hard and he was hugging Sasha very protectively. "Leave." Hearing Lord Victor's order, I felt my whole body demanding as if I had to obey. It was like a primordial urge telling me that I shouldn't deny this order because if I ignored it, something really bad would happen. Lord's order Victor was absolute. If he ordered me to do something, I must obey. I nod in agreement, and immediately I leave the room. The moment I'm away from the room, I stop walking and regain my consciousness. What happened? I couldn't help but ask aloud in shock as I looked towards the direction of the room where Lord Victor was. A few minutes pass and Sasha stops crying. She looks at me with the face of a person who has just cried a lot. I'm sorry. Before Sasha can say any nonsense, I put my finger to her mouth in a silent gesture. Shish. Everything is fine, everything is fine. Okay. Sasha nods her head and I bring my hand to her face. When she realizes my hand is on her face, she puts her head in my hand. I laughed a little, and slowly started to wipe the bloody tears from her face. Weird, why do I feel so safe with you? She asked in a confused voice as she looked into my eyes. I could see her eyes had turned sapphire blue. I'm just built different, I said with a small smile. She laughed a little when she saw my unintentional joke. But I also noticed that her emotions calmed down a little when she laughed. She seemed to be fine. I could feel her heart was serene. But I also felt immense anger hidden by all that serenity. Violet and I will help with your revenge, I said in a gentle tone. She looks at me with a serious face. I know, I said with a small smile. Huh. She made an expression showing she didn't understand. You want to avenge your mother alone, right? You would probably tell me not to meddle in your affairs. I chuckled a little when I saw her shocked expression. How? How do I know this? It's simple. Our connection told me. I spoke while laughing. But that's not the way the connection works. It was just supposed to share the couple's location like a GPS. She practically screamed. Mine works different, I said laughing. I know I'm not normal. But Violet knew that from the beginning. Right, I said with the same smile. Sasha pouted. Stop. Please stop interrupting me. She looked so adorable now. Impossible, I replied. Wah. Your troubled expression is too beautiful for me to stop doing that. Sasha turned her face away and tried to hide her embarrassed expression. I stroke her head. But suddenly, I get up off the floor while holding her like a princess, then I carry her to the bed and leave her there. Natalia. I called the blonde maid. Yes. Lord Victor. Natalia appears from a secret passage. Make Sasha's accommodations. She'll live with us from now on. Impossible. We don't have enough space, Natalia was going to continue. But I interrupted. I wanted Sasha around. Someone has to keep an eye on her. Or she'll screw up. The male vampires who are Violet's servants are supposed to stay in her mansion. Or around my house. As long as Sasha lives with us. I only want the female vampires around her. I remember there is a building for sale a block away. Use Violet's money and buy that building. I don't want men living just a room away from Sasha. What if she's changing clothes and some of them see? Well, I know she'll probably kill them. And so would I. But it's better to avoid casualties. I sigh a little internally. I don't like to use my wife Violet's money. After all, that money isn't mine. But that's just my pride talking. I think I should start the plan I had before. I need to make money. I'll start stealing, but in the future, I'll make my money legally within the government's laws. After all, money makes money. I just have to use it smartly. In some situations, pride is useless. I can easily ignore my pride if I can resolve a situation for my wives. If my pride is holding me back, I just have to throw my pride away. My pride is worthless if it means my wife's well-being. I just don't ignore my pride when the situation is something like Luan. He's my enemy. If he is my enemy, I must fight him. I don't throw this pride away. And I also don't let anyone step on my pride. My enemy is mine alone. I want to see his expression of despair. I want to see him slowly breaking down as I step on them. This pride I don't give up. That's possible. The building is much cheaper than the defenses made by the witch June. Natalia spoke with a slightly surprised expression. Hearing Natalia's words, I wake up from my stupor. I can't help but sigh internally. I lose control of my emotions too easily. Is it because I'm still evolving? Normally, I don't let this sadistic side of me go. I stop thinking about bullshit and I say, let Violet know that Sasha is moving in with us. I will also need to talk with my wife. She will be very angry. Tell her to meet me. I think she won't do that. Natalia spoke with uncertainty. Oh, she will. I say with a small smile. Then continue as I walk towards the exit of the room. My wife is a jealous woman. And obsessed with me. She always puts my safety first and forgets of her own safety. She has the best qualities of a woman. Soon I continued. She is also a loving person. She is a kind woman. And she is very fond of Sasha, who is her childhood friend. But her jealousy and obsession for me cloud her judgment. Lord Victor. I thought you didn't know about Lady Violet's personality. Natalia spoke a little surprised. Oh. I know her personality after all. She has the same personality as me. I commented with a small smile that Natalia couldn't see. When Victor left the room, Sasha looked at Natalia and asked, what happened? Lord Victor is taking care of you. Natalia spoke in a neutral tone with a stoic expression. And she also thought internally. Upon contacting Sasha, Lord Victor let his real personality show a little. This took much longer than expected. Normally newborns show their true selves the moment they turn into vampires. I think Victor has great self-control and I'm a little curious what he's going to become when he can't hold back. Is he taking care of me? Sasha spoke with a strange expression. But soon after, she flashes a big, distorted smile. I see. He's taken care of me. She put both hands on her face to hide her expression like a teenager in love and started laughing in a low voice. She lays down on the bed and hides her face in the pillow. Natalia just looked at Sasha with a stoic expression. It was like she was used to seeing this kind of demonstration before. Her too. Huh. Lady Violet's friends are very similar to her. My 3 wives are beautiful vampires. Chapter 20 Childhood Friends. As I was walking towards the vet to pick up my beloved cat Zack, I was thinking about what happened a few minutes ago. I was still a little in shock to find that I have 2 more wives. But for some reason, I'm very happy. I mean, what man wouldn't want to have a harem? Violet is interesting. I love her personality and she is very affectionate with me. And, even though I've just met Sasha now, I feel she was really cute and I really like seeing the way she changes when she gets embarrassed. And Ruby. I haven't contacted her yet to get an opinion on her. But seeing her personality from the memories I got from Sasha, I think she must also have an interesting personality too. I also know that having 3 wives with exotic personalities can be a very stressful thing. After all, I'm pretty sure problems will arise over time. Although I don't mind those problems. I think about how sad Sasha looked and can't help but clench my fist tightly. Seeing Sasha like that made me so angry. And at the same time baffled at myself. I only met her a few minutes ago and started liking her. That's impossible. But when I remember the taste of her blood and the memories I got from drinking her blood, I can't help but feel close to her. I remember the same thing happening with Violet. The moment I drank Violet's blood, I understood who Violet was. It's a very difficult thing to explain that feeling. But I think vampire relationships work differently than humans. They are more aggressive with what they like and don't mind kidnapping the person they love to make them love them too. Although this is a very questionable attitude. But one thing I was sure of is that Violet, Sasha, Ruby, and I were connected by blood. And I mean it in the most literal sense possible. I thought about that moment when I could feel everything Sasha was feeling. I also knew her superficial thoughts for a moment. Sasha and Violet told me how the ritual of turning someone into a vampire worked. And from the memories I absorbed of Sasha and Violet, I can tell that something went wrong with the ritual. Violet said that my blood is special. Null blood. The blood that caused me so much trouble and ironically gave me so many benefits when I became a vampire. I could be wrong. But I think my blood influenced the ritual somehow because, except for my blood, I'm not a special human. I'm just an ordinary human that can be found everywhere. Because of that thought, I decided that I need to learn more about the very ritual that made me what I am today. And only 2 beings know a lot about this ritual. The older vampires. And the witches. Witches seem to be impossible to learn from about this. I'm sure with her greedy attitude they will ask me for something valuable. So I think I'll have to ask the older vampires. Sup, Victor. I hear a voice talking to me. But I ignore it and keep walking while in deep thoughts. I was slowly getting used to people looking at me and whispering things like, "Hey, isn't his skin too pale? Is he a foreigner? He is very handsome. His blue eyes are beautiful." I'll be honest. These compliments boost my ego a little. After all, I've never received those compliments from other people. And getting those compliments from your mother isn't very trustworthy since, for the mother, the child is beautiful no matter what look is he born with. Although I felt good when my mother praised me. After all, she is very honest. If she thinks I'm beautiful, she'll say I'm beautiful. But if she thinks I'm ugly, she'll say I'm ugly as honestly as ever. Sometimes in the past, I received damage from my mom's honest words. I remember the day I wore a short green shirt and colorful pants and asked my mom if I looked good. And as always she was honest in saying, "You look like a clown who went to the circus to work and only wore the pants that were part of the uniform." Just remembering that I still suffer damage. Victor. I heard someone screaming really loud in my ear and, with my new vampire senses, it was like someone had put a speaker on full volume near my ear and had screamed my name. I quickly put a hand to my ear and look at whoever did it angrily. Seeing that the man who did this to me was my childhood friend, I practically screamed, "You fucking idiot. Why did you do that? Bruh. I've been calling you since like 10 minutes ago and you weren't talking to me. Are you ignoring me?" He asked with his usual gentle smile. A man with spiky blonde hair and eyes like a green sapphire. He had an asymmetrical V-shaped face with a gentle smile and a body toned from sports. He was tall at 185 centimeters in height. He was my childhood friend Andrew Walter. It's been a while since I've seen this idiot. Wasn't he traveling with his mother or something? Thinking about the appearance of Andrew's mother, I can't help but shake my head several times to get the thought out of my head. Don't think of your friend's mother that way. Don't break the brother's code of conduct. The brother's code of conduct was something my friends and I created, and the code was simple: don't date your friend's ex-girlfriends. Don't date your friend's mother or sister. And most importantly, don't date your friend's current girlfriend. Why did we create this? Well, I'm fully aware that my mom is beautiful. I know that with her personality it's almost impossible for her to cheat on my dad. But it's good to guarantee. Right. Andrew's mother is also a very beautiful woman. And my other friend Edward's sister was very beautiful too. So to prevent our friendship from falling apart because of reasons like dating a friend's mother or sister, we made this code. He starts looking at me with questioning eyes. He looks me up and down as if he's sizing me up. Then he nods to himself as if he understands what happened. "Did you take any kind of medicine those athletes use?" What's the name again? He puts a hand to his chin as if he's thinking. "Anabolics." I spoke while looking at him. "Yes. That's right. Did you take that?" "Dude. Don't do this. I know you were bothered with your body, but those meds only make your health worse. I'll tell your mother," he said, with that last part sounding like a child who caught his friend doing something wrong and said he was going to tell their mother. "I didn't take those." I practically screamed. "It's okay. You can be honest with your friend." He spoke as he touched my shoulder with a look that would understand me. This man really makes me angry sometimes. "I didn't take anything. This is just puberty." I used the same excuse I used for my mom. He looked at me like I was an idiot and said, "Bullshit." Of course. He wouldn't believe it. I also know this excuse is ridiculous. Puberty doesn't make a human grow taller, build toned muscle, and make you look the same as Captain America. Well, he's right. If puberty did that, the world would be full of people with superhuman physiques. Stop the bullshit and tell me the truth. I think of an excuse to change the subject. Soon something comes to mind. I have a wife now. He looks at me with a shocked face. "I don't believe you." He spoke in a dry, honest tone. I just looked at him with a dead stare. He knows I'm like my mother and I'm very honest with close people. Living 21 years with a mother who speaks all she thinks can influence you in some way. It's a lie. Right. Right. He looked at me with eyes begging that it was a lie. Dude. I'm married now. I said honestly. I do not believe it. After all, you're not wearing a wedding ring. What kind of man marries and doesn't wear a wedding ring? Are you already cheating on your wife? Bruh. Decide whether you believe me or not. Sigh. What a troubled man. It's true. I'm married. But things happened too quickly and I couldn't prepare a wedding ring or anything. Anyway. See ya. I said goodbye to him. Huh. Wait. I'll go with you. I stopped walking and looked at him. You don't even know where I'm going and you're going to follow me. What if I'm going somewhere illegal? That matters. If you're going somewhere illegal, I'll go with you. It must be fun there. Right. I can't let you go alone in this place. Of course, when this is all over, I'll tell your mother. This man is a good friend. But for some reason, he's always ratting on me to my mother. Wait. I look at him dead-eyed. If you chase after my mom, I'll go after your mom too. Are you listening to me? I threatened him. He looks at me with a look like he doesn't believe what I said. Dude. You know I respect your mother a lot. After all, she helped me with a problem in the past involving my father and I remember the code. I wouldn't do something like that. Good. I think I'm satisfied. I know he wouldn't do that and I also know he respects my mother a lot since she was their family advocate when his worthless father wanted custody of Andrew. And I don't like married women either. They are troublesome. And I don't want to die from a stray bullet by a man I put a green hat on. He spoke with a gentle smile. You speak as if you have experience of your own. I looked at him suspiciously. I saw his smile break for a moment. Then he said, I use my right to remain silent. We are in a free country. Dude. You're going to die one of these days. You better stop it. I gave a piece of advice. I know. I did this when I was 20 years old. I stopped doing this after what happened in the past. You are only 21 years old. Don't talk like this as in the distant past. I commented internally. Oh. Well. Was she pretty? I couldn't help but ask, curious, as I started walking towards the vet. I also noticed he started following me. Yes. She was 32 years old. Curvy body with dark black hair. She lived in New York and she was from a wealthy family. But her husband was a 66-year-old man. I think she was frustrated because her husband didn't satisfy her. Oh. The pattern. Huh. Indeed. He spoke. Somehow. I feel sorry for the guy. I commented a little sympathetically. Oh. Own experience. Dude. You just got married and you're already taking your wife's greenhorn. Fuck off. He laughed out loud. I had a small smile too. Even though he's an annoying friend at times, he was a good friend. I've known him since I was a kid too. Well, I know with your personality, you would probably kill the guy and your wife if you found out you were being cheated on. He commented casually like it was no big deal. Hey. If that happens I won't stop it. But I won't let you kill yourself. After all, you're my friend. I think I should make a plan in case this happens in the future. Maybe save money and buy a passport abroad. Maybe Brazil. I heard the politicians there are very corrupt. And in exchange for a few dollars, they would help you easily. He began to monologue out loud. Stop thinking nonsense. That will never happen, I said. After all, knowing Violet's personality, it's impossible for that to happen. Okay. But I'll still make the plan. Alright. I accepted. I know it's no use talking anymore now. He's always like that. He's very careful. I think what happened in the past with his father affected him a lot. Looking at a small establishment in front of me, I nod to myself. This is the right place. When I entered the establishment, the first thing I saw was my cat, Zach, sitting at the counter and looking around in surveillance. I looked at my cat. He is furry black with a patch of fur around his chest and neck that is pinkish white in color. His head fur was also very spiky and he has short ears with less black and more dark brown fur. On the outside, his eyes were pool blue and had a black slit in the middle. Typical of cats. But my cat's eyes were the cutest of all. Cough. Okay. Maybe not. But I think so. So it's true. He had a cat's whiskers. Of course. Nearly 10 strands of white on each side. Sup, Zach. How are you? I spoke out loud. The few customers who were picking up their pets looked at me with confused eyes. Probably thinking I was crazy or something. But soon something happens that surprises everyone. Zach looks at me and raises his paw. Meow. Yumu. I nod at myself satisfied. And I smiled a little when I saw the customers look at the shocked cat. As always. Your cat looks more like a dog than a cat. I don't like cats. But I wouldn't mind adopting him. Never. And cats are the best. They are silent, quiet, and affectionate, making them the best animal there is. Meow. Zach meowed at me like he was agreeing. See. Even he agrees. Whatever. Andrew doesn't even try to argue. So he turns his face and looks at a 21-year-old woman who was wearing a doctor's coat. Oh, Victor. And, Andrew. She spoke Andrew's name angrily. My 3 wives are beautiful vampires. Chapter 21. Andrew, Edward, and Leona. I look at the woman who is my friend's sister. She has pure white hair, bright blue eyes, and a slim body with skin like she's lacking blood. She's not pale like me. She's more like an albino. And she was born with this physical condition too. She was also tall at 180 centimeters. As she has no skin pigmentation, her skin is very sensitive to the sun, and because of that, she rarely leaves the store or her house and only goes out at night. Her name was Leona Elizabeth Lycos. Normally, I would suspect she would be a vampire. But she isn't. I know that because I've seen her eat regular food, and I know vampires can't eat foods other than blood. Even though Violet sometimes forgets about it and asks to learn how to cook with my mom. I think she was just excited. I walk over to my cat and start petting him. And as usual, he starts to purr contentedly. And then he lies down on the counter and spreads his legs as if asking me to stroke his stomach. Leona approaches me, and I also see Andrew walking away and sitting in the chair away from the counter. He seemed to be waiting for me. I think he doesn't want to talk to Leona. Well, I don't judge him. What he did in the past must have hurt Leona. Because of that, he's just being considerate. Why is your cat just like that to you? When I try to caress him, he starts growling at me. Leona spoke with a pout as she stopped and looked at me like she was sizing me up. I feel her looking me up and down. Well, he is my cat. I spoke. Meow. Zach meowed in agreement. You've changed. Leona spoke as she looked at me. Yes. You too. I said honestly. After all, I noticed her skin was better than in the past. I think living in isolation helped her. Leona remains silent. And I see her continue to stare at me. I look at her confused. I know I've changed. But does she need to stare at me like she's seeing a rare animal? How is Zach's health? Suddenly, she stopped staring at me and looked at Zach. He's fine. Really. But he was meowing a lot earlier. I remember I couldn't sleep because he kept meowing like he was dying or something. Well, he was horny. I looked at Zach. Seeing the chubby fluffy cat staring at me with a satisfied look. I found it so cute that I started stroking more. You mean he was in heat? Meow. Meow. He purred contentedly. Yes. Because of that, he was meowing a lot. Wouldn't you consider neutering him? Since you are my childhood friend, I'll give you a good price. Zach suddenly gets up from the counter and looks at Leona with a glare like he's looking at his greatest enemy. He's even growling a little. He didn't like that idea very much. I chuckled as I looked at Leona, who was looking at Zach in shock. He's very smart. She praised him. Yes. I said, nodding my head. Then I answer her question. I won't castrate him. After all, as a man, I understand Zach. He still wants to have kids. Right, buddy. Meow. Zach meowed as if he was agreeing. Then he jumps on my shirt and slowly climbs up my shirt. Over my shoulder. Then he hangs on my shoulder. This is something he did a lot when he was younger. After all, I've raised him since he was very young. And he always liked to be on my shoulder for some reason. As my shoulder was wider than before, he could easily find a comfortable position. Isn't he acting like a monkey? Leona spoke a little surprised. Zach looked at Leona and started growling at her. He really didn't like her. I feel offended. All animals like me, and because of this gift, I created this store. But why doesn't he like me? He's so cute. I wanted to hug him. She spoke with a pout. I just laugh a little. And I found Leona's expression cute. When I was going to say something, I heard, "Oh, Victor. Long time no see." I look at the store entrance. And soon I see a tall man walking in. He is 195 centimeters tall. With a toned body, platinum blonde hair, and blue eyes like Leona. He was Leona's brother, Edward Jonathan Lycos. He was also my former personal trainer. In the past, he worked as a fitness trainer. But he suddenly decided to change jobs and now he owns a bar. He is also the man who trained me in martial arts in the past. Although I couldn't learn much because of my physical limitation, I just learned how to defend myself. Techniques like kicking a man's most precious organ, using a stun gun. Come to think of it, this was training for frail women. Huh, sup, Ed. Do you still shine in the sun when you walk down the street? Can you forget about this boring joke? Because of that vampire movie. Every Edward on the planet is now suffering from that joke. He spoke in annoyance. I laughed a little and said, "I'm kidding. How are things going? It's okay. I've finished building my bar's leisure area. You can go there if you want. Remember, I only open at night." He spoke as he closed the door and walked towards the counter. "I see. I will visit sometime. Brother. Did you finish the order I requested?" Leona asked. "Yes. That was an easy thing." "Good." Leona nods satisfied. And goes to meet a customer who has entered the store. I see Andrew approaching. And then he says, "Yo, Ed. How are you doing?" "I'm fine." Edward looks at Andrew. "Is my sister still mad at you?" "Yes. Honestly. I didn't know that woman was her only friend. If I knew, I wouldn't have approached her." Andrew spoke with an apologetic face. In the past, Leona was bullied because of her looks and as she always hung around with Andrew, who was a cute boy, and my other friend Fred. She ended up earning free hate from the girls at school. She also hung around with me in the past. But I was pretty much a non-existent being to the girls at school. After all, I was thin and I looked really sick. I think I got along with Leona because of these similarities. Fortunately, her brother never let the bullying escalate, since he was a veteran at the time. And he protected his sister tooth and nail. He even beat up a student who hurt his sister. How can I say? I respect him a lot. He doesn't care if they're a woman or a man. His fists have true gender equality. Although this incident was a big problem in the past, he almost got arrested. Luckily, he had the support of my mother, who was a renowned lawyer. If not for my mother, and his father, who was a teacher at the school in the past, he would be behind bars now. A good side of this story is that bullying stopped happening. After all, the girls were afraid of Edward. But it's not all flowers. Because of this incident, Leona couldn't make friends near the area where she lived. And the only friend she had used to date Andrew. And Andrew cheated on Leona's friend with an older woman. Because of that, Leona is angry with Andrew. You don't need to worry too much. One day she will forgive you. You are good friends after all. Edward spoke with a gentle smile. Stop lying. I know her as well as you do. I know she's spiteful. Andrew said. Indeed. Edward nodded his head in agreement. Meow. Zach meowed in agreement as well. Edward looks at Zach for a while. Then he looks at me. Have you grown up? You just now that noticed. Brother. Leona, who finished serving the customer, said. Now that there were no customers in the store, she could participate in the conversation more actively. How am I going to figure that out? He was always the shortest of the group. Oof. I made a gesture like I was being pierced by an arrow through the heart. Brother. You don't have to be rude. It's okay. I also know that I was short. I was even shorter than Leona. I commented a little depressed. Your muscles are defined too. How did you get that muscle? He asked curiously. Well, I followed the training you went through and some videos on the internet. The lies are getting more absurd as time goes by. It's pretty obvious they're suspicious. They just don't ask too much because they respect my privacy. Oh, you're not on steroids, are you? Of course not. I know what it does to the body. I replied. I take Zach off my shoulder and place him on the counter. then stopped stroking him. Zack meowed at me annoyed. But I ignored him. He seemed to snort for a few seconds and then started walking around the establishment. Suddenly. Edward puts his hand on his chin and looks at me. Are you still being bullied? He asked in a neutral tone. Leona and Andrew look at me. Leona looked worried. And Andrew looked angry. I'm not being bullied anymore. I resolved that situation yesterday. I spoke with a big smile on my face. I saw Leona's body shake a little. And Andrew just kept looking at me. I heard. You dealt with him using a basketball game. Edward Said. I heard you jumped from the middle of the court and made a dunk. He continued as he looked at me with suspicious eyes. I remained silent. After all, I wasn't making an effort to hide the changes in my body. I didn't want to hide them either. Well, no need to feel pressured. We all have secrets we want to hide. I'm just upset you didn't want us to get involved in this situation. Edward spoke with a gentle smile. Yes. I wanted to hit that bastard. Andrew spoke. Yes. Bullying is unforgivable. Leona said. I look at Andrew. I appreciate you guys caring about me. But you know me, right? I looked at my friends with a big smile on my face. Luann is mine. Just mine. I will not allow anyone to get involved in this. He is someone who hurt me and insulted my mother. This grudge can only be washed away by me. This is my pride. Only I'm allowed to step on and break Luann. I won't be satisfied otherwise. My friends may call me a fool. Or an idiot. But I don't care. I will not allow my enemies to be destroyed by anyone other than me. Sigh. I understand you. You have your pride as a man and I respect that, but don't go overboard. Okay. I don't want to see you arrested. Edward Said and advised me. Indeed. If you are arrested, please know that I have a plan for you to flee to Brazil. Although that plan is still in progress. Andrew spoke. You are fools. Why don't you just help him? Leona practically screamed out loud. Andrew and Edward looked at Leona. Edward Said. He didn't ask for help. And I respect his pride. As a man, I can understand his feelings. Andrew said. Victor is my friend. And he knows his limits. If he needs help, he knows he can count on us. If he didn't ask for help, I won't interfere. You guys are just idiots. Leona snorted. You wouldn't understand. Edward Said and Andrew nodded. Yes. Yes. I don't understand because I'm a woman. Right. Leona spoke irritably. Wrong. You don't understand why, because you never tried to fight people who bullied you. Edward spoke in a hard tone. I was weaker. And Leona tried to say something. But Edward cut her off. You know I'm not talking about that. There is a big difference between accepting bullying and fighting it. The attitude of how you deal with bullying is what matters. You never decided to ask for help. And you never talked about it. You just put up with everything silently. Edward spoke, raising his voice a little. Leona looked shocked at her brother. He sighs and says, unlike you, Victor never accepted bullying and warned us what was happening to him. And he told us that he was going to solve it somehow. Indeed. Andrew continues, ignoring Leona's gaze. Although we trusted Victor, we were always on the lookout for something to get out of hand. We respected Victor's pride and decision. But that doesn't mean we stood still while our friend was beaten. He said, smiling. It seems they did something I didn't know. I really have good friends. I thought with a happy smile on my face. Seeing Leona's sad look, I say. Don't think about it too much. Leona. Everyone handles a situation differently. I'm different from you. And you're different from your brother. You don't need to push yourself so hard. I approached Leona and patted her head a little. You just need to do things your way. Okay. And if you need help with something, you can count on me. Your brother, Andrew. And Fred. Leona lowers her head. And I see her face turn a little red. As her skin was very white. Her embarrassment became quite noticeable. Fuck. I wasn't supposed to do this. I need to control this hand of mine. I have become very used to stroking women's heads. I look at Edward and see his bloodthirsty look. He was warning me of the code. I quickly pull away from Leona. For a moment I see her pouting as she glares at her brother in annoyance. Ha ha ha. Victor was always good with words. Andrew chuckled. Then he continued. Oh, I hear he's married. Huh. Leona and Edward looked at me in shock. My 3 wives are beautiful vampires. Chapter 22 Yanderes. Means problems. Huh. You're married. Victor. Edward spoke as he looked at me with a shocked face. Yes. I answered honestly. Edward's gaze shifted to a look as if I'd made the biggest mistake of my life. Marriage is not a good thing. Victor. But if you're happy. I'm supportive. He spoke while shaking a little. He seemed to remember bad things from the past. PFFT. Andrew started to laugh. I looked at Andrew, who was laughing. Stop laughing. And why did he react that way? I asked. He held back his laugh and said, "Oh. You didn't know. Right. A few years ago. Andrew tried to marry a woman. But she was the jealous and stalking type, and because of that, he has emotional scars from what happened." I see Edward shiver a little when he hears Andrew talk about what happened. But aren't they the best women? I replied without understanding. Huh. Meow. Even Zach, who was a little distant, meowed aloud. I looked confused at Andrew and Edward, who were looking at me as if they had seen an exotic creature. Edward puts his hand to his face like he has a headache. And asks me, "Do you have a head problem?" Huh. Now I was the one who didn't understand. From the expression he's making, it's obvious that he really doesn't understand his problem. Andrew spoke as Edward nodded. Then Edward speaks. Listen, Victor. Jealous and stalking women are the worst kind of women. Don't go near them. Or you'll get killed. I don't understand what you're saying. If you accept her feelings, won't everything be okay? Why should I care? I asked, really confused. They were silently looking at me with their mouths open in shock. He's a lost cause, come to think of it. He's always been like that. Huh. He always picked the craziest women. Andrew spoke as if thinking of the past. Coming to think of it. That's true. Edward sighed. Then he continued. Has he never heard that he should never date a crazy woman? Wait. Leona suddenly screamed as she looked at Edward and Andrew. Are you just going to ignore that he just said he got married? She spoke as she knocked on the table. Oh. That's true. Edward sighed. Who is your wife? Do you have a picture of her? Andrew asked, and hearing Andrew's question, Leona and Edward looked at me. I do. Actually. I had pictures of Violet and Sasha. I didn't take these pictures. It seems like Natalia was making a photo album or something. So, she took some pictures and sent me to my phone. I never understood this maid. She always seems to be hidden. But when I call her, she always appears. She is like a ghost. I pull out my cell phone and show Violet's photo. Andrew whistled. She's hot. I looked at Andrew with an emotionless expression. Keep talking. And I promise you tomorrow you'll wake up in New York Bay. I bet the fish will love to eat you. I saw Andrew's body shake a little. He replied. It's just a joke. And you wouldn't do it. Right. I keep looking at him with an emotionless gaze. Right. I saw Andrew's expression darken a little in fear. You know I always keep my promises. I said in a dry tone. To be honest, I wouldn't do that. He's a good friend and I wouldn't kill my friend just for that. But he would get hit a little. Edward touched Andrew's shoulder and said. Remember the brothers' code. Yes. I know. Andrew said in a serious tone. Victor wouldn't dump you in New York Bay. But he would probably hit you. And I think he's more capable of defending himself with his current body. Edward continued. Suddenly, Leona appears in front of me and takes my cell phone. I look at her confused. Then she flips the image to the side and sees Sasha's photo. Who is she? She asked in a neutral tone. Oh. She's my second wife. My 3 friends look at me with the most shocked face I've ever seen in my life. If this was an anime, I bet their mouths would be on the ground by now. Hold the balls of the donkey. Andrew practically yelled. He approaches Leona and looks at the image of Sasha on the phone. I see Leona's eyebrow twitch a little in annoyance. But she's silent. I see Edward approaching. And he also sees Sasha's photo. I don't know how to react to that. When did you become a Chad? Edward spoke in a tired tone. I see my cat climbing on Edward's shoulder and looking at Sasha's picture. Then he looks at me and meows as he raises his paw, meow. He seemed to be praising me or something. Wait. Leona looked quite shaken. She looks at me and asks, "Do they know about each other?" "Yes. Of course," I replied. "Damn. Victor. You made quite a catch. I never thought I would say that. But I'm proud of you." Edward spoke as he held back the tears from his eyes. Somehow I could tell he was jealous. But at the same time, he was scared. "Ed. You don't understand. You know our friend here. Right? Do you think he's a man to chase after another woman if he's married? He's not me." Andrew practically screamed. "Bruh. You mustn't say that about yourself with pride. Coming to think about it. You're right. Edward Said. Yes. Victor is a very loyal man," Leona said, and the three looked at me. "Well, to be honest, they're the ones who came after me," I replied with a happy little smile. The three of them look at me with dead fish eyes. Leona said, "You know you can't marry more than one person in this country." "Right. I know." I nod my head in agreement. "But human law means nothing to vampires." Question. Andrew raised his hand like he was a child who wanted to ask the teacher a question. "What? Do your wives get angry when other women approach you? Do they suddenly have tantrums? Are they very jealous?" I look at Andrew shocked. "How did you know that?" "Bruh." Andrew replied. He looked at Edward and Leona. "Now everything makes sense." Edward nodded and he looks at me with a dead fish look. "Rip. Buddy. I think soon we'll be going to your funeral." "Huh. Brother. Don't gamble on Victor." Leona spoke irritated. Then she continued. "What if he really dies? Why are you thinking I'm going to die?" I asked as soon all my friends looked at me in shock, even my cat looked at me. "You're dating two yanderes. Buddy," Andrew said. "Yandere." I questioned the word I didn't know. "Do you remember that pink-haired girl anime that we watched in our teens?" "Oh. I remember. I thought she was pretty at the time." "What about her?" I asked. I saw Edward, Leona, and Andrew's faces tremble as they heard my words. "She is a yandere." "I see. And you're saying my wives are just like her?" "Yes. Isn't that a good thing?" I blurted out. After all, I don't know what the word yandere means. But Violet and Sasha are adorable. And that's all that matters. Sigh, sigh, sigh. The three sighed at the same time. And it looks like they've given up on something. "Just don't die. Okay. And don't cheat on your wives. Or you'll die." "I would never do that. Why should I cheat on my wives if I have such beautiful wives?" Sigh. "If you didn't have a screw loose in your head, you'd be a good man." Leona sighed. Edward looked at his sister with serious eyes. "I won't allow it. Absolutely not. You'll never get married while I'm alive." "Brother." Leona cried out in embarrassment. "There's Edward Siskin," Andrew said, laughing. "Siskin?" I asked, confused. "Leona. Andrew." And Edward looked at me as if I had done something wrong. Andrew says, "You're an uncultured man. Buddy. We need to sort this out." "Huh. Well, don't judge him too much. He's a movie man. I remember his dad likes watching movies. He must have been influenced." Leona helped me. "Heretic. Edward Said. Coming to think about it, he's only watched 2 animes in his life." "Huh." Andrew spoke. "Unforgivable. Edward Said. It was the one anime with the alien that gets stronger and his hair changes color." "And the pink-haired yandere's anime?" Leona said. "Yes. I remember you recommended it to him at the time." Andrew said. "Indeed." Leona nodded. Suddenly, my cell phone started ringing. Leona looks at my cell phone and says, "Kagaya. Oh. She's my wife's maid. Maid." Leona spoke in a stutter. I hold out my hand and Leona nods as she hands me the cell. I answer my cell phone and start talking to Kagaya. While Victor was on the phone talking to Kagaya, his friends were whispering in a not so low voice. "Did he just say maid?" Leona spoke. "Why are you stuttering?" Andrew asked curiously. "Idiot. Hiring a maid is expensive. Did you know?" Leona spoke. "Oh. I didn't know." Andrew said. "I think his wife is rich." Edward deduced. "Isn't he very lucky?" Andrew can't help but speak out loud. Leona and Edward look at Andrew confused. Andrew begins to explain. He married 2 wives. And one of those wives is rich. And both wives are beautiful. "Oh. You're right. But it's not all flowers. They're yanderes. You know." He could die at any time. Edward explained as he shivered a little. I think Victor will be fine. Leona said. Now that she was calmer, she could think better about the whole situation. What do you mean? Edward asked. Remember how Victor's personality is. He may not realize it, but he knows how to treat a woman well. I think his mother's teachings influenced him without him realizing it, and he became a natural playboy. Leona would never say that the headpats Victor gave were good too. She would never speak it out loud. Never. And he doesn't refuse Yandere's advances. So I think he's safe. The protagonists only die in the anime because he refused women's advances. After all, most of these protagonists were beta men. Leona said. You're right. Andrew said. Victor likes crazy women. Huh. Edward spoke out loud. He looked confused. Just in case. I'll keep in touch with a friend of mine from the police. After all, stalking is a criminal act. Andrew said. Oh. Now that I think of it. In real life the act of stalking someone is a crime. Leona said. Leona. You are watching too many animes. Edward scolded her lightly. Brother. I can't leave the house because of my skin. What do you think I should do? Look for a boyfriend? Absolutely not. I will buy more animes for you. So stay home. Humph. Leona huffed and turned her face away. But Andrew could see she had a smile as if it was all part of her plan. Victor ended his call and said. I'm going home. I look at Zack and say. Hey. Zack. Let's go. Buddy. Meow. Zack, who was lying on a chair, gets up. Walks slowly towards me. And climbs on my shoulder, then I put my hand behind to hold him. And he lies down on my shoulder. Are you absolutely sure he's not a dog? Or a monkey? How can a cat be so smart? Leona asked in disbelief. I also see Andrew and Edward nodding. He's normal. He's just used to being that way. After all, I've raised him from a young age. I replied. Leona is silent and decides not to argue anymore. She just sighs as if she had given up on something. Edward looks at me. What happened? You look happy. Oh, my wife met my other wife today. Because of that I'm happy. I answered honestly. My three friends look at me with dark faces and I realize Edward was shaking a little too. Two Yandere will meet. Andrew swallows hard. And sighs as he looks at me with respect. How can I say? Victor, you are a man among men. Thanks. I reply. Confused. Anyway. I'll see you guys later. I spoke as I turned around. Bye. Victor. Try not to die. Buddy. Edward Said. Take care of yourself. Victor. Andrew said. He looked like he wasn't going to follow me anymore. Leona didn't say anything. She just waved at me. My three wives are beautiful vampires. Chapter 23. Violet and Sasha meet. Tell me, Zack. I said to my cat as I walked towards my house. I noticed people's eyes on me. It's like think they've never seen a cat in their life. Even though my cat doesn't speak, I can deduce or imagine what he says. After all, he is a smart cat. Currently, Zack was on my shoulder as he looked around curiously. Meow. Zack meowed curiously. After living so long with my cat, I was able to differentiate his every meow. His being so smart helps a little too. Did Leona treat you well? I asked as I walked. Meow. 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 Translation. She treated me well. But she bathed me. I hate that woman. Oh. I see. I know you don't like to shower. But you can't go without a shower. What if your fur falls out and you go bald like a rat? Meow. Translation. Makes sense. See. I know you don't like to shower. But a shower every week isn't too bad. Right. I spoke with a smile on my face. I look over my shoulder and see Zack staring at me with a horrified look. He seems to have heard something scary. 3 baths a month. I tried to negotiate. Meow. Translation. 1 bath a month. 2 baths a month. That's not negotiable. I said. Meow. 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 Translation. Tyranny. I demand democracy. We live in a free country. Even cats have rights. Sigh. Zack. If you were a quiet cat I'd agree to a bath a month. But you go out a lot for walks and when you come home you're all dirty. I spoke. Meow. Meow. Translation. But, you're right. Now that I stop to think. What do you do on your walks? I asked curiously while ignoring people looking at me open-mouthed or commenting if I was crazy or not. Meow. 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 Translation. I'm going after the female cats. They love me. Even though there are other cats. Oh. Didn't you fight for dominance? I asked while raising an eyebrow. Meow. 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 Translation. Of course I fought. I used the technique called the T pose that you taught me. Using this technique, I asserted my dominance and now I have 4 wives. That's my boy. I said laughing as I took him off my shoulder and carried him like a baby while stroking his stomach. Meow. Meow. Translation. Komochi. You are very good at this. Huh. Why did the first word come out in Japanese? Am I imagining it wrong? Looking up into my cat's satisfied face, I shrug like I don't care. Then put him on my shoulder again. Arriving at my house, I open the door and enter. I came back and brought Zach with me. I spoke out loud. Meow. 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 Translation. Sup, bitches. I'm home. Zach. I hear my mom screaming as she runs towards me. I see Zach's fur rises. And he quickly jumps off my shoulder and falls to the ground, then he runs away from my mom. Hey. Don't run away from me. Zach. Get back here right now. My mom yelled as she looked at Zach, who ran up onto the couch. Meow. Translation. Never. Ignoring my mom and Zach's banter, I walk towards the basement stealthily. When I first enter the basement, I see what my old basement looks like, but when I put my foot on the first step, I see a little magic circle appearing. And soon the basement changes. Which technology is very useful. Kagaya. What are you doing? Let me kill that bitch. I heard Violet's voice. I'm sorry, Lady Violet. But I can't let you do something you'll regret. Kagaya spoke in a neutral tone. Well, looks like I made it on time. I walked towards the room Sasha was in, and when I opened the bedroom door, I see a rather surprising scene. Kagaya was holding Violet on the ground with a jiu-jitsu technique called a rear naked choke. A little far from Kagaya was Natalia, who was just watching everything as usual. Sasha was watching everything with a neutral gaze. Currently, she was sitting on the bed and beside her was Maria, her personal maid, who was a former hunter. Violet looked quite startling. Her face was distorted with hatred and she was glaring at Sasha with her red eyes gleaming with killing intent. I realized Violet was trying to use her powers. But Kagaya was smothering her before she could concentrate on using them. As expected from an older vampire, she managed to immobilize Violet easily. I guess it wasn't that easy. Looking more closely, I realized that Kagaya is trying very hard to hold Violet down. Yo. I said with a smile on my face. Suddenly, all the women in the room look at me. My wife Violet's killing intent seems to explode when she sees me. Victor. She didn't call me darling as usual. I look at Kagaya and nod my head, indicating for her to let go of Violet. She looks at me with a face that asked if I was sure. I close my eyes and nod my head as I smile. Violet suddenly jumps towards me and I realize she's trying to stab me with her hand. Since I'm not ready to feel this pain yet, I take her hand and, as if it's a very elegant dance, I shift her center of gravity, then quickly sit down on the floor and drop her onto my lap. I also realized she wasn't putting that much force into her attack. Huh. Violet didn't understand what happened. Well, I seem to still remember the dance lessons I took in the past. This was a long time ago when I attended a multi-billion company CEO's party. As my mom was the CEO's attorney at the time, I had to participate and dance with the CEO's daughter. And, because of that, I had to train in classical dance for 2 months. It was the most irritating time in my teenage life. Stopping to think now, that was the same day I found Zach abandoned in the street. I hugged Violet around the waist and spoke into her ear. Calm down. I'm not going to disappear or anything. And you're not going to lose me. So you don't have to attack me out of jealousy. Violet seemed to melt when she felt my embrace and heard my words. I noticed her eyes revert to their normal violet color. And to think that there was someone other than Violet's mother who could calm her down, Natalia commented. I look at Natalia and I see her with a small smile on her face. I could also see Sasha and Keigaya's shocked expressions. Why are you looking at me like that? I asked as I started stroking Violet's head. When Violet goes crazy, she only gets calmer when she destroys everything around her. Sasha spoke in a neutral tone. It was like she was used to it. I also noticed that she was looking at Violet with an annoyed look. I noticed that Violet's smile seemed to grow in a distorted way. And she put her face to my chest and started sniffing at me. Darling. 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 She started talking like she was possessed by some evil spirit or something. Although she looked quite adorable now. Suddenly her smile is gone. And she looks at me with a serious look. Why am I smelling another woman? Oh, I went to get Zach from the vet. I found my childhood friend who works at that place. I replied while smiling. When I saw Violet's eyes change to blood red, I cupped Violet's cheek in both hands and pull. Don't think nonsense. Stop. She said in a funny voice. I stopped pulling her cheek and kissed her. Uhunpf. She made a funny sound of surprise. But soon she returned my kiss. As we practiced a few times, we were a little more experienced. Suddenly, I feel a burst of murderous intent. I stop kissing Violet and look at Sasha with a smile on my face. Humph. She turned her face away in annoyance. This seemed to make Violet satisfied. She smiled lovingly and hugged me possessively. You know I'll never run away from you. Right? I commented as I stroked Violet's white hair down her back. Yes. But, she bit her lip. I made her look at me. I needed to say this. I don't know about Ruby yet. But Sasha is my wife. I want her close to me. Violet's face distorted in annoyance. I look at Sasha and see that she was a little embarrassed. What do you think about this? I asked her opinion. Me. She pointed to herself. She didn't seem used to showing affection. I do not know. Suddenly Keigaya appears beside Sasha and slams her elbow into Sasha's stomach. Ouch. What are you doing? Sasha yelled angrily. Don't be indecisive now. This is about your future. Keigaya spoke in a neutral tone. When Sasha heard Keigaya's words, she was speechless for a moment. I noticed Sasha's face has changed several times. Embarrassed, curious, scared, and a little obsessive. It was quite interesting to see how her face constantly changed. Bitch. Be gone. He's just mine. My darling. Violet spoke possessively as she hugged me. But she didn't look as pissed off as before. Suddenly Sasha's face changed. Her eyes turned blood red. And as soon as she looked at Violet, she gets annoyed. Hua. Her face distorted in anger. This bitch. Sasha gets up from the bed, then she uses her speed and appears beside me. She hugs me from behind in a possessive way and says, he's my husband. Bitch. I feel the sensation of two mature Sasha bunnies on my back. Violet looked at Sasha annoyed, then she hugged me too. As she was sitting on my lap, I could feel Violet's two bunnies who weren't the same size as Sasha's bunnies. But they were a perfect size. They were neither too small nor too big. They were perfect. Ah. I was in heaven now. Well. That was somehow resolved by Lord Victor. Keigaya spoke with a small smile. Are you sure? They look like they could kill each other at any time. Natalia commented as she looked at Sasha and Violet, who were glaring at each other as the two women hugged me possessively. Well. They can't just hold hands and say they'll get along with each other. After all. You know Lady Violet's personality. Right. Indeed. Natalia said. This is just the beginning. Lady Violet is angry at Lady Sasha. But she doesn't want to kill Lady Sasha like before. Lady Violet is just acting like a possessive teenager now. Keigaya explained. Then she continued. And Lady Sasha has stopped being stubborn about her feelings. And is acting more honestly. That's progress for a woman like her who isn't used to showing affection openly. Natalia nods her head and puts her finger on her face. Then she commented with a small smile on her face. I wonder what will happen when Lady Ruby shows up. Keigaya looked at Natalia with a neutral look. You're having fun with this whole situation. Huh. Natalia looked at Keigaya. And she commented with a small smile on her face. Who knows? I could be having fun. Or I could just be pretending. Keigaya lets out a small sigh when she sees the blonde maid's attitude. My 3 wives are beautiful vampires. Chapter 24, 2 wives. As my two wives hugged me, I looked at Kagaya. Kagaya. Call that witch here. I need her services. Kagaya looks in my direction and nods. Then, without question, takes a small ball from her pocket and smashes it. Soon a magic circle appears on the floor. And, slowly, the witch June got off the ground. She was just wearing a big sweatshirt and short shorts. It looked like she was about to go to sleep. Huh. June was surprised for a moment, but then she soon asked Kagaya. Annoyed. Really? Maid. I was in Japan about to go to sleep in a hotel after a good shower in an onsen. She knows how to enjoy life with the money she earns. Huh. Kagaya just looked at June like she was looking at a pile of garbage. June. I said. June has stopped looking at Kagaya and looks at me. Then her face takes on a shocked expression when she sees me. Oya. Oya. Has the number of women grown? Isn't that Lady Sasha? June commented, smiling. Sasha and Violet stop staring like they want to kill each other and look at June. Sasha looks at June confused like she was wondering why June was here. She seemed to know June. Violet looks at June neutrally as if she doesn't care about her. How much do I owe? June. I asked. I remember I placed an order before and she said she was going to charge me in the future. It's better to know how much money I owe her now so I can plan my steps in the future. Oh. June flashes a greedy smile. Then she says. You owe me $1 million, just as she was about to complete her sentence. She closed her mouth and looked at Violet with a cold sweat falling off her face. Violet looks at June with a small smile on her face. I realize her red eyes are staring at June coldly. Excuse me. I didn't hear what you said. Can you repeat that? June's face darkened a little when she saw Violet's expression. Cough. She pretended to cough to change the subject. Then continued. I mean, you owe me $30,000. She said with a gentle smile. Good. Violet said and then hugged me again while ignoring June. I also feel Sasha hugging me from behind while looking at June neutrally. She seemed to be breathing down my neck too. Although she was doing it quite sneakily. I was a little surprised that Violet didn't mind Sasha's presence right now. But that's a good thing. I know it's hard for the two of them to get along. But the important thing is they don't try to kill each other while I'm not around. But $30,000. Huh. That's a big amount. But I think I can get it in one day if I steal from the right thieves. I need you to make me an outfit and a black mask. I tell my order to June. Huh. June looked at me strangely. What happened? Are you going to tell me you can't do it? I asked. I mean, I can do that. But your requests are always weird. Huh. The first one was a fake ID. And now it's clothes. What are you planning? She asked with a curious smile. Knowing about this information is going to cost money. Do you really want to know? I spoke while smiling a little. I could see June's smile twitch a little when she heard my words. You're greedy. Huh. June commented. Not much as you. I said. June looked at me shocked and then started to laugh amusedly. Ha 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 ha. You're right. You're right. You're right. I am a greedy witch. Suddenly, several magic circles started to appear on the sweatshirt she was wearing. The circles start spinning quickly. And soon several green lights start to come out of June. And, slowly, her outfit starts changing into a professional women's suit. My name is June. Codename the Greedy Witch. I am the witch who solves all the problems related to the modern world with a certain amount of money. Of course. She spoke in a professional tone while showing a small smile in the last sentence. Oh. I said while clapping my hands a little for the light show. I also noticed that a card appeared in front of me, and when I took the card, I saw that it had a golden color and had the name June carved into the card. I think this card was made of pure gold. Thank you. Thank you. She spoke gratefully while smiling satisfied. She seemed to be quite narcissistic too. I never thought this piece of garbage. Cough. I never thought June would give you her codename. Hey. I heard that. June looked at Kagaya irritably. Kagaya just ignored her as she looked at me. Codename? I asked curiously. Codenames are a title given by the Queen of Witches. For the Society of Witches, a codename is a form of status. But not only that. If a witch gives her codename to someone she judges as a customer, A golden card will appear. Sasha explained as she hugged me tighter. Using this card, you can contact the witch to request her services anytime you want. It seems like witches work 24 hours a day. They don't seem to get rest. Oh, thank you, Sasha, I said gratefully. I felt Sasha's body tremble a little. She made a cute sound and hid her face behind my back. Tisk. Violet clicked her tongue in annoyance. She looked agitated. I patted Violet's head. And soon her expression changed to a satisfied one as I look at the golden card in my hand and think. Which society seems to be more interesting than I thought? A society built on a form of energy called magic. Huh. But why did you give this to me? I don't have as much money as my wives do. And you know it. I told June. June looks at me and smiles. Yes. I know. You're poor now. But I smell money coming from you. And, in the future, you'll have a lot of money. I'm betting on that. She flashes a confident smile. And I never lose when I make a bet. She smiles like a teenager who has found something interesting and continues. Not to mention that you seem to be very close to the two richest heiresses of the noble vampires. Oh. She doesn't know that Sasha's clan has lost its noble status. I feel Sasha's face moving a little behind my back. It seems she's noticed that too. Well, June could be lying. So there's no guarantee she doesn't know anything. Getting back to business. What do you need? June asked as her eyes sparkled with the US dollar symbol. Do you know that anime called Tokyo Vampire? I asked. I didn't watch the anime. But I saw the protagonist's image several times on the internet. The protagonist had white hair, different colored eyes, and was wearing a black outfit. He was transformed by a beautiful vampire with purple hair. Yes. I watched it when I was in Japan. I need an outfit similar to the protagonist. But I want some changes to the outfit. The outfit should look like a straitjacket used to arrest criminals. The boots should be a little bigger. And the mask should just cover my mouth. Okay. Do you intend to cosplay? She asked curiously. I just looked at her as I smiled and stroked Violet's hair. My wife seemed to be much calmer now actually. I think she's almost asleep. If you're so curious, I can tell you if you cancel my debt. I spoke. Humph. Forget what I said. She gave up. It seems her greed is higher than her curiosity. June claps her hands and several magic circles appear a little away from her then. Soon. An outfit appears. The outfit that appeared is the anime protagonist's outfit. But slowly the outfit began to undergo changes that I asked for. Do you want something like this? She asked. I look at the outfit and nod satisfied. As expected of a professional witch. Praising me won't make me lower the price. She spoke with a big smile on her face. How much did the clothes cost? I asked. June puts her hand to her chin and looks at the outfit as if she's thinking about something. I feel Violet move in my arms. She looks at the outfit I ordered and her eyes start to sparkle for a moment. She seems interested in the outfit. I also felt Sasha, who was hiding her face behind me, peeking a bit at the outfit I asked for. She looks at the outfit for a moment and says, cringe. Oof. I felt a stake piercing my heart. For a moment my smile almost broke. But soon I recovered and said, I know. That's why I ordered this outfit. No one would ever think a vampire would use this outfit to do what I'm going to do in the future. I may do it for you for free if you tell me what you intend to do. Denied. You can't have everything in life. Which? I spoke with a smile on my face. Then I continued. Choose. Do you want money? Or do you want to satisfy your curiosity? She makes a difficult face. Then she speaks screaming. I want both. Yumu. As expected from a witch with the title of greedy. But unfortunately, that's impossible. I said laughing. June pouts. She looks very pretty now. I feel Violet and Sasha looking at me with a dangerous look. My smile growing. How do you know what I was thinking? Our connection told us. The two spoke in a neutral tone. Oh, interesting. So they can feel my emotions and my surface thoughts too. Huh. I start to think about what I'm going to do when Violet, Sasha, and I finally get alone. Suddenly, I hear two small explosions near me. I look down and see that Violet's face was very red and I could see that there was smoke coming out of her head like it had overheated. I turn slightly and look at Sasha's red face. I could also see little yellow lightning flashing above her head. My smile grew even wider. And I couldn't help but honestly say, "You guys are so cute." Sasha suddenly wakes up from her stupor and screams, "DD, do not look at me." She quickly hides her face behind my back. I could even hear her heart beating rapidly. Violet just hid her face in my chest while she had a huge smile on her face, and just like Sasha, I could hear Violet's heartbeat. And once again, I understood that they weren't like the vampires in the movies. After all, they weren't dead. Although normally my wives' hearts beat very slowly. I looked at June and saw her face distorted. She looked like she had eaten something bad. I laughed when I saw her expression. How much did the clothes cost me? The clothes didn't cost anything. Huh. I just had to use my powers to create the outfit. I didn't use any complex incantations or anything like that. I just created fabric. That's something very easy to do. Oh. You are very honest. I said, surprised. For some reason her face turned red. Humph. I just did it for free because I have a long friendship with Lady Violet and because I can create fabric easily. Make no mistake. You still owe me. Why is she acting like this all of a sudden? I see. Thanks. I said with a small smile. Humph. She turned her face away and started muttering something about how it wasn't fair and she should look for a boyfriend or something. Can you create another outfit for Violet? Of course, in a female version. Huh. Violet was surprised. June looks at me and nods. Then she claps her hands again. And what happened before is repeated. Soon an outfit similar to mine except in a female version was next to my outfit. I looked at Violet. You looked interested. So I got you one. Darling. She suddenly climbs on top of me with a crazed smile on her face and bites me. I feel my blood draining down my neck. Bitch. Sasha got annoyed for some reason. And soon she bites my collarbone and starts sucking my blood. Feeling my wife's emotions and desires. Slowly. My teeth start to change. And my eyes change to blood red. Then I bite Violet's collarbone. Ah. Violet stopped sucking my blood and moaned a little as she hugged me tighter. Kagaya, Maria, June, and Natalia, who were seeing this, all react differently. For some reason, I feel like I should get a boyfriend. June commented. No man will want a gold digger like you. Kagaya spoke in an emotionless tone. Hua. June's face distorted in anger. Are you frustrated that your master is being stolen from you? Maid. Kagaya's eyes flutter a little. And she is silent. She didn't want to waste time talking to June. June, thinking she's guessed right, started to smile. I feel sorry for you. Maid. Lady Violet will be stolen from you. Seeing that Kagaya didn't react to her words, June was confused. Then she thought. Did I get my guess wrong? Lady June. I have a job for you. Natalia suddenly said. Oh. June loses interest in Kagaya and looks at Natalia with greedy eyes. I want you to investigate what is happening in this city. Natalia said. Kagaya, who listened to what Natalia said, began to pay attention to the conversation. According to Lady Sasha and Kagaya, a vampire named Lucy stole something from the church. I want to know what that something is. June makes a very serious expression. This is going to cost a lot of money. You know. I know. Natalia said, smiling. Then she continued. Money is not a problem. Just investigate it for me. I accept your request, but remember you must pay 50% of the money up front. And if another witch is helping the church, I can't interfere too much. After all, you know the rules of witches. Right. Natalia smiles gently. Rule number 1 of witches. A witch must not conflict with another witch. If the witch's employer is an enemy of an individual who is hiring another witch, both witches must abandon their duty immediately. She explained as she was remembering. And then she continued. Of course I know. Good. June throws 2 small spheres at Kagaya. And soon she disappears into a magic circle. Kagaya raises her hands and takes the 2 spheres June threw and puts them in her pocket. An ordinary maid doesn't get enough money to pay a witch for this kind of service. She commented. Natalia just displays a gentle smile and doesn't say anything. Soon she walks towards a wall and goes through a secret passage. Tisk. I don't like this. Kagaya said, annoyed. When she saw Natalia leaving without giving an explanation. Then she looked at Victor, who was biting his wife's neck. And several thoughts were going through Kagaya's head now. My 3 wives are beautiful vampires. Chapter 25 Professor Adam. After solving the problems with my wives and getting an outfit to disguise myself as James Smith, I go to college. When I get to college, I notice the students looking at me differently. They seem to recognize me from the game that I played with Luann yesterday. I also noticed some female students staring at me as if they were looking at prey. Some male students were staring at me with explicit disdain on their faces. Seeing all this, I just ignored it all and walked towards my classroom. Isn't he that player who jumped off across court yesterday? Did you see the video? A man spoke. Yes. And to think that there was a player with those skills in this school. How did he never get recognized? Another asked. I think I overreacted. Meh. I didn't mean to hide my changes from the start. What's the point of gaining powers if you can't use them? I just have to avoid doing something humanly impossible. Like jump to the height of a building or something. If things get out of hand, I just have to get out of college. After all, I decided to stay in college just to satisfy my desire to play sports. Arriving in the classroom, I realize I arrived too early. I look around and soon I see my economics teacher. He is a tall man. I think he is 200 centimeters tall. He has an amazing white mustache, white hair, and sapphire blue eyes. He was wearing a well-fitting suit and, despite being over 60 years old, he looked like a man who was in his 30s. In the past, when his family and I went for a walk, I could see that under those clothes he wears there is a man with a well-trained body. How did he manage to keep his body toned after being over 60 years of age? Oh, Victor. It's been a while since I've seen you in my class. He spoke with a small smile on his face as he turned and looked at me. Looking into Adam's sapphire blue eyes, I felt an instinctive danger in my body, but the moment I felt that danger, the feeling I got disappeared as if everything I felt was an illusion. But I knew this wasn't an illusion. I decided to keep this incident locked in my head. Professor Adam. You talk as if we haven't known each other for years. It's only been 3 days since I came to your class. He laughed a little with an amused smile and said, indeed. I walk up to the teacher, and the closer I got to him, I couldn't help but look at his height with a bit of shock. He was the tallest man I've seen in person, and a 2-meter tall man can be very intimidating. He leans against his desk and folds his arms as he looks at me. Tell me the news. I hear you had a show yesterday on the basketball court. Do you know that too? I asked in mock surprise. Everyone at this college knows what happened, and you made a lot of enemies yesterday. After all, there are a lot of people who worship the captain of the basketball team. He commented casually. Oh. I display a small smile on my face. He looked at my smile and soon he exhibited a smile of his own as if he understood something. But you don't mind, right? How do you know? I asked with mock shock as if he had discovered a big secret, but of course, I was still smiling. Hey kid. How long do you think I've known you? I've watched you grow up with my kids. I know your personality very well. He chuckled. He and I laughed together in fun. This teacher is an old acquaintance of mine. He is the father of 2 of my childhood friends, Leona and Edward. This man's name is Adam William Lycos. But don't cause too much trouble. The dean of this college is supporting Luann. And he might try to do something with you. Is he going to try to kick me out of college or something? I spoke in disdain. If it was before, I would be worried. But now, I don't care anymore. Probably yes. But seeing as how you don't care, I think it's okay with you. Just don't cause too much trouble, since that might make your parents sad. He warned me. I appreciate the concern. But don't worry about my family. I'm sure my parents won't be upset about something like that. After all, knowing my mother, if she finds out about every incident from beginning to end, she is going to try to sue the school. What about my dad? He'll just nod at me satisfied. After all, he was the kind of man who works things out with his fist in the past. Well, if you're saying so, Adam said as if it didn't really matter to him. You look paler than before. Are you eating well? He asked curiously. Yes. With the food my mom gave me. I even gained muscle. Look. I said while pointing to my arm. Ha ha ha. He laughed like he thought of something very funny. He and I both know I was lying, but as expected from my childhood friend's father. He's a man who doesn't care much about things that don't involve his kids directly. From what I understand of Adam's personality, he's the kind of man who can see the world burn and he won't care. He would only care about something if his kids were in the crossfire. He's very protective of his family. And that's why he and I get along. After all, we are alike. You tell good jokes, Victor. He spoke with a small smile. I didn't try to joke. As always, your sense of humor is weird. I commented. Try to live as long as I do. I'm sure you'll have a few screws loose in your head. He looks into my eyes and speaks in a deep voice like he's inducing me to do something. I even noticed that his blue eyes sparkled for a few seconds. What do you think, Victor? Why don't you loosen up a little? Huh? What are you talking about? Teacher. I asked, confused. He closes his eyes and sighs a little relieved. Then he smiled. I was asking how long will you hide behind this mask that you created yourself? Adam. You know that all beings with intelligence in this world who live in society hide their true self. Right. I spoke with a cold little smile. Indeed. After all, we weird beings have to adapt to society. He spoke in a neutral tone. Then looked at his watch. Victor. Class is starting. Are you going to participate? Or are you going somewhere? He asked. I'm going to the swim club. I said. I need to experiment to see if I have weakness in the water. Oh, I see. As I've known you for a long time, I'm going to put that you were present in today's class. He said. Thank you, Professor Adam. He didn't need to do this, but as it's a kind gesture, I just have to thank him. Soon I leave the classroom and walk towards the swim club. When Victor left the classroom, Adam walked towards the window and, with a simple gesture of strength, he jumps towards a tree. Then, soon after, he jumps towards a building away from the college. All his actions were very soft. It was like he hadn't made any noise at all. On top of a tall building away from the college. Adam sighed to himself in relief. Then he picks up a phone and searches the list for the contact named, My Princess. Adam coughed a little to disguise that he was relieved about something and clicked to call his daughter. The phone rings a little. And soon his daughter answers. Father. Leona spoke into the phone. Oh, my little princess. He spoke with a satisfied smile on his face. Have you discovered something? Leona asked impatiently. Adam's smile breaks a little. But he replies. Yes. Unfortunately. He's not from your family. He didn't react to my pressure like a newborn wolf would. And I also didn't feel the connection indicating he was from my pack. Oh. Hearing his daughter's disappointed reaction, Adam quickly speaks. But don't worry. The wolf's transformation may be dormant. After all, just like you. He could just wake up on a night with a full moon. He tried to cheer her up. You're wrong, Dad. Leona sighed. Adam pretended not to understand. He won't become a member of my pack. The wolf's venom has been neutralized by the vampire's venom. Victor is a vampire now. Of course. Adam knew this. But he still reacted in surprise. Oh. Is he a vampire? Why do you think that? Well. The changes are obvious. And he's married to the Snow Clan's heiress. And Clan Fulgur's. Oh. I didn't know that. Adam was really surprised this time and he started to think. Wolf's venom wouldn't be an easy thing to neutralize. Especially my daughter's venom. But if two noble vampires bit him, it makes sense that wolf venom would be neutralized. What do we do, Father? Leona asked a little apprehensively. Adam wakes up from his thoughts. And responds. We don't do anything. Why? As Victor isn't a wolf. He's not our problem anymore. He's just a leech now. Adam spoke in a definite tone. But, Leona tried to say something. But Adam cut it off and spoke seriously as his eyes glowed a little bright blue. I forbid you to get involved with him. Father. Leona yelled angrily. Leona. Who do you think you're talking to? Lower your voice. Adam growled. He likes to spoil his daughter. But he wouldn't forgive the insubordination. You understand. I will. Leona stops talking. And Adam can hear that she was sobbing and crying a little. His eyes slowly began to lose their intensity. And he sighed. You fool. I don't forbid you from treating him like normal friends. What I forbid is that you get involved in leech affairs. That's not our problem. Rith. Leona spoke in a tone like she was crying. I'll hang up. Class is starting. Adam said, sighing again. When Adam hangs up, Leona wipes her tears away with the toilet paper. And sighs. She was currently in the service area where she usually works taking care of animals. You're good at acting. Edward spoke in a neutral tone. He heard and saw everything Leona did. He even saw her start to sob and cry out of nowhere. Shut up. Leona said. Then she snorted proudly. I learned acting watching K-drama. Only our dad would fall for this horrible act. Edward sighed as he rolled his eyes. Leona pouted. And looked at her brother. What do we do? Nothing. Edward spoke. Then he continued. Victor turned into a vampire. So what? I've known him since he was little. I know he won't act like an emo and say we're enemies or some shit like that. Just treat him normally. You're right. Leona spoke a little unsurely. Did you want him as a member of the family? Edward asked. Leona's face turned a little red when she heard her brother's question. I understand. He nods his head several times as if he understands something. You've known each other since you were a child. And you had a similar situation. After all, you and he were sick. He was always kind to you and, because of that, you're in love with him. You expected him to become a wolf so you could get close to him. And develop this relationship. Right. This is the basic plot of any romance anime. Slowly. Leona's face began to turn completely red with embarrassment. Soon Edward continues. If you followed the plot of an anime, you would approach Victor. And you would start dating him. After all, the childhood friend always wins in this type of plot. Edward makes a serious face and an exaggerated gesture. But you didn't expect a yandere to show up and steal the man you were in love with. He points to Leona, who had a completely red face. And if one yandere wasn't enough, he got two yandere. And when we talk about yandere, there's only one thing we can expect. Trouble. And since he has two yanderes, he has double problems. Leona started to clench her fist angrily and looked at her brother like he was a dead man. Seeing his sister's face, Edward stopped joking and looked at her with a puzzled face. Don't tell me that's it. Soon Edward's face turns red with anger. I forbid. He tried to say something. But before he could finish the sentence, Leona made a move. You fucking idiot. She made a fist and attacked Edward's stomach. Edward didn't expect this sudden attack. So he flies towards the wall as a fist imprint appeared on his stomach. Humph. Leona huffed. You're wrong. I'm not in love with him. I treat him like a precious friend. Stop making up lies. I just didn't want him to fall into those leeches' traps. Soon she turned and left the room where she was. Cough. Cough. Edward coughed a little as he came out of the wall that had the silhouette of his body and says, she's getting stronger at a very fast pace. And it's only been 3 days since she woke up as a wolf. Soon. She won't be a fragile girl anymore. She'll turn into a gorilla. My 3 wives are beautiful vampires. Chapter 26. Why do you hide behind that mask? Nighttime. Initially, I just wanted to check if I had a weakness to water. Like some types of vampires I've seen in movie theaters. But when I found out I didn't have a running water weakness, I started swimming and felt great. I ended up getting carried away and I swam until night fell. Thankfully there wasn't a swim club class today. So I was able to enjoy the pool by myself. I was currently in the men's locker room using a towel to dry off. As I used the towel to dry myself, I spoke out loud. The only weaknesses I have are the blessed items. And that I need to be invited into a stranger's house. I look at my reflection in the mirror and can't help but notice something. Did I get taller? As I stared at my reflection in the mirror, I could momentarily see the figure of my former self. A thin 21-year-old young adult with pale skin and sapphire blue eyes. I compare my current body with my old body from my memories and I can't help but say something. It really feels like I went through an experiment to create super soldiers. The previous thin, sickly-looking man suddenly turns into a tall, muscular man. The vampire's bite forces the host's body to evolve into its peak state, I muttered aloud. I was 175 cm before I turned. And now I'm over 180 cm. I wonder how much I will have grown when I stop evolving. My wife Violet said it all depends on my potential. I stopped thinking about bullshit and quickly finished drying myself with the towel that was in my closet. When I'm done drying off, I look in my bag and see the outfit I asked June to prepare for me. I nod my head satisfied. And I look for the clothes I was wearing. When I'm done dressing, I walk out of the men's locker room and carry my bag behind my back. The moment I step out of the locker room, I start walking down the silent corridors of the college. Now that I've stopped to think, shouldn't the building security be patrolling? I hear someone's footsteps approaching in the distance. I look back and see a man approaching with my vampire vision. I turn off my vampire vision. And soon my world goes back to normal. And I look at a man who has a smile on his face. He had blonde hair, blue eyes, and he behaved politely. He looked like those average princes. The man suddenly disappeared and reappears in front of me. He takes my face in his hand and throws me into the wall. Boom. I felt dizzy and felt bits of concrete stuck behind my hair. While confused and alert at the same time, the man laughed contemptuously and said something. Yes, indeed. A little strong. But not enough to be by her side. At least with your little strength. Do you think you deserve to be by her side? Especially with you being a mere plebeian. This will never work. Just stay away from her. Otherwise, I or someone else will kill you and your family for her. That's a friendly warning. Feel honored that you can hear so much from someone noble like me. Next time, I won't be so kind. He laughed out loud and looked at me haughtily. His expression was like a Rottweiler looking at a kitten. I coughed up blood on the floor. I also felt my head regenerate. I looked at the man with a neutral expression while my eyes changed to red. Did he just threaten my family? Is he a fool? My head wasn't working well. But I was sure what I heard. What do you say? How about you just disappear? If you do, I'll let you live. He spoke with the same smile as if he were the most important being in the world. When you disappear, I'll be free to conquer her. I crack my neck and snap my hands. That hurt. For the first time I spoke. My head was clearer now. He disappears from my vision and reappears beside me again. I couldn't react to him as he held me by the face and punched me in the stomach. Ha 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 ha. So weak. So weak. Why did she choose you? You are so weak. It should have been me. I coughed up blood on the floor and he started hitting me again. As he hit me, I looked at him. Seeing his arrogant face and expression that was saying, I am the king of the world. I can't help but think. Disappointing. All I feel about this man is just disappointment. Is that what a noble vampire is? A creature that has an ego the size of the planet and thinks they're the center of the world. I'll be honest. I was excited to fight a noble vampire. I was eager to fight and crush them beneath my feet. I thought I was going to have a good challenge. But this is just disappointing. Why? Why am I like that? Why am I so disappointed? I don't know where this pride of mine comes from. I'm just a newborn. It's only been 3 days since I turned into a vampire. But why? Why am I just so disappointed? Why am I not angry with him? After all, he insulted my family. The most important treasure of my life. Something is wrong with me. If it was with Luann, I would have attacked him already. But why is it that? With this man, all I feel is disappointment. Why? Crack, crack. I bite my tongue and refuse to scream in pain as he broke my arms and threw me off the 3rd floor. I feel the glass shatter behind my back. And as I fall from the 3rd floor of the building, I gaze at the full moon with a bored look on my face. I felt pain all over my body. But for some reason, I felt numb. It was a strange experience. It was like this body wasn't mine. I look at the blonde-haired man. And when I see his face, the clouds of doubt in my mind have cleared a little. When an insect insults you, do you feel something? I asked myself the question. The blonde-haired man comes down from the third floor and walks towards me. Soon my smile grows. No. You don't feel anything. In my mind. Even though he is stronger than me. He didn't deserve my attention. I don't know where my pride comes from. But I've felt that way since when I turned into a vampire. Same with Luan. I thought he was a worthy opponent. But the moment he lowered his head and backed away like a dog, I lost interest. I hate him. But that's just my sadistic side and ego speaking. I wanted to see him humiliate himself one more time, and in doing so, I would feel satisfied. But I had also lost interest in him when he proved to be just an unwilling servant. I had understood something new about myself. But I still had questions on my mind. I don't understand. Why am I like this? I don't have the experience of a veteran warrior. I'm not a martial arts genius. But why am I like this? Why? I questioned myself several times in my mind while looking at the full moon. I felt strange. It was like this body wasn't mine. It was like these emotions weren't mine. I felt trapped. I felt like a wild animal that was trapped and tamed. I don't understand. Maybe I'm just freaking out. Yes. Since I was turned into a vampire, my emotions are very chaotic. I get angry a lot easier. I get attached a lot easier. I hate easier. I feel sadistic pleasure in defeating my enemies. And I feel happy when I step on them with my feet like insects. Yes. Maybe something is wrong with my head. As I looked at the full moon, I heard the vampire's footsteps approaching me. He looks at me. Today, you're going to die. And I'm going after what belongs to me. I ignored this man's words. What was his name again? He looked strong. But what was his name? Well, I guess he's not important after all. Suddenly, I remember the words of my teacher Adam. What do you think, Victor? Why don't you loosen up a little? How long are you going to hide behind this mask that you created yourself? When I remembered those words, I felt like all the doubts I'd had the moment I faced this man were cleared up. Ha ha. I felt like laughing out loud. Ha 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 ha. I laughed madly as I placed my left hand, which at some point regenerated, on my forehead and lifted my hair up. It was the first time I had laughed with all my being. And I finally understood why I was feeling weird. All this time, I was holding back. All this time, I wore this mask because it's the right thing to do. After all, everything that's weird is excluded from society. I wore a mask to hide the real me. When did I start using this mask? I asked myself, confused. What are you laughing at? Shut up and die. Oh. I remember now, it was that incident when I was a kid and I got lost in the woods. Hey. Vic, can I call you at $%? I heard a child's voice in my ears. The voice sounded like static. And I couldn't remember who it was. I suddenly feel a warm feeling coming from my stomach. It was such intense heat. And it was furiously asking me to let go. I flash a smile full of sharp teeth and let that heat run wild. Boom. A pillar of flame suddenly came out of Victor's body. Ah. Violet, who was lying in one of the underground rooms she had asked to build, moaned aloud. Sasha, Natalia, and Maria, who were in the same room watching television, just looked at Violet confused. Violet twitched her legs and lay down on the bed. Her eyes were blood red. Her breathing was ragged. And she was mumbling, "Darling, darling, darling." She looked like a broken record that kept saying the same word as she twitched her legs. Lady Violet. What's going on? Oh my god. Natalia said as she approached Violet. But the moment she saw the erotic face Violet was making, she was surprised. Sasha approaches Violet, looks at her friend. And when she sees the liquids that were leaking from Violet, she can't help asking, with her cheeks a little red with embarrassment. What is happening? She stuttered a little. Darling, darling, I can feel it inside me. She responded as she squirmed. Huh? Sasha didn't understand. Natalia. Do you know something? Sasha asked. Natalia just shook her head no and continued looking at Violet with the same neutral expression. But Maria, who was close to Natalia, could see that the maid had a small smile on her face. Where is Kagaya? Sasha asked as she looked around. She is in the shadow of Lord Victor. Natalia replied. And continued. She is protecting him. When Sasha was about to say something, she is suddenly surprised when Violet gets up from the bed. I need to see my darling. She spoke with a slightly red face. First, you should change your clothes. Sasha spoke in a tone that didn't allow refusal. Violet looks down and sees the mess that was her dress. She nods her head and then disappears towards the bathroom. I'll go ahead. Something must have happened to my husband. Sasha spoke with her cheeks showing a little embarrassment. She wasn't used to saying the word, husband. Soon, she too disappears. The only thing normal people could notice was a silhouette of a woman. Sasha's maid Maria also disappears and follows Sasha. My 3 wives are beautiful vampires. Chapter 27 Priorities. What is this? What is it? I asked myself as I looked at the pillar of flames coming out of that newborn's body. This should have been an easy job. I eliminate the arrogant newborn and take the woman I so want. But what is this? Wasn't he just another newborn who was lucky enough to gain Violet's attention? I understand Violet. She must have gotten bored and found a human to treat as her toy. This happened many times in the past and female vampires have always done that. Wasn't he just that? Wasn't he just a toy? But why does he have this power? Why does he have these flames? How can a newborn have the power of the Snow Clan? Who is this man? Suddenly Corneliu heard the roar of a beast. Roar. Corneliu fell to the ground as he stared at Victor in fear. Victor's appearance had changed. His clothes had disappeared because of the heat and he was practically naked. But that was not noticeable because of the flames that were covering his body. Victor's entire body was covered with fire. His ears became sharper, looking like an elf. The sclera of his eyes that was once white changed to a dark black. His iris turned blood red. And the pupil of his eyes looked like the pupil of a dragon. His smile grew abnormally. And Corneliu could see all of Victor's sharp teeth. He could see that Victor's teeth had also undergone a change. Victor's old teeth that looked like small sharp teeth grew and seemed to have changed into the teeth of a demonic beast. How do you have that power? Only vampire counts have this power. Who are you? It's hot. It's hot. But I feel good. I feel released. But I feel angry. A growing fury was building inside my body. And I couldn't control that fury. All my senses were improved. I could see, feel, and hear everything around me. It was an uncomfortable feeling. I look at the blonde-haired vampire. When he looks at me, I see he started pissing himself in fear, and when I saw that, my sadistic smile grew on my face. I wanted to humiliate him. I wanted to see him in more despair. I wanted to hear his screams. I took a step forward. And I noticed that when I did, the ground I stepped on started to catch on fire. And I also noticed that the moment I took a step forward, the vampire's entire body shook with fear. With a little thrust from my legs, I appear in front of the blonde vampire and grab him by the neck. Ah! He started screaming in pain. And hearing those screams filled me with sadistic satisfaction. I realized that my hand hurt him a lot. I squeezed his neck more. And I saw his neck burning with fire. Let me go. Let me go. I did what he wanted. I released him, gently. Of course. He probably didn't like my gentle side very much. I held his throat in my hand and pulled. Ah. Those were his last screams and soon, he couldn't speak anymore. When I saw that noble vampire kneeling with his throat destroyed, when I saw him look in fear, I felt my whole body tremble in pleasure. I wanted more. I wanted to see him in despair. I wanted to see him humiliated. I took a step towards the noble vampire to continue playing with my new toy. I suddenly smell an intense smell of blood and turn my face towards the scent. I knew that smell. I don't remember where, but I did. Soon I felt an intense pain in my chest. It was like someone was slowly squeezing my heart. My heart hurt so much. I knew something was wrong. I utilize my vampiric vision. And soon my vision turns to a world of blood. I ignore all the humans in my field of vision. And I focus all my senses on the scent of blood. Soon, I see the vision of several humans covered in golden energy surrounding 2 female vampires. One female vampire was lying on the ground. And she looked hurt. And the other female vampire was kneeling while holding her arms. Then I focused my attention on the bite mark of the vampire who was kneeling. I felt my heartbeat like it was calling her. Then I understood something. Ruby. I focused all my strength on my legs. And I jumped towards the two vampires. Seeing Victor leaving, Corneliu did not understand what had happened. In an area that should have been full of walking civilians, a group of hunters was surrounding two female vampires. The first woman was wearing a maid dress. She had white hair and pink eyes. And was holding the wound in her stomach. Lady Ruby. Please run away. She said while coughing blood on the floor. The other woman had red hair and green eyes. She was holding her arm which was injured by a deep cut. Hearing what the maid said, she looked at Luna with a neutral gaze. Though anyone who knew Ruby well enough could tell she was worried about Luna. Silence. Maid. She ordered. Luna flashed a gentle little smile and was silent. But inside, she was trying to plan something so Ruby could run away. But, as usual, she couldn't think of anything. She coughs up blood on the floor and looks at the woman who attacked her. She was wearing a professional white jacket and looked like a Japanese woman. White skin. Black onyx eyes. She also looked tall for a Japanese woman. Standing at 175 centimeters tall. Then she heard the Japanese woman say, "Ruby Scarlet. Heiress of Clan Scarlet. You are very brave to walk around without a guard. I don't need bodyguards." Ruby spoke dryly. And then she continued. All beings in our world know the consequences of provoking my mother's wrath. She touches her wound with her fingers. Then brings them to her front. When she sees the blood on her finger, she thinks, how many years has it been since I was injured? I remember the last time it happened was when I was 3 years old. I remember that a country disappeared from the face of earth that day. When the older hunters heard Ruby's words, they shivered a little in fear. But when they looked at the Japanese woman, they were more relieved because they saw that the woman wasn't afraid. Indeed, the woman spoke in agreement with Ruby's words. All beings in our world know the legends of Lady Scathach Scarlet. She noticed that her subordinates trembled in fear when they heard the woman's name and shook her head. Inwardly disappointed. Then continued. The strongest female vampire in the world. A vampire over 2,000 years old. She has been walking the earth since Jesus was born into this world. Crazy. Psychopath. And is considered by the church to be a monster we should never provoke. Because, the moment she is provoked, an incident like what happened 18 years ago can happen. An incident that reminded the world how vampires can be terrifying creatures. The moment that incident is mentioned, all the hunters look at Ruby as if they've made the worst decision of their lives. The only one who doesn't feel that way is Carlos. The hunter who attacked and killed Sasha's maid. He looked at Ruby with anger visible in his eyes. Because of you, an entire country has disappeared from the face of earth. Ruby looked at the man with neutral eyes. So what? Huh? The man could not believe what he heard. Don't throw your hypocrisies at me. How many people has the church killed in the name of its God? How many wars has the church caused because of its God? Shall I recall the incident of the Saint of Orleans Jeanne d'Arc? They were sinners. Oh. So it's okay to murder thousands of people just because you said they were sinners. As expected. The hypocrisy of the church has no limits. Ruby snorted in disdain. Don't act like you care. You're just a monster that sucks blood and kills for fun. Carlos yelled angrily. Carlos' companions just looked at him shocked. They were puzzled by Carlos' attitude. Normally he wasn't a man who got irritated easily. The Japanese woman looked at Carlos. His mate's kidnapping affected him so much. Huh. Ruby chuckled softly in amusement. What are you laughing at? Ruby didn't respond. She just looked at Carlos. And everyone could see that her eyes had changed to blood red. I've never killed a human soul in my life. I've always drunk blood donated by humans to hospitals. I used my mother's money to buy them for me. Carlos opened his mouth in shock. He looked at the Japanese woman. When he saw the Japanese woman gently waving, he was totally disbelieving what he was doing. Did I attack someone innocent? Wrong. She is not innocent. She is a vampire. A vampire is not innocent. Ruby's smile grew unnaturally as her sharp teeth began to show. The hard truth to swallow is, You hunters just hunt me because I'm a vampire. I'm a different species. For us vampires, all humans are just cattle. And for humans, vampires are their natural predators. That's just it. That's the law of nature. We need blood. And because of that, some of my species actively hunt humans. And to defend against this natural predator, you were created. This whole situation was created by decisions made in the past. And this is just the natural course of things. Although we have created the ritual to control our bloodlust. For the church it doesn't matter. They just seek to eliminate us. She snorted in disdain. God. Motivations. Explanations. And even why you attack me today are just excuses for this unchanging truth. We are the predators. And you are the prey. But, unfortunately, over time, the situation has evened out. And it has become the contest of two predators. One that will only end when the vampires, or the humans, disappear from the face of the earth. And I can guarantee you, we will be the winners. Ruby finished speaking with a big smile on her face that showed all her sharp teeth. All the hunters looked at Ruby in shock. When the Japanese woman saw this, she said, as expected, you also inherited your mother's madness. I don't think we should let you live. Crazy. Me. PFFFF. Ha 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 ha. Ruby laughed lightly. The Japanese woman just raised an eyebrow in doubt. Ruby stopped laughing and spoke with a big smile on her face. Mizuki. I'm the sanest vampire you'll ever meet. Are these your last words? The Japanese woman asked. Ruby doesn't respond. She just turns her face and looks to the side and shows a shocked expression. But soon a small smile appears on her face. She turns and looks at the Japanese woman. You guys are so fucked. Huh. The woman didn't understand. But when she felt something approaching at high speed, and when she heard the noise of buildings being destroyed, her instincts screamed. Step back now, she ordered. And as experienced hunters, they quickly listened to the woman's orders. They didn't even dare to question. Soon a being covered in fire falls from the sky in front of Ruby. My three wives are beautiful vampires. Chapter 28 The Woman Who Kills Oni. When Mizuki saw the monster's appearance in front of her, all her instincts screamed danger. She was on full alert. Seeing the monster's appearance, she remembered the information she'd received from the church's pope. Remember, Mizuki. Romanian vampires are on a completely different level than what you destroyed in Japan. Especially the Count class vampires. These vampires are like humanoid weapons of mass destruction. And, if that wasn't enough, they have a kind of transformation that taps into the true nature of these vampires' powers. If you meet a vampire like this on your quest, you must step back immediately. After all, you have not yet received the baptisms to become my general. Back. I'm sorry. But I won't carry out this order. Mizuki thought with a small disdainful smile. On guard. Use level 3 enchantments. Gentlemen. An Earl-class vampire is in front of you. Prepare to die if necessary. She yelled as she pulled a fan from her pocket. Yes, ma'am. She opens her fan and speaks in a neutral voice, Susano. Japanese god of the sea and storms. Bless my allies with the protection of the seas. Suddenly water began to appear at the feet of Mizuki's allies. And slowly this water began to wrap the hunters in a protective layer. And, soon, this water turned into the armor of the ancient Japanese soldiers who fought in the Sengoku period. God. Bless my fists so I can get my revenge. Carlos spoke while being covered by Mizuki's armor. His fist started to be covered by golden energy. Soon all the hunters began to cast spells similar to what Carlos did. The creature looks at Mizuki with a smile on his face that showed all his sharp teeth. The hunters felt their bodies shiver when they saw the creature's smile. But, before the hunters could do anything, the creature lost interest in them and turns towards Ruby. Violet. Ruby spoke confused. But when she looked at the creature's face, she spoke in shock. Darling. What happened to you? And how did you get this power? Ruby tried to get up but she couldn't. She looked at her wound with an annoyed look. This is taking too long to heal. What is happening? I should have resistance to the energy used by the church. Ruby looks at Victor's face with a stoic expression. She had several thoughts running through her head right now. Why is he here? Why does he have access to this form? I'm glad he's here. But I'm worried about him. He's not strong enough to fight a slayer like Mizuki. We must get away. But I'm glad he's here. I don't want him to die. When Victor put his eyes on Ruby's wound, he felt his heart clenching in pain. He wanted to roar in rage. He was almost losing control of his own body. But, as a last show of stubbornness, he managed to stay in a state where he understood everything as if it were a dream. He was awake and at the same time he was sleeping. But there was only one thing he was sure of. Only one thing he wanted to do now. I will kill them. Suddenly all of the hunters felt as if the world had lost all color for a few seconds. Everyone could feel the killing intent so strongly that they forgot to breathe for a few seconds. Victor turns and looks at the hunters. When the hunters looked at Victor, they felt their bodies suddenly grow heavy. Fear. The purest feeling of human beings. That's what they were feeling now. They couldn't breathe. They couldn't move. It was like their bodies didn't want to obey and they just froze. What is it? A slightly younger hunter asked while shivering. Despite having been hunting vampires for a few years, he's never come across a vampire like this. CC, calm down, a hunter spoke while stammering a lot. Victor's eyes started to look around. He seemed to be going crazy every moment. He looked at all the hunters as he opened and closed his fist several times. Mizuki looks at him neutrally and thinks, he is weaker than I imagined. So she puts the fan in front of her and spoke in a low voice. Tsukuyomi. Give me the piece of the night. The piece of the night in the moonlight. White energy focused on Mizuki's fan. And then she waves the fan. And this energy travels towards all of her subordinates. And, as if it were magic, everyone started to get calmer. Everyone felt inner peace. And they didn't feel fear anymore. But, the enchantment didn't last long because Victor suddenly made a move and appeared in front of a hunter. He opens his mouth full of sharp teeth and bites the hunter's neck. Ah! Save me! Save me! The hunter couldn't scream anymore because soon he had turned into a dry mummy. It was like he lost all the blood in his body. Victor stops biting the hunter. And when he lets go of his head, the hunter's entire body disappears into ash. Even the hunter's blood that splashed on him disappeared without a trace. This demonstration made the hunters fearful. The only ones not affected were the more experienced hunters. All thanks to Mizuki's enchantment. And because they had seen something similar in the past. He destroyed my armor so easily, Mizuki couldn't help but comment in disbelief. Was I wrong in my judgment? She thought confused. Then she ordered. This monster's body is very hot. If you don't have high-level protection techniques, don't come close. Or you will turn to ashes. Carlos. Yes. Ma'am. Carlos runs towards Victor and punches him in the face. Victor looks at the fist in his face. And soon he smiles like he's not impressed. Monster. Don't laugh at me. Carlos attacks him again. But it wasn't working. He couldn't hurt Victor's body. Victor grabs Carlos' bald head. Carlos feels his flesh burn as Victor holds his head. Victor runs towards another hunter and holds them by the head. The friend who was next to this hunter tried to cut off Victor's hands. But the golden sword only scratched Victor's skin. Victor looks at the two heads he was holding as if they were watermelons. He flashes a big, distorted smile. Carlos, realizing what Victor intends to do, quickly uses a defensive spell. Victor hits the heads of the two men together. Crack. Sounds of broken bones were heard by all the hunters nearby. Carlos managed to survive the attack. But the hunter who was his subordinate had his brain blown out. Victor grabs Carlos by the neck and throws him at the other hunters with all his strength. Ah! Catch me! Carlos screamed when he realized he couldn't organize his center of gravity. He started to speak an incantation. And soon his body was glowing golden. Carlos' subordinates nod their heads and catch Carlos's body. Before Carlos can do anything, he sees a giant ball of fire flying towards them. The fuck? Boom. Ah. Seeing those fireworks. And hearing the screams of the hunters. Victor's sadistic smile grew in satisfaction. We must flee, a hunter spoke in fear. He swallowed his saliva and yelled. We cannot fight this monster. Are you going to run away from these demons? We must kill them. A more fanatical hunter spoke. Fuck it. I'm not going to die over bullshit like that. When this hunter was about to flee, he hears Mizuki's voice. Is that the attitude of a hunter? If you're not prepared to die, you shouldn't be in this job. She spoke in obvious contempt. She hated that hunter's cowardly attitude. She ignores the useless men. This monster is strange. He's strong, but he has the feeling of inexperience. He's just using his power directly. Let's try something. Bishamontan. Give it to me, a weapon to destroy my enemies. She spoke in a neutral tone. And her fan began glowing red. Then, suddenly, her fan turns into a 2-meter-long odachi. Mizuki lifts the odachi with her right hand as if it were not heavy and puts it on her shoulder. And displays a predatory smile. Everyone could feel that the air around Mizuki changed. If before she looked like an elegant woman, now she looked like a wild beast. Mizuki takes a talisman from her pocket with her left hand, closes her eyes, and holds the talisman in front of her. Abe no Seimei. Lend me your wisdom to defeat this Oni. The talisman disappeared in blue light. And soon that same light began to cover Mizuki's body. When she opened her eyes, a magic circle was carved in them. Mizuki crouches a little. And slowly the sword blade starts to be covered in blue energy. She bends her knees and with a thrust, and flies towards Victor like a missile. When she got close to Victor, she brandished the odachi diagonally. Realizing the threat, Victor suddenly disappears in front of Mizuki and appears beside her. Then he attacks her, trying to rip her head off. It's useless, she said, smiling while blue energy glowed in her body. Victor didn't understand what happened, but he suddenly screamed from a pain he'd never felt in his life. Ah! He screamed like he was a beast being wounded. Victor! Ruby cried out in concern when she saw the cut on his chest. Victor holds his bleeding chest. Slowly, the fire that was covering his body began to weaken considerably. Realizing this was an opportunity, Mizuki flashed a maniacal smile and brandished odachi again. This time she wanted his head. But before her sword ripped off Victor's head, a huge wall of ice appeared in front of her. Mizuki's odachi cut through the ice wall easily. But soon she realized the monster was no longer in front of her. She also heard a woman's neutral voice. She turns her face and sees a woman wearing a maid outfit. She looked into the woman's blood-red eyes and realized she was a vampire. Sorry, but I can't let you kill my master. I haven't had enough headpats yet. Seeing the darkness covering the maid's feet, Mizuki spoke. The Kuroyami clan. Oh. It's been a while since I heard that name. Kagaya flashed a small smile. Mizuki looks around and sees that the monster was being hugged by Ruby. The monster had a much weaker fire than before. And she also saw that Ruby was using her ice ability to close the wounds she caused the monster. When I destroyed the noble vampires of Japan, I looked in their records that talked about a clan of vampires who could control the shadows. They were the best assassins in Japan. A clan of vampire ninja controlled by a noble vampire who had friendly relations with Toyotomi Hideyoshi. She looked around a little further and noticed that Ruby's maid had disappeared. Where is she? They kept records about us. What a surprise. I thought they had forgotten us. Kagaya spoke in an emotionless tone. Mizuki was looking at the monster with dangerous eyes and with a big smile on his face. With the previous confrontation, she can understand that the monster was inexperienced in fighting. He had great power. That's a fact. But he didn't know how to control it. Power. And not knowing how to control it in a fight against a hunter is deadly. I need to eliminate him. A monster like him can't stay alive. I shouldn't miss this opportunity, she thought with determination. Cough. Victor coughed up black blood on the floor. And soon the fire that covered his body began to slowly die. And eventually, his transformation was undone. He was back to normal. The poison is taking effect. Good. But this is only temporary. This poison is not strong enough to kill the noble vampires. I need to eliminate it. Mizuki thought. Darling. Are you okay? Darling. Ruby tried to talk to him. But Victor's eyes were unfocused as if he were lifeless. Seeing the black blood on the floor, Kagaya looked at Mizuki. What did you do? That is not something you need to know. Mizuki spoke as she positioned herself. She placed the odachi on her shoulder again. And flexed her knee. She then pulled a talisman from her pocket. The talisman began to glow. And soon she spoke as she threw the talisman at Kagaya. Ken. Zo. Fa. Odor. A wave of flame erupted from the talisman and flew towards Kagaya. Kagaya looked at the fire neutrally approaching. Onmujutsu. This is something rare these days. Kagaya's body began to be covered by darkness. And soon 2 daggers appeared in her hands. She cuts the fire horizontally. And when the fire died out, she saw Mizuki running at high speed towards her. Kagaya's darkness began to grow. Slowly. The darkness began to leak towards the ground. And soon all the ground around her was covered with blackness. It was as if Kagaya had created a territory just for her. When Mizuki enters Kagaya's territory, suddenly thousands of black hands start coming out of the ground and heading towards Mizuki. Tisk. Annoying, Mizuki's sword starts to be covered in thunder. And with a diagonal swing, she eliminates all of the shadow hands created by Kagaya. Where is she? Mizuki said as she looked around. You hurt my master. That is a serious crime. She heard a voice in her ear. Mizuki tried to run away. But she couldn't. As soon as she felt a dagger piercing her heart, her face took on an expression of disbelief. It was as if she didn't believe she would be eliminated so easily. Cough. She coughed up blood on the floor. Kagaya pulls the dagger out of Mizuki's heart, and when she goes to cut off her head, she hears an ancient and powerful voice. Enough. A blue power left Mizuki's body. And Kagaya quickly disappears into the shadows and returns to Victor's side. A guardian spirit. Kagaya stared in shock as she looked at the old man who was floating around Mizuki. The old man waves his fan in his hand, and soon the wound Kagaya inflicted on Mizuki began to regenerate at high speed. He nodded satisfied. And looked at Kagaya with a neutral look. Oni. You use very sneaky techniques. My 3 wives are beautiful vampires. Chapter 29 The 3 wives meet. Thank you, master. Mizuki said gratefully. Foolish disciple. You come to these foreign lands. And the first thing you do is fight without knowing the enemy. I'm disappointed. Did you forget what I taught you? The old man ignored Mizuki's thanks and began to lecture her. Mizuki put a hand to her ear and tried to ignore her master's words. But unfortunately, she could hear the master's sermon in her mind. Kagaya looked at the old man, trying to find some characteristic that would let her recognize him as a historical figure. She knows that spirits are heroes who have fought and fallen in the past. And through magic, they can be summoned. She also knows that this is a technique of invocation that was lost a long time ago. Seeing the pentagram symbol on the fan in the old man's hand, she understood and discovered who it was. Abe no Seimei. The old man hears Kagaya's words, stops lecturing his disciple, and looks at Kagaya. Then he opens his eyes a little. When Kagaya saw the magic pentagram that was similar to the magic circle Mizuki had in her eyes, she understood that she had guessed right. Oh. Do you know me, Oni? And to think that my legends have spread to this foreign continent. When the old man was going to continue to say something, he heard the voices of 2 women. Darling. Violet. Sasha. And Maria arrived and looked at Ruby holding Victor, who had an unfocused look on his face as if he was lifeless. When Victor heard Violet and Sasha's voice, his blue eyes sparkled a little and he tried to move his hand. But he couldn't. He felt like his body was paralyzed and he couldn't move anything. He could understand and hear everything around but could not move. Violet jumps towards Victor and starts checking him out. Seeing that he was in a very bad state, her eyes started to darken in madness. She looks at Mizuki and says, "You did it." Mizuki was going to try to say something, but she was interrupted by Violet's angry outburst. "You did it." Fire started to come out of Violet's body. The atmosphere around her started to get suffocating. Violet was slowly losing herself in anger. "Calm down, Violet. We need to get away and heal our husband," Ruby spoke in a cold tone. As if by magic the fire around Violet disappeared, and her eyes sparkled with clarity. She looked at Victor and bit her lip in frustration. "I should be by his side. I'm going to kill that bitch." Suddenly everyone heard an explosion as if lightning had hit the ground. Oni. What are you doing? The old man asked neutrally as he looked at Sasha, who attacked Mizuki, who defended herself with her odachi. Sasha didn't respond. She just looked at Mizuki with hate in her eyes. Lightning started to crackle around Sasha. And soon she disappeared in a flash and attacked Mizuki again. Mizuki wasn't able to attack. Sasha was too fast. So she just assumed a defensive position with her odachi and protected the vital parts of her body. The spirit looked at everything with interest. He didn't seem to be interested in interfering in the fight and continued watching everything with curiosity shining in his eyes. Sasha took the dagger from her legs and started making small cuts on Mizuki's body. The dagger couldn't pierce Mizuki's body. Give up, Oni. You can't penetrate my disciple's defenses. You're quick. But you're not strong enough. The old man spoke in a neutral tone. Sasha's eyes flashed with more hate when she heard the old man's words. She hates the woman for leaving Victor in that state. And she hates the old man for underestimating her. Sasha's body began to glow yellow. Sasha. Don't lose your cool. If you use this power for too long, you will be incapacitated. Ruby exclaimed. Sasha yelled angrily. I don't care. I'm going to kill this bitch. Boom. Lightning struck Sasha's body. And slowly her body began to change. Her ears began to grow and become elongated like an elf. Her teeth began to grow and become sharper. She grew a little higher. And soon she turned into a female version of the transformation of Victor. The only differences were that her body was covered in yellow lightning and that her powers seemed to be concentrated in her legs. Another Count class vampire. Mizuki said as she walked away from Sasha. For a moment she looked at the spirit with a hateful look. She knows that sadistic old man will only help with something if she is about to die. General. I.e. Mary. Carlos. Who had burns all over his body. Screamed when he saw Maria from afar. Maria looked at Carlos for a moment. Her eyes gleamed with the desire to go back to him. But the master's order was absolute. She couldn't do anything. Ruby looked around and noticed that the hunters Victor had fought and not killed were returning to recovered states. She looked at Mizuki and saw that the woman was being healed by some strange technique she was using. The hunters had the upper hand. Mizuki is a general with a focus on support and melee combat. As long as she's alive, we won't be able to eliminate them all. Not to mention that old spirit is still around. We have to retreat. Ruby analyzed the situation calmly. Sasha, hearing Carlos' voice, loses interest in Mizuki and looks at Carlos with eyes longing for revenge. Ruby for the first time got angry and yelled, Sasha, get a grip. Decide what's most important to you now. Your revenge or our husband. Sasha turns to face Ruby. She looks at Victor lying on the floor like he's dead and bites her lip in frustration. But soon she makes a decision. She disappears from where she was and appears next to Victor. The only thing the hunters could see was a trail of lightning. Wah. Mizuki looked around and saw that the normal hunters had started to fall to the ground with their necks cut. All of them, who couldn't react to Sasha, were killed by her daggers. The only ones who survived were those hunters who had high-level defensive enchantments. Like Carlos. We must back off. Sasha spoke as her transformation was undone. Seeing that Sasha was breathing a bit heavily, Ruby thought, she still doesn't control this transformation completely. She was too reckless. Oni. Do you think you're allowed to leave this place? The old spirit asked as he placed the fan in front of his mouth. Mizuki picks up and places the odachi on her shoulder. And speaks while holding a talisman with her other hand. Kiran. The messenger of the gods. The Onas are in my sight. And I need your help. She positioned herself to run and attack the vampires but stopped when she saw her master motioning her to do nothing. Ruby looked at the old spirit with a smile on her face. We don't need your permission to leave this place. Get your dick out of your ass. You're just a dead man. Then she looks at Sasha and Violet. As if indicating for them to do something. The two women smile as if they understand something. Oh. The old man opened his eyes. His expression shifting to disdain. You think. Just shut the fuck up. You trash. Why don't you go back to the hole you came out of? Didn't your mother teach you to be obedient? Violet spoke angrily. Then she flashes her disdainful smile. Oh. I don't think she can do that. After all, she was busy satisfying her customers. She never could teach you anything. Hey. The old man's face began to distort in anger. You. Now. Ruby spoke. Kagaya suddenly disappears into the shadows and enters Victor's shadows. Soon after, Ruby creates a huge ice wall. Violet creates a big fireball and attacks the wall. Boom. An explosion occurred when the fireball hit Ruby's ice wall. Soon an intense fog was created around it. Seizing the chance, Sasha grabs Violet and Victor on her shoulders and moves fast, leaving lightning trails behind. Ruby does the same to Maria and runs a bit after Sasha. Children's tricks. Carlos screamed and punched the air. And with the pressure made by Carlos' fist, he cleared the entire area that was in the fog. When he looked around and saw that there was no one, he shouted angrily. They fled, ignoring Carlos' anger. Mizuki looked at her master. Because you stopped me, I couldn't kill them. Abe no Seimei just sighed in disappointment and looked at Mizuki. Foolish disciple. You still need to train more. Mizuki didn't understand why her master reacted like that. But she didn't think too much. She was used to her master's weirdness. What do we do, General? A hunter who survived asked. Mizuki looks around and when she sees the mess they've created, she says, we must retreat. Recover the bodies of the fallen hunters. And let's go back to our temporary base. Good decision. Her master praised. While the hunters recovered the bodies of fallen combatants, Mizuki's master was in deep thought. Abe no Seimei is the old man's name. He is a unique exorcist at the time he was alive. Even after he died he became a powerful spirit. But even this powerful exorcist who fought countless Oni, when I was alive I was afraid of someone. That Akuma is still alive. Huh. And she had a daughter. I think the world will end in this era. The moment this old exorcist appeared to save his disciple, he could immediately feel the gaze of a beast watching him from afar. And, from that moment, he knew he could not interfere or severely hurt the red-haired woman. He didn't want to die, permanently, after all. He had a lot of things he wanted to do. In a building several km away, 7 people could be seen. They were wearing a black suit that covers the entire body, and an all-black mask that hides the facial expression of these individuals. And in front of these individuals was a woman who was wearing black jeans, a black V-neck t-shirt showing a lot of her G-cup size breasts under her shirt, without hiding much skin, especially in the region of her huge breasts. She also wore a short black suit jacket. We need to eliminate that newborn. He broke the rules. One of the 7 beings who were wearing a mask spoke in an unrecognizable voice. They seemed to be using something to disguise their voice. By using his power openly, he's exposed. It must be eliminated. 3 masked men agreed to eliminate the newborn vampire. But the remaining 4 just remained silent and looking at the woman with a cautious look. After all, they knew very well the temperament of this red-haired woman. Foo. The woman smiled in a gentle way while her gaze glowed madly. She seemed to be watching something from far away. The 3 masked ones stopped talking and looked at the woman apprehensively. They didn't want to provoke the woman. Slowly her gentle smile began to change into a crazy smile. Ha. Interesting. My daughter. My beloved daughter. Whom I carefully raised as a child. Found a husband. Suddenly, she turns and looks at the 7 masked beings. I heard that the first prince's son likes to travel the world. I wonder if I should pay him a visit. The 6 masked beings started to sweat with fear under the mask. They didn't know how to interpret the words of this crazy woman. Is she asking a question? Or is she threatening the life of the first prince's son? They didn't know. That's why they don't like dealing with this woman. The 7th masked man who was calmer said hurriedly. We understand each other. We don't know anything. And we're not going to do anything. Huh. But I asked a question. The woman spoke with a confused face. But her crazy smile never left her face. The masked man's body trembled in fear. We know. Lady Scathach is always right. Don't worry. No one will know about what happened. We will leave all responsibility for this situation to Lady Scathach. Are you going to leave the responsibility to me? The woman's eyes began to glow dangerously. The masked man screamed like a little girl. And said, I mean, we were never here. So this incident never existed. The woman's eyes stopped shining. And soon she smiled in a gentle way. Thanks for the hard work. You guys can go now. Yes, ma'am. The masked man who shouted quickly responded as if he were a soldier who responded to the superior. And soon the masked man disappears. The remaining 6 masked men just looked at the whole situation without words. They didn't understand anything. What are you waiting for? Shoo. Shoo. She spoke as if she was talking to a dog. The masked 6 awaken from their stupor and quickly disappear. Seeing that the masked ones disappeared, she spoke with a gentle smile. I think I will visit my daughter. But soon her expression changed to a serious face. But first I must sort some things out. My 3 wives are beautiful vampires. Chapter 30 Scathach Scarlet. February 5th. 2 days after Victor, Violet, Sasha, and Ruby clashed with the Hunters. Night. Current location. The Vatican. Headquarters of the Inquisition organization. In the skies over Vatican City. A red plane was flying at an altitude of over 30,000 feet. Lady Scathach, we've arrived. The pilot of the plane informed the woman who was lying lazily with a photo album on her face. The woman opens her eyes, takes the photo album from her face, and puts it on the table beside her. I'll be back soon, Ruby. The woman spoke, smiling lovingly as she looked at the photo album which started to freeze slowly. And soon it was in a pure ice chest that looked quite sturdy. The woman stretches a little and, when she does, her big breasts threatened to come out of the blouse she was wearing. But, even with that tempting sight, the pilot showed no reaction or looked at the woman's breasts. The woman smiled sensually and licked her lips teasingly when she realized the pilot showed no reaction to her beauty. This pilot attitude towards her was a good thing. She didn't want to change pilots again. The 101 previous pilots made the mistake of looking at her with lust. And today they are buried 6 feet underground. As a vampire who has been alive for over 2,000 years, she considers herself an old-fashioned woman. Looking is okay. But looking with lust is a big no. Because of that, she has killed many men in the past. Well, she admits she's a bit cruel. She likes to tease men and, when these men get lost in lust, she castrates the men and then kills them. In the end, this was all just a hobby for her. A sadistic joke for her to have fun when she was bored. Scathach cracks her neck a little. Let's pay a visit to my friend. Her face took on a confused expression. What's his name again? Kratos something. I think it was Zeus. Well, it's not important. She shrugged as if it didn't matter. Tony, keep flying over Vatican airspace. The woman ordered. My name is Lucas. Ma'am. The man sighed tiredly. When he saw the woman's red eyes glowing a little, he quickly nodded his head. Yes. Lady Scathach. He accepted the order. Good. She smiled with a cold little smile. She opens the plane door. Smiles a predatory smile. And, with a little kick of her feet, she jumps into the air. Let me get this straight. A man with long golden hair and golden eyes speaks with a tired face. He puts his hand on the brow of his face, and says, I gave the order to search and capture the vampire who stole the finger of Saint Mary. A sacred artifact. Right. The man had the expression he said. I hope you're kidding. You're kidding. Right. Please tell me you are kidding. Yes. Mizuki, who was called back to the Vatican, replied. She had just finished reporting everything that happened in the incident she was involved in 2 days ago. The man's expression crumbles. He looked depressed now. He sighs once more and presses a little button he has under the table. Then he leans back in his chair while waiting for the person he just called. And, before long, just a few seconds later, someone knocks softly on the door and walks in. Your Holiness. Alexander, the neutral-looking man, whose voice held a lot of respect, answered. Alexander. The man with golden hair and golden eyes looked at the man who just walked in. He looked 25 years old with brown hair and brown eyes. Standing at 180 centimeters tall, he was wearing white priest's robes. General Kurtz. Can you raise the alarm, please? Kurtz looked at Alexander with a neutral gaze. And without questioning said, What's the alarm level? Your Holiness. Level 6. Is that demon coming? He asked in a neutral tone. But Alexander could see he was hiding his fear from him. Yes. Alexander nodded. Then continued as he stared at the ceiling. Actually. She's already here. His eyes seemed to glow golden for a moment. A sonic boom was heard by everyone present. And then they heard an explosion as if something was falling to the ground. Boom. The impact was so big that the structures around the impact started to shake a little. It was like a small earthquake. What? What is it? Mizuki leaned a little against the wall as she exclaimed in surprise. Alexander gets up from his chair and, for the first time, Mizuki saw how tall this man was. He was 195 centimeters tall. And his toned body couldn't be hidden by the white priest's uniform he was wearing. Soon the man walked smoothly towards the window. Mizuki. Do you know what happened to the former general you took over for? He asked in a gentle tone. He died. But I don't know the details of death. She said. Yes. He died. He was a good friend. Alexander said a little sadly. He opened the window and looked at the red-haired woman who had a huge smile on her face that showed all her sharp teeth. The woman was standing in a huge crater. She gently jumped out of the crater, and the moment she puts her feet on the ground outside the crater she was in, the whole area around the woman was frozen. It looks like the woman created her own territory for herself with more than 5 km of pure ice. Scathach. Mizuki swallowed a little saliva. Indeed. Alexander nodded. This demon killed the former general. She was shopping at the Vatican. And when our former general tried to harass her, she killed him and left me a letter of complaint claiming that I needed to improve the policemen that protect the Vatican. Mizuki opened her mouth in shock. She even thought she heard Alexander's words wrong. Do you understand what I mean? Alexander asked as he looked at Mizuki. What? She stuttered. Alexander sighed. And explained. You hurt this demon's daughter. What do you think she came here for? Mizuki closed her mouth and said nothing. After all, she had thought it would be a good opportunity to kill Ruby, who could be a very dangerous vampire in the future. She had even thought that Scathach's strength was overestimated. After all, she wouldn't dare attack the Vatican alone. Right? Destroying a third world country is easy for any power in the world. After all, the country that Scathach destroyed in the past didn't have soldiers like the Vatican. But, fuck. If she had known this information about the former general before, she wouldn't have tried to kill Ruby. Your Holiness. 2 voices were heard. And soon 2 men entered the room where the Golden Man was. General James. And General Leonardo. Prepare for battle. Alexander spoke in a gentle tone as he opened the window and jumped out of the room. General James. A dark-looking man with black hair and black eyes wearing black priest's robes. Was a short man at only 170 centimeters tall. James looked out the window. When he saw the woman who had created an ice throne and sat on it while waiting patiently, he looked at Mizuki. What did you do? Woman. Apparently I provoked a monster. Mizuki spoke in a sarcastic tone as she walked towards the window. Great. Just great. James said in a sarcastic tone. Then he jumped out the window and followed Alexander. Don't interfere in the battle. Young one. Kurtz said neutrally. Yes. I know. Mizuki didn't mind the way Kurtz spoke. After all, she knew these men were older than they looked. Mizuki looked at the last man in the room. He had red hair and bright blue eyes. And like the 3 generals and the Pope himself, he looked like a 25-year-old adult. Ha ha ha. She's as beautiful as ever. Too bad she's a demon. Leonardo spoke with an arrogant smile. Then he followed the 2 generals. Hello. Kratos. It's been a while since we've seen each other. I think the last time was 2 months ago. Scathach asked the golden-haired man. The man sighs and says, My name is Alexander. How many times has he repeated that same phrase over the years? Oh, I'm sorry, she said. Then she continued as she crossed her legs elegantly. You know how being old is. You forget things as time goes by. You don't look old to me. Leonardo said with a smile on his face. But soon his expression darkened to pure fear as he felt Scathach's sheer killing intent. The moment she saw he was scared with just that, she loses interest. She looks at the man like she's looking at an insect. Scathach likes talented people. And with just one look, she could tell this man had no potential. He stinks of garbage. To her, this man wasn't even qualified to breathe the same air as her. Silence. Dog. I'm talking to your owner. Why you? He tried to say something again then. Immediately. Felt danger coming from around his neck. Boom. Just as the general tried to say something, Scathach moved and tried to decapitate the man. You're crazier than usual, demon. Alexander said as he held Scathach's wrist. I said silence. He must learn to listen to his elders. She spoke with a big smile on her face. Then disappears again and sits on the ice throne she created. She crosses her legs elegantly again while keeping a sensual smile on her face. Leonardo just stayed silent while sweating a lot. He was just going to lose his life so without any effort. He looks at Scathach and thinks. Crazy bitch. You've gotten stronger. She complimented him with a smile that showed off her sharp teeth. Indeed. I've had a lot of time to train. He spoke with the same gentle tone. He didn't seem annoyed that she was trying to kill his general. 1,900 years. Time passes quickly. Huh. She spoke with a bit of nostalgia. She seemed to miss the past. Alexander was silent. He had the same feeling of nostalgia that the woman has. As a human who gained eternal youth, he too had to go through many difficult farewells. I've always had a curiosity, Alexander said. Which is? What is the story of your life? Alexander asked something he always forgot to ask. And the moment he asked that question, all three generals looked at Scathach with curiosity twinkling in their eyes. Life story. Huh. She spoke as if thinking deeply. Then she smiled and said, I don't have anything interesting to tell about my life. But once, I met Jesus. How was he? After the initial shock, Alexander asked, showing more interest than usual. The three generals will open their eyes in shock. He was a silly and boring man, she spoke with a smile on her face. The three generals clenched their fists in anger. But Alexander's expression remained the same. Soon Scathach continues. I met him once in the past. He wasn't the saint you believe. He was a normal human. He shits, pisses, and eats. He was a man with great potential. I wanted to train him in the past. The four men opened their eyes in profound shock. A vampire training Jesus. Is this some kind of prank? That's what the generals were thinking. I even asked him to be my disciple. But he refused. He preferred to help people than to grow stronger. He was a good-hearted man. Unfortunately, his good heart was what led to his death. She spoke with a disappointed face. She still thinks that if Jesus trained enough, he could have given her a good fight. The four men remained silent. The three generals had various emotions running through their bodies. They didn't know how to react to this revelation. Although Scathach didn't care about their existence, he didn't deserve that death. Alexander spoke in a melancholy tone. Indeed. Scathach agreed. A moment of silence passed between Alexander and Scathach. Soon Alexander sighs again. He doesn't know how many times he sighed that day. I'm sorry for what my subordinate did. She will be punished. Please can you go back as if nothing had happened? Scathach's smile grew and said. It's impossible. I warned the world in the incident 18 years ago. The message was clear. Touch my daughter and you felt my anger. You didn't give me any choice then. Alexander spoke as his eyes began to glow golden. Slowly a golden aura began to cover his body. My dear. She smiled sensually as she licked her lips. And soon her eyes began to glow blood red. You had no choice from the start. My three wives are beautiful vampires. Chapter 31 The Third Wife. February 9th. 4 days after Countess Scathach Scarlet attacked the headquarters of the Inquisition organization. Current location. Underground of the house where Victor lives. My head was hurting so bad. I put my hand on my head as I opened my eyes. I am at home. I spoke out loud, confused, and sit up in bed. I place a hand on my head again as soon as I start to remember what happened. I fought that blonde man. Then I went to save Ruby. And I was paralyzed by that woman's poison. I see. And to think that a vampire would be affected by something like poison. That woman must have used something special. Z's. Hearing someone's breathing in their sleep. I look to my right side and see a sight that surprised me a lot. A woman with long red hair, big breasts, and a curvaceous body was sleeping the same way she came into the world. Our Ruby. I stuttered a little. I was taken aback by this fantastic sight. Hearing my voice. She seems to have woken up from her sleep. She opens her eyes sleepily. Looks at me with her green eyes. And says with a gentle smile. Darling. Hearing her voice. My heart began to pound frantically. My throat went dry. And I felt an uncontrollable urge to bite her neck. I bite my lip and try to control myself. It seems my bloodlust was stronger than before. How long did I sleep? She flashes a seductive smile. Stands up a little. And then starts to crawl towards me. When she started to crawl like that, I could see her two white rabbits that looked soft and fluffy. Even though they looked fierce. It was such a beautiful sight that it made you want to squeeze and pet those white rabbits. I look into Ruby's eyes and seeing her seductive expression. I couldn't help but be captivated by the sight. She was so beautiful. She looked like a succubus that was trying to seduce me. Slowly she climbs onto my lap. Sits on my crotch and wraps her arms gently around my chest. And lays her head on my chest. When she did that, I could feel her two melons on my chest. She had the biggest ones I've seen so far. I could feel her steady breathing on my chest. As soon as she pulls back a little and looks at me, I could see her eyes were blood red. I bring my hand up to her face. She is surprised for a moment. But she accepts my advances. Puts her face in my hand. And I soon start stroking her face. She looks at me with desire shining in her eyes. Darling. I can't wait any longer. She spoke as her breath started to come in short pants. She seemed to be wanting too much. Understanding what she's up to. I hold back my bloodlust and show my neck. The moment I showed my neck, she opens her mouth. And bites me. I feel my blood being sucked by her. Unable to take it anymore. I wrap my arms around her waist. And soon I open my mouth then bite her collarbone. Ah, she moaned as she stopped sucking my blood. As soon as she wrapped her legs around my waist, I also felt something wetting the shorts I was wearing. Her blood was so delicious. The taste was something like high-quality ice cream. The icy feeling that her blood gave me. It was an addictive feeling. Darling, darling, darling. She kept repeating the word like a broken record as she hugged me tighter. Then she bit me again. Suddenly, my world starts to change. And I was in that abandoned building again. It all happened the same way I saw it in Sasha and Violet's vision. But now, I could see the sequel. I could see what happened the moment I bit Sasha. Violet created several fireballs around her. Die, bitches. When I stop biting Sasha and look at Violet, I notice that I seem to be in a trance-like state. I don't seem to have control of my actions. So I speak in a neutral tone. All blood belongs to me. Suddenly, a dome of blood appeared in front of me and surrounded me and Sasha. Boom. An explosion happens when Sasha's fireballs come in contact with my blood. Darling. Oh my god. What have I done? Violet started to despair. But when the smoke from the attack disappeared, she sighed in relief. I could see she was surprised too. Apparently, I managed to protect Sasha and myself with that blood dome. As soon as the blood dome disappears, I slowly start to close my eyes and gently fall towards the ground. I seem to have passed out. Darling. Violet squealed in concern. She approached me with supernatural speed and held me gently. I'm sorry. Darling. She looked like she was about to cry. Calm down. Violet. Ruby said as she held her neck with a neutral expression. But I could see her face was a little troubled. It was like she didn't believe what just happened. Calm down. I almost killed my darling because of you bitches. Violet exploded again. Don't be unfair. Violet. Sasha said as she held her neck with a worried expression. Remember that you were the one who called us for help. Indeed. Ruby added. Then she speaks in a cold voice. Calm down. And tell us what happened. Why are we marked as his wife? Violet's face takes on a guilty expression when she hears what Sasha says. But when she hears what Ruby says, she gets angry again. She takes a deep breath and seems to try to hold back her anger. So she sits down on the floor and puts my head in her lap. I think Darling's blood altered the ritual, Violet begins to explain. Darling, you have a rare blood type. Rh null blood, she said while stroking my hair. It seems that by doing that, she managed to calm down more. The golden blood, Ruby exclaimed in shock. But soon her expression changed to a stoic one. How is he still alive? This blood is considered a delicacy for vampires. Victor should look like a slice of very tasty meat with this blood type. But why don't I feel anything coming from him? She spoke as she put her hand to her lips. This blood type paints a gigantic target on the owner. People with this blood type rarely go beyond 15 years of age. After all, a vampire can smell this scent from kilometers away. After Sasha's initial shock because of Victor, she added. Violet has stopped stroking my hair and looks at the two women with lifeless eyes. I protected him. For 16 whole years of my life. I protected him from threats. I hired witches to hide his scent. I killed the vampires that went after him. I made this place my territory solely to protect him. When Sasha and Ruby looked into Violet's eyes, they felt shivers all over their bodies. Ruby looked at Sasha, who looked back at her. Then they both nodded. They seemed to be talking in code. Violet looks back at me and continues. I protected him for 16 years. I protected him until the day he would become mine. My beloved darling, she spoke with loving eyes as she caressed me. But soon her expression distorts into hate. But just me taking my attention away from him for a few seconds, slowly her voice began to get heavier and soon killing intent so great that it made the air heavier began to leave her body. It was just a few seconds. And that was enough for a mangy dog to try to mark him. How dare they? My darling. Did they dare try to steal my darling? Unforgivable. Boom. Fire started to shoot out of Violet's body in an uncontrolled way. The ground around Violet started to melt. But this fire didn't seem to be hurting me. Soon Violet's gaze turns to Ruby and Sasha. Do you guys want to steal my darling from me too? Sasha. Now. Ruby yelled. Sasha's body starts to crackle with her lightning. Soon she disappears in a yellow trail and picks up Ruby like a sack of potatoes. And runs away from Violet. Boom. An explosion of fire happened. Violet tried to attack Sasha and Ruby again. But the two women had already fled. Suddenly my vision changed. I was in a place far from the building where I was transformed. I look around and realize I was in a park. She's crazier than usual. Sasha commented in a neutral tone as she stared at a building that was on fire. Looking at the burning building, I wonder how my beloved wife managed to hide this incident from everyone. Ruby sighs. She's pissed at the whole situation. We should stay away for a few days. Violet should calm down now that she's with Victor. Sasha spoke. I'm worried about something. Ruby commented. Then she added as she looked at Sasha. Do you think Victor will accept Violet? You know her personality. The two women fall into an uncomfortable silence. If Victor doesn't accept Violet, I think this time, she's really going to freak out. Sasha spoke with a worried face. Yes. Ruby sighed. Anyway, I'm going back home. Luna must be worried. Ruby said. Sasha nods. And says. See you later, Ruby. Suddenly the world shatters like a crack in a glass. I open my eyes. And I realize as I come out of that memory. I feel a weight on my right arm. I look to my right side and see Ruby, who was lying down while leaning on my arm. I seem to have fallen asleep for a few minutes again. Feeling my gaze, she opens her eyes. And looks at me with a seductive smile. Welcome back, darling. I look at Ruby. And I feel like I've known her for several years. Just like Violet and Sasha. I could understand her completely. I knew what kind of person Ruby was. A gentle woman on the inside. But one who always has a cold mask on the outside. And, at the same time, she was very aggressive when she wanted something. Though she is easily embarrassed when confronted directly with pure feelings. A simple woman who had to live hiding her feelings. Sometimes she just wanted to let go. But she couldn't. When I go to try to say something, Ruby gets up on the bed, approaches me. Then she kisses me. Our tongues play with each other for a few minutes. Then she stops kissing me and licks her lips sensually. You're way more aggressive than Sasha, I commented with a small smile. She smiles gently. Wrong. Darling. I'm not an aggressive woman. I look at her curiously. I am a decisive woman. She places her hand on my chest and caresses the spot where I was injured by Mizuki. But thanks to vampire's regeneration, the spot that Mizuki cut me in is unscarred. You saved me. And in doing so, you awakened my desire to have you for myself. Her smile changes to a flirtatious smile. And I always run after what I want. Oh. And what do you want? I asked with a smile. She brings her face closer to mine. And speaks with a possessive face. For a moment I saw her eyes darken. I want you for myself. I want you to be my darling. I felt my entire body shudder in pleasure when I saw Ruby's expression. You already have me, I said, smiling as I kissed her lightly. Then I get up from the bed and pick up Ruby like a princess. The moment I got out of bed I felt an incongruity. Things around me seemed to be lower than I was used to. Did I grow taller? I see Ruby pouting. And this sight made my heart melt. She was so cute. I put her on the bed. And kneeled down. I need to see Violet, I said while stroking her red hair. After what I saw in Ruby's memories, I have a huge desire to meet my wife. I see Ruby's face turn a little red. She nodded cutely. She was very cute. Just like Sasha and Violet. Ruby had a charm of her own that I loved a lot. Sasha was a strong woman, who was very weak with showing affection. She was easily embarrassed. Although she has a possessive side that I love very much. Violet, my beautiful ice flower, was a woman direct with her feelings. She was possessive and always tried to harm anyone who approached me. And she always put my safety first while forgetting her own safety. She was a person I love. Stopping to think now. My 3 wives are beautiful vampires. I really am a very lucky man. I spoke in a low tone. But I realized that Ruby heard me. And her face turned a little red with embarrassment. I laugh a little as I do my best to ignore Ruby's 2 white rabbits. I walk to the wardrobe. But soon I remember my favorite maid. Kagaya. A Japanese woman-looking maid stepped out of my shadow. Lord Victor. I'm glad you woke up. Kagaya spoke in a neutral, emotionless tone. But I was sure I could see her eyes shining for a moment. I look at Kagaya smiling. I open my arms. And say, do your magic. Her black eyes change to blood red. And she flashes a small smile. As expected. Lord Victor is the best master. Her body is covered in darkness. And soon she passes through my body and a few seconds later, I've already changed my clothes. Thank you, Kagaya, I said as I stroked her head. I felt her body tremble. And a small satisfied smile appeared on her face. I also noticed that she looked shorter than usual. I think I really grew up. Shall we go? Darling. I hear Ruby's voice. I look at Ruby. And I see she's wearing a simple blue skirt. Big black tights. And a red shirt that could barely hide her breasts. Seeing that I had been staring at her breasts for a lot longer than I intended, she smiled seductively. What are you doing, darling? My face turns a little red. But soon I understand something. She's playing this game. I swallow my shame and say, I was admiring how beautiful my wife is. I really am lucky. Suddenly, Ruby's face turned red with embarrassment. She turns her head away and hides her face with her hair. I display a small smile. Come on, honey. Ruby nodded. I walk to the door and when I touch the door, I see several green magic symbols appearing. For a moment I was confused. But I just shrugged like I didn't care. When I walk through the door, I hear. Now with the latest news, in the Vatican, there was a serious explosion caused by terrorist attacks. The terrorists placed several new bombs created with liquid nitrogen throughout the Vatican. As you can see from the images, the damage caused was immense. More than 70% of the Vatican structures are destroyed. Ha. Liquid nitrogen bomb. Can't they come up with a better excuse? I hear the voice of a woman I don't know. I walk a little and see that the woman was sitting on the couch while watching the news. The woman turns off the television with the remote and turns her head towards me. When our eyes meet, my body froze. I feel like I'm in Alaska. My whole body was cold and I felt like I was looking at a wild beast that could kill me at any moment. I couldn't move. She displays a wild smile that, at the same time, was seductive. Hey, you finally woke up. My son-in-law. My 3 wives are beautiful vampires. Chapter 32 Son-in-law. Hey, you finally woke up. My